If it were Heavenly Yuan Realm's mid-game Song Qing, they would definitely have lost the match. With Lin Chen around, even if the opponent uses the blood transformation and return to origin technique to forcibly raise their power to lesser Yuan Dan realm, what can they do? The so-called blood transformation and return to origin technique is an extremely ruthless secret technique. After using this technique, one can evaporate the blood in their body to gain a short-term increase in strength. It has strong aftereffects and requires at least 6 months of recovery time. With that kind of time, Jiang Li himself could probably condense a core and enter the Yuanden realm directly without relying on the yin-yang energy of the Dan Immortal pool. It's fair to say that the opposing team went to great lengths to win this match. At this moment, extremely sharp blood spikes had grown on Jiang Li's palms. Having reached the level of lesser Yuan Dan realm, Jiang Li has made great improvements in all aspects. In an instant, he was already in front of Lin Chen, fiercely attacking his forehead, attempting to kill him with a single blow. The pungent smell of blood hit him, and Lin Chen frowned slightly. He casually raised Q Lin's sword and blocked Jiang Li's attack with blood spikes. It seems there was an element of luck involved. A hint of confusion appeared in Jiang Li's scarlet eyes at this moment, but he quickly launched another attack. That was definitely a coincidence. How could a mere late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm possibly be a match for the Yuan Dan realm expert, who is dozens of times more powerful? Being able to hold out against him for even one move is already something to be proud of. And now he's going to tear it in two. Jiang Li's murderous aura grew even stronger. A sharp gust of wind swept in again. This time, Lin Chen blocked it again with his Q Lin sword. No matter how fierce and swift Jiang Li's attacks were, he still couldn't break through Lin Chen's defense. Under these circumstances, the expressions of the onlookers all changed. It seems that Jiang Li, who has already raised his strength to the lesser Yuan Dan realm, has no way to break through young Master Lin's defense. Xia Zhilan's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she clenched her fists tightly, unable to hide her excitement. Xuan Su, standing nearby, seemed thoughtful upon seeing Xia Zhilan's expression and reaction. It should be noted that Xia Zhilan, the daughter of the Xia family of Myriad Gold Commerce, is also a master of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. She is a top-tier genius in the entire Yan city, and few can match her cultivation speed. This makes it difficult for Xia Zhilan to look at others, especially her peers, differently. However, things seem to be different with Lin Chen. Strangeness. At this moment, the expression on Blood Wolf gang leader Yue Shan's face gradually darkened. Blocking Jiang Li's attack once is one thing, but it was probably just luck. The fact that Jiang Li couldn't get close to Lin Chen, despite all these attempts, already speaks volumes. Lin Chen's abilities are probably not as simple as they seem. Late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. No, it's probably at lesser Yuan Dan realm. As for something even more advanced, it's not that Yue Shan hadn't considered it, but she simply didn't believe such a possibility existed. At this moment, Jiang Li could no longer hold back and immediately shouted angrily. Blood-melting hand. Immediately, the scabs on his arm began to melt, quickly turning his entire arm blood red, making it look like a blood-red arm of a demon, containing extremely powerful attack capabilities. It can almost be said that this is the strongest power that the opponent can unleash in this situation. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It seems we can't remain passive like this. As Q Lin's sword tightened its grip, Lin Chen also unleashed a powerful surge of elemental energy. Above Dan Immortal pool, a dark cloud has already appeared. As Q Lin's sword pointed to the sky, lightning flashed and the sky darkened. Lin Chen stared at Jiang Li, who had turned into a blood-soaked figure, and said coldly, 9 Swords of Thunder. Chapter 103, Zhilan, go and accompany your friend to take a bath. Before Zhao Chen could finish speaking, Numerous lightning flashes appeared in the dark sky. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the sky at that moment. Jiang Li, whose body was covered in scabs, was startled. A look of fear appeared on the other person's expressionless face. It was as if the rolling thunder was his nemesis. Fall! Lin Chen raised the Q Lin sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed, and he slashed down with the sword. The target is Jiang Li on the other side. Go to hell. Jiang Li struggled to suppress the fear brought on by the rolling thunder. He suddenly raised his bloodied arm and struck Lin Chen with a palm. If the opponent is defeated or even killed, then this annoying rolling thunder will probably disappear. Then he won't have to worry about being struck by lightning anymore. However, Lin Chen was not about to let the other party have their way. Boom! Once again, thunder roared, and 9 lightning swords, crackling with lightning bolts, appeared within the dark clouds. With lightning speed, he immediately slashed at Jiang Li. Kill! Even though Jiang Li had already reached Lin Chen and was waving his bloody hand, attacking the other's face. But what shocked him most was the speed at which the lightning sword struck. How could it possibly be faster than him now, with the strength of lesser Yuan Dan realm? As for how they knew, it was simply because 9 lightning swords, crackling with lightning, had appeared around Jiang Li, forcibly trapping him inside and forming a lightning prison cage. If Jiang Li dares to make any rash moves, the power of the heavenly lightning on these 9 lightning swords will erupt, and even if he has the strength of lesser Yuan Dan realm, he will be turned into charcoal by the heavenly lightning. Use you. Jiang Li was very unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen reached out and lightly patted his chest. You lost. These words, falling into his ears, completely robbed him of the strength to stand. The power of lesser Yuan Dan realm, which came from the blood transformation and return to origin technique, vanished in an instant. Jiang Li's eyelids rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The outcome of this competition is already decided. Myriad Gold Commerce emerges victorious in the Dan Immortal pool battle. The announcement by the neutral referee also alerted the members of Myriad Gold Commerce and Blood Wolf Gang. Great, we won. Incredible, that's incredible. At this moment, Zia Zhilan and the others had joyful smiles on their faces. Although it was somewhat expected, no one anticipated that Lin Chen's strength would be so formidable. The fact that Jiang Li, who possessed the strength of lesser Yuan Dan realm, was able to defeat him so easily gave the impression of overwhelming him, without employing much skill. The power of those 9 lightning swords was truly terrifying even to Zia Zhilan and the others who were not in the competition arena. If you were really hit by it, you'd probably die. Regardless, the outcome of the Dan Immortal pool dispute is now clear. Myriad Gold Commerce has won. Hateful. Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan's face turned extremely gloomy. He never expected that Jiang Li, who had such a trump card as the blood transformation and return to origin technique, would be defeated by that young upstart. The defeat in this match means that Dan Immortal Pool and their Blood Wolf Gang have no chance at all. He stared intently at Lin Chen, a cold glint in his eyes. If Zia Wanjin, the guild leader of Myriad Gold Commerce, weren't here, he would have already made his move to kill Lin Chen. Such a genius, if offended, can only be eliminated by killing him and cutting off the root of the problem. Otherwise, Blood Wolf Gang might face annihilation at any time. As Yue Shan thought of this, a sudden inspiration struck her, and she coldly demanded, Lin Chen, you're the Lin Chen who caused the destruction of the Blood Cloak sect. He finally remembered where he had heard that name before. It turns out that the Blood Cloak sect was previously destroyed by the Black Armor Squad sent by Myriad Gold Commerce. Their claim was that the Blood Cloak sect had offended Lin Chen and had to be wiped out. As the superiors of the Blood Cloak sect, the Blood Wolf Gang naturally could not sit idly by and demanded that Myriad Gold Commerce give them justice. Otherwise, they would target Myriad Gold Auction House, which was under Myriad Gold Commerce, and launch a retaliatory attack. However, to their surprise, Myriad Gold Commerce's resistance was extremely fierce, almost leading to a direct confrontation between the two top powers. If it weren't for the mediation of Yan City Lord's mansion, a fight would probably have broken out long ago. With Yan City Treasure Pavilion stepping in, Blood Wolf Gang had no choice but to back down and swallow this bitter pill. The Blood Wolf Gang is capable of clashing with Yan City's other two top powers. But he simply can't afford to mess with places like Yan City Treasure Pavilion. Rare Treasures Pavilion isn't just available in Yan City. Yan City is only the third largest city in Tiandu Prefecture. The Rare Treasures Pavilion can be found in both of the aforementioned two cities. Even in Great Yan Prefecture, outside of Tiandu Prefecture and home to the imperial capital of the Great Yan Dynasty, there is still a Rare Treasures Pavilion. This kind of force is definitely not something the Blood Wolf Gang can afford to offend. Later, the people of Yan City realized that the Blood Wolf Gang had remained silent after the Blood Cloak sect was wiped out. It wasn't that they didn't make a sound, they almost came to blows. As for the details, it's clearly not something that people from Yan City could know. At that time, Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan made a note of Yan City Treasure Pavilion. Chief Manager Zhu warned us not to make an enemy of Lin Chen, or we would face the consequences. Before the Dan Immortal pool dispute began, Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan had no idea about this. Even when he heard the name Lin Chen, he only felt that it sounded familiar and did not remember it immediately. It wasn't until Jiang Li was decisively defeated by his opponent, and Yue Shan began to ponder Lin Chen's background, that a clue emerged. Blood Cloak Sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sneered. If you dare to wipe out my entire Lin family, then you should be prepared to have your own family wiped out first. These words confirmed to Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan that the handsome young man in front of him was indeed the so-called Lin Chen. Yue Shan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat unwilling to accept it, yet having no choice but to. To eliminate Lin Chen, it would probably require dealing not only with Myriad Gold Commerce, but also with Yan City Treasure Pavilion. This consequence is clearly unacceptable to the Blood Wolf Gang. Even if Yue Shan, a Yuan and Realm Grand Perfection cultivator, is incredibly strong, she still can't possibly take on two opponents at once. I see. The Blood Cloak sect is indeed trash that needs to be dealt with. After a moment of silence, Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan could only respond with these words. He seemed easy to talk to. In reality, he simply knew that he had no other options at the moment. Blood Wolf Gang should be fine as long as they sever ties with the Blood Cloak sect, right? At least, during this period of time, Blood Wolf Gang has not posed a threat to Lin Chen's life. Thinking about this, Yue Shan felt somewhat fortunate. We don't care who you are, we're going to kill you. At that moment, Yue Feng and Yue Ling, who were beside him, started yelling at Lin Chen. Clearly, neither of them knew what was going on. Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. No way. These two guys are really messing with me. Shut up. Yue Shan didn't care about anything else and could only slap Yue Feng and Yue Ling twice across the face, leaving them both completely bewildered. I don't know what's gotten into him. Why is he hitting them? After Yue Shan finished doing this, she looked at Lin Chen with a sheepish smile and said, I'm sorry, my two kids are a bit ill-mannered. They lost the match and are a little upset. Don't worry, the Blood Wolf Gang will never be your enemy. They accepted their defeat in the Dan Immortal pool competition. Such words and actions truly shock the people at Myriad Gold Commerce. Who would have thought that the once arrogant leader of the Blood Wolf Gang in Yan City would now be apologizing to someone? Moreover, This person was the one who caused the other side to lose the Dan Immortal pool competition. It's hard to believe, no matter how you look at it. Seeing this, Zia Jilin whispered to Xuan Su, "Aunt Su, what's going on?" She was very puzzled and thought that Blood Wolf gang leader Yue Shan was playing tricks and preparing to attack Lin Chen when he was off guard. After all, in her eyes, Blood Wolf gang were villains, complete and utter villains. Have no idea. Xuan Su simply shook her head, indicating that she was unaware of the situation. They could only look to Zia Wanjin, the president of Myriad Gold Commerce, who should know what was going on. After all, something had happened that only the top management of Myriad Gold Commerce knew about. At the time, Xuan Su was busy with the Myriad Gold Auction House project and was not involved, so he naturally had no idea. Zia Wanjin noticed the puzzled looks from Zia Jilin and Xuan Su, and to be honest, he was also somewhat surprised. But, thinking of Yan City Treasure Pavilion, that explained Chief Manager Zhu's explanation. Blood Wolf Gang is very powerful, but also arrogant and domineering. But that's only within the Yan City circle. If you encounter an even larger circle, there's nothing you can do about it. All I can say is that the other party is wise to be pragmatic. Chief Yue, you're too kind. I just hope you'll discipline him more in the future to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Lin Chen was naturally aware of all this. After all, he had personally orchestrated it, and the impact it had was quite remarkable, achieving the intended effect set when he first came to Yan City. At least, Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan wouldn't dare to openly break ties with him at this time. We'll talk about that later. Yes. What you say is absolutely right, young friend. Upon hearing this, Yue Shan cupped her hands and smiled. Judging from his appearance, his attitude was still very good. Lin Chen was not blamed for the Blood Cloak sect incident or the current defeat in the Dan Immortal pool dispute. Myriad Gold Commerce President Zia Wanjin's eyes flickered slightly as she smiled and said, "Chief Yue, you flatter me." He didn't need to know Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan's true thoughts. All he needed to know was that Blood Wolf Gang definitely couldn't take action against Myriad Gold Commerce near Dan Immortal Pool. The struggle for the Dan Immortal Pool is known to all the major powers in Yan City. If the Blood Wolf Gang wants to continue operating in Yan City, they definitely have to maintain their reputation. It's all right, Chairman Zia. We'll meet again sometime. We'll head back to Yan City now. Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan didn't intend to stay here long. He looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "As for young friend Lin, if you have the chance, you are welcome to visit my Blood Wolf Gang. We will certainly treat you with the utmost respect." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll definitely go another time when I have time." He wasn't just being polite, he genuinely planned to go. In any case, the territory of the Blood Cloak sect is within the jurisdiction of the Blood Wolf Gang. If the Lin family wants to establish itself here in the future, it will definitely cause friction with the Blood Wolf Gang. What should be done in such a situation? Lin Chen can resolve all of this with just one trip. Yue Shan paused, turning back every 3 steps. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen's words just now implied that he was indeed planning to come to Blood Wolf Gang. He couldn't help but have some doubts, but he was also happy that this had happened. If Lin Chen's background is really that powerful, to the point that Yan City Treasure Pavilion is backing her up, then cultivating a good relationship with her wouldn't be a bad thing. Yue Shan led the Blood Wolf Gang away, and they could still hear them scolding Yue Feng and Yue Ling harshly. The two's impulsive actions had almost brought them a lot of trouble. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. After Blood Wolf Gang left, Zia Jilin and Xuan Su rushed to Lin Chen's side and exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Lin, you're amazing. Could it be that you're already a Yuanden realm?" Previously, the two of them had some doubts. Why would Lin Chen only have one person, Lin Dong, to absorb the Dan Immortal pool. The conditions for yin-yang energy, but the actions taken to enjoy the corresponding opportunities. Looking back now, it's probably because the other party had already reached Yuanden realm. The yin-yang energy of the Dan Immortal pool is indeed precious and extremely beneficial to martial artists of heavenly Yuan realm. However, for Yuan Dan realm expert, who already possesses the yin-yang balance core, it has absolutely no effect. Rather than wasting it, it would be better to give it to heavenly Yuan realm martial artists to maximize its effectiveness. This is also the reason for the conflict between Myriad Gold Commerce and Blood Wolf Gang. Each additional Yuan Dan realm expert greatly enhances their own strength. The benefits that can be obtained will also be greater. No, not yet. Theoretically speaking, only when the core is formed can it be considered a Yuanden realm. The current Lin Chen has only condensed the innate yin core, possessing combat power far exceeding that of heavenly Yuan realm. Only when the innate yang core is formed and merged with the innate yin core to create a brand new innate Yuan pill can it be considered a true Yuanden realm. However, this combat power is definitely beyond the scope of the so-called Yuanden realm. After all, Lin Chen is now unmatched in Yuanden realm when he goes all out. Xia Zhilan and Xuan Su exchanged a glance and said in great shock, "My God, with such strength, they're still not as good as Yuanden realm. Once the opponent reaches the Yuanden realm, wouldn't they be able to rival the strength of a Yuanden realm grand perfection expert?" Previously, Wei Tong, the sect leader of the Blood Cloak sect, was a powerful cultivator at the lesser perfection realm level, but he was swiftly killed by Lin Chen. So, thinking about it this way, there's absolutely no problem. Myriad Gold Commerce President Xia Wanjin, a Yuanden realm grand perfection expert, looked at Lin Chen with shock in his eyes. Compared to Xia Zhilan's questioning, he could directly sense Lin Chen's ease and confidence. It seems that the other party has now reached his level of combat power, which is why he was able to remain calm in front of Blood Wolf Gang leader Yue Shan, and even planned to accept the invitation to visit Blood Wolf Gang. Without absolute strength, it would be impossible to do this. Xia Wanjin couldn't help but sigh with admiration. This peerless genius from a powerful force was truly amazing. In such a short time, he had reached a level of cultivation that ordinary martial artists could not achieve even after a lifetime of hard work. It was truly enviable. "All right, Zhilan, go and take a bath with your little friend." Xia Wanjin's offhand words made Xia Zhilan's eyes widen, and he quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, he put in so much effort to help our young friend absorb the yin-yang energy within the Dan Immortal pool. If we can't even enjoy it ourselves, then Myriad Gold Commerce would be too stingy. Chapter 104 No, Young Master. Xia Zhilan stared intently at Xia Wanjin, the president of Myriad Gold Commerce, certain that he wasn't just making things up. No matter what, the other party is a Yuanden realm great perfection expert. How could they not even have this much patience? Clearly, Xia Wanjin has already come to this conclusion. Xia Zhilan snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. Logically speaking, she would definitely have launched into a tirade of abuse. When it comes to one's own lifelong happiness, how could one pretend not to hear it? She was still worried that Xia Wanjin, as a businesswoman, would actually do that. She understood that businessmen value profit over parting. However, for some unknown reason, she only reacted in this way and had no intention of doing anything more, such as reminding Xia Wanjin not to cause trouble. As Xia Zhilan's father, Xia Wanjin certainly knows his beloved daughter well. The other person has a rather straightforward personality. If it were anyone else who said those words, Xia Zhilan would have already held that fiery red longsword to their neck and made them apologize. But Xia Wanjin rolled his eyes. It seemed there was a chance. Unlike other businessmen, he doesn't prioritize profit over emotions. If he hadn't noticed that Xia Zhilan had developed special feelings for Lin Chen, he certainly wouldn't have let his daughter get involved in this mess. In their view, Lin Chen's background was terrifying and beyond their control. Whether pushing Xia Zhilan towards the other person is a blessing or a curse is unknown. In that case, Xia Wanjin could only observe Xia Zhilan's reaction. Now it seems like it should be possible, right? The emergence of even a slight budding trend is enough. There's plenty of time to get to know each other later, no rush. Father, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and go protect the Dharma. Xia Zhilan calmed herself down, rolled her eyes, and quickly reminded him. Seriously, if she lets the other person stay here any longer, she won't be able to resist drawing her sword. Anyway, Xia Wanjin is a Yuan realm great perfection expert, so there's no way he can hurt the opponent. Of course, he should seize this rare opportunity to compete and hone his skills. Right away, I'll go right away. Xia Wanjin, recalling the previous time he was relentlessly pestered by the other party, shrank back and quickly said to Lin Chen and Lin Dong. My dear friends, I must take my leave now. The yin-yang energy in this Dan Immortal pool is more than enough for you to absorb. He ran away as fast as he could. This mountaintop is definitely not a place I can stay. Lin Chen's lips twitched. It seemed that the relationship between Xia Wanjin and Xia Zhilan, the daughter of the Xia family, was even better than he had imagined. Otherwise, how could someone make such a joke? Xu Su covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. How could she not know Xia Wanjin's plans? Well, young Master Lin, you should go to the Dan Immortal pool to absorb yin-yang energy first. First come, first served, that's all. Lin Chen nodded. Since Xia Wanjin and Xu Su had agreed, he and Lin Dong could both absorb Dan Immortal pool. Since it's yin-yang energy, he doesn't need to refuse it. He turned to look at Lin Dong and said, Brother, let's see if you can directly challenge Yuan realm this time. Don't be fooled by Lin Dong's current mid-stage Dai Yuan realm, with Lin Chen here, plus Dan Immortal pool. The presence of yin-yang energy can significantly increase the cultivation speed of the other person. As for yin sha energy, Lin Chen and his team had already prepared it. Whenever Qing Tan suffered from a cold attack, they would use ancestral stone to condense it into yin beads for absorption. Even if it's not enough, Lin Chen still has top-grade yin yuan stones here, which should be enough for Lin Dong to complete the absorption of yin sha energy in Dai Yuan realm. As for yang gang energy, he also has top-grade yang essence stone, as well as other spiritual herbs. Most importantly, it has the Dan Immortal pool, yin-yang energy. Lin Chen only needs to add the energy of the top-grade yang essence stone and the top-grade yin essence stone, and the yin-yang energy of the Dan Immortal pool will naturally be sufficient. Okay, Brother Chen. Lin Dong already knew about this when he came to Yan City. Lin Dong was initially shocked, thinking it was impossible. However, upon seeing Dan Immortal pool after understanding the unique properties of yin-yang energy, I felt relieved. If he absorbs enough, he will have a chance to break through to Yuan realm in one fell swoop. If it didn't have such special abilities, why would Dan Immortal pool be contested by two of Yan City's top powers, Myriad Gold Commerce and Blood Wolf Gang? Soon, Lin Dong and Liu, ye entered the Dan Immortal pool and very consciously moved to the other side, leaving half the space for Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan. Young Master Lin, please. Xia Zhilan pursed her lips, her watery eyes looking at Lin Chen, and extended her soft hand, speaking modestly. Without each other, they would never be able to enjoy the yin-yang energy in the Dan Immortal pool. Good. Lin Chen nodded and entered the Dan Immortal pool. Meanwhile, water mist gradually rose, enveloping the entire Dan Immortal pool. Not only could nothing be seen from the outside, but nothing could be seen even inside the Dan Immortal pool. Seeing this, Xia Zhilan felt somewhat relieved. With a light step, she transformed into a free fish in the blink of an eye, swimming gently in the Dan Immortal pool. He seemed to be enjoying himself. However, when she noticed that everyone else was starting to absorb yin-yang energy, she quickly perked up, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it diligently. She is now at the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. Once she absorbs enough yin-yang energy, she should be able to condense a core and enter the lesser Yuan Dan realm of the Yuan Dan realm. Warm, moist air currents seeped into her delicate body. The feeling of comfort almost made her moan softly. Xia Zhilan could sense that the Yuan Qi cluster in his danshan was expanding and growing improperly under the fusion of yin-yang energy. The 15 suction forces brought her a considerable amount of yin-yang energy. However, to her surprise, Lin Dong in the Dan Immortal pool on the other side had formed a huge whirlpool with such a strong suction that the water in the Dan Immortal pool surged and crashed against him. And what follows is a large amount of yin-yang energy. The powerful and pure energy was captured by the vortex around Lin Dong and continuously devoured. Xia Zhilan was stunned when he saw this. The opponent's Yuan power continued to increase, clearly indicating that he had broken through to heavenly Yuan realm and was striving for the mid-stage of heavenly Yuan realm. At this rate of absorbing yin-yang energy, it will likely reach the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm very soon, and may even impact the Yuanden realm. Correspondingly, this will also affect the Dan Immortal pool, which was already fixed within a certain range. Yin-yang energy is something that other people simply cannot absorb as expected. Xia Zhilan's face was a little pale, as she tried her best to push her cultivation technique to its limit in order to compete for the yin-yang energy within it. She's already at the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, so she can grab more yin-yang energy. Just as Xia Zhilan was agonizing over this, Lin Chen arrived at her side. "Miss Xia, would you like to know why Brother Lin Dong is able to absorb it so quickly?" When Lin Chen saw the blue clothes soaked with water, which perfectly showcased the other person's beautiful figure, he was secretly amazed. "I must say, it's packed with interesting information." Cough, cough. What he meant was that the secret cultivation technique the other party practiced should be quite good. 15 hidden meridians grant the other party the ability to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth. "Young Master Lin, do you know why?" Xia Zhilan was taken aback. She had just wondered why Lin Dong was able to draw so much yin-yang energy to the surrounding area and absorb it into his body in large quantities. "I initially thought it was due to the cultivation technique Lin Dong practiced, but now it seems that's not the case." "Yes, I gave him a method to absorb elemental energy." Lin Chen nodded, moving even closer to Xia Zhilan's delicate body, raising his hand, and continued. "I can give you this method if you need it. Only in this way can the opponent absorb yin-yang energy as quickly as possible under Lin Dong's overwhelming power, thereby condensing the core and reaching Yuanden realm. Of course, there is another reason. He planned to add the energy from the top-grade Yang Essence Stone and the top-grade Yin Essence Stone into the Dan Immortal pool when Liu Yi had absorbed enough. At that time, only Lin Dong and Xia Zhilan will be able to enjoy it. The reason for avoiding Liu Yi is that he has already enjoyed the yin-yang energy of the Dan Immortal pool and entered the Yuanden realm. Therefore, there is no need for him to continue absorbing yin-yang energy, as it would be too wasteful and would not have a significant effect on improving his strength. It would be better to let Xia Zhilan and Lin Dong absorb more. That would be more suitable. Really? After witnessing Lin Dong's astonishing speed at which he absorbed yin-yang energy, Xia Zhilan naturally felt a strong urge to absorb it as quickly as possible. But she simply couldn't do it. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed when she heard that Lin Chen could help her. "Young Master Lin, I want." Xia Zhilan blushed slightly, but still couldn't help but make the request. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve one's strength. If one absorbs enough, the core that is condensed will likely be even stronger than a 6-star core. Once you reach the Yuanden realm level, Your combat strength at the same level will depend on the core's rank. The higher the level of the core, the stronger its combat power will be. Xia Zhilan doesn't want to become just another ordinary person after reaching the heavenly Yuan realm level, given his current status as a heavenly Yuan realm master. Lin Chen swallowed hard. He had to admit, the other woman had a beauty that resembled a woman emerging from a bath. He touched the tip of his nose and nodded, saying, "Wait a moment, there may be an even more powerful and pure yin-yang energy. Miss Xia, you must seize the opportunity to absorb it. It will greatly help you condense your core." Xia Zhilan paused, realizing she had known about Dan Immortal Pool's situation for quite some time. How come she didn't even know where the more powerful and pure yin-yang energy that Lin Chen mentioned could come from? Could it be that the current yin-yang energy is not good enough? Despite these doubts, Xia Zhilan still trusted Lin Chen and quickly nodded, saying, "Young Master Lin, I'll remember this." Regardless, using that method of absorbing yin-yang energy is definitely better than the yin-yang energy she currently obtains through the 15 suction forces generated by her secret technique. With such advantages, she must be really looking forward to it. "All right, come closer and I'll tell you." With a sincere expression, Lin Chen saw Xia Zhilan approaching, her face flushed with embarrassment, and smelled her sweet fragrance. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Miss Xia, please don't be offended. This is all I can tell you." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhilan's watery eyes also shone with an unusual light. Her delicate fingers gently pinched the hem of her dress, a hint of nervousness in her expression. If you could hear her heartbeat, you would know how unsettled she is. As the young lady of myriad gold commerce, one of the 3 top powers in Yan City, and possessing the strength of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, as well as, most importantly, an exceptionally beautiful face and a beautiful body, how could she possibly have such close contact with other men? Xia Zhilan could feel the other person's breath, and the heat made her feel a tickle in her ears and temples. She replied softly, "Don't worry, young master, I definitely won't tell anyone." In this atmosphere, Xia Zhilan slightly changed how he addressed her, making it sound more intimate. Lin Chen nodded, her lips moving slightly. The method Lin Dong previously used was a spiritual secret skill called transformation of qi into essence. This kind of spiritual secret skill is naturally not an offensive spiritual secret skill. Rather, it is a method of utilizing mental power, primarily used to accelerate the absorption of energy. Given Xia Zhilan's current mental strength, it is feasible to use it. However, the other party is not a talisman master, and their proficiency in using mental power is certainly not that good. In this situation, all that can be done is for Lin Chen to help guide the other person's mental energy, thereby forming a mental energy vortex in their danshan, thus achieving the effect of swallowing and sucking. In addition to utilizing mental power, it is also necessary to focus on condensing a mental power vortex, which requires corresponding to certain acupoints in the body, to ensure that the circulation of Yuan power continues to operate normally without being disrupted, thus affecting one's own strength. "Young master, Zhilan believes in you." Although Lin Chen was needed to help guide and condense this vortex of spiritual energy to achieve a whale-like absorption of energy, Xia Zhilan agreed without much hesitation. "Okay, stay relaxed." Lin Chen nodded slightly, releasing his spiritual power, which began to touch Xia Zhilan's delicate body and enter her danshan. After realizing that Xia Zhilan was channeling his mental energy, he decisively lured her over. The first time, a vortex of spiritual energy was formed directly in his danshan. There was no failure. Xia Zhilan was taken aback, and a sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. Of course, there was more shame than anything else. She actually thought Lin Chen had other ideas, which is why she did that. "I plan to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to them and gain some benefits." However, seeing the mental energy vortex form directly, she realized she had been worrying unnecessarily. Lin Chen looked at the suction vortex that appeared around Zia Zhilan and smiled faintly. Zhilan, it's all done. Now, how much yin-yang energy you can absorb depends on your own luck. Upon seeing Liu Yi condense the core, Lin Chen immediately took action. Before Zia Zhilan could react, the other party had already plunged headfirst into the Dan Immortal pool. The splashing sound caught Zia Zhilan completely off guard. This sudden action made her blushing face turn several shades pale in an instant, and she exclaimed in surprise, "No, young master." Immediately, she made a snap decision and quickly gave chase. If I remember correctly, there's also a powerful demonic beast here. Chapter 105, Azure Water Demon Python vs Heavenly Demon Sable. Deep within Dan Immortal Pool. Why did you follow me here? Lin Chen turned his head to look at Zia Zhilan, who was swimming towards him from behind. Zia Zhilan looked worried and asked him a question. He didn't come to this deep Dan Immortal Pool to play around. Moreover, the energy from the top-grade Yang Essence Stone and the top-grade Yin Yuan Stone was now directly added to the Dan Immortal Pool, allowing the opponent and Lin Dong to absorb a significant amount of yin-yang energy to enhance their own Yuan power cultivation. Now that Zia Zhilan has followed him to the depths of the Dan Immortal Pool, it is clear that she will not be able to enjoy that pure and rich yin-yang energy. In other words, the things he specifically did for the other party were wasted. No matter how much yin-yang energy Lin Dong absorbs, there is still an upper limit. When the internal energy cluster cannot be increased, one can only wait for it to settle before attempting to reach a higher level of cultivation. Young master, there is danger deep within the Dan Immortal Pool. We should leave as soon as possible. Zia Zhilan released a protective shield of Yuan energy and said, "If we don't leave now, it will be too late." She knew very well that there was an extremely powerful demonic beast guarding the Dan Immortal Pool. In the very beginning, her father, Zia Wanjin, a Yuan realm expert at the Great Perfection level, fought against that monster for a long time. In fact, it was only after alerting Yue Shan, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, and joining forces with him that the monster was finally severely injured. They had already used all their strength just to seriously injure them. It's simply impossible to kill that monster in a short time. The powerful demon beast that even the two Great Perfection Yuan realm spear needles could not kill was clearly beyond the ability of heavenly Yuan realm cultivators like them to withstand. "Zhilan, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush." Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled, took the other person's hand, and continued. "I can sense the presence of a powerful monster deeper inside. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an azure water demon python." Zia Zhilan didn't immediately notice that her delicate hand was being held by the other person. She frowned slightly and asked, "Young master, are you really able to sense it? If that's the case, then there probably isn't much of a threat. In this kind of environment, the biggest concern is attacks from unknown sources. Since they could sense the presence of that powerful demonic beast, they could naturally discern its actions. They were able to leave safely before the other side made any move to attack." Zia Zhilan was somewhat inclined to believe Lin Chen's words. If it weren't true, how could she possibly know what danger she was talking about and from whom? After all, Zia Wanjin hadn't told her the specific type of monster. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded, looked at the other person, and continued. "For me, that azure water demon python isn't much of a danger. But for you, it's extremely dangerous. Furthermore, you'll miss out on the yin-yang energy from the Dan Immortal Pool, which is a huge loss. So you should leave here first." Anyway, Zia Zhilan is definitely not suited to fight deep in the Dan Immortal Pool. Rather than getting involved, it's better to let Lin Chen go alone. Even Lin Dong didn't come here. The opponent also needs to absorb a large amount of yin-yang energy to break through from the mid-stage of Dai Yuan realm to Yuan realm in one fell swoop. Zia Jilin pursed her lips, somewhat unwilling. However, she looked down at the numerous branching paths below and the many cold, rushing torrents. In this environment, she couldn't even unleash half of her full potential. Staying here will likely only be a burden to Lin Chen. Young master. Although Zia Jilin was already clear about the pros and cons. However, she still made up her mind. I want to be with you. The resounding words touched Lin Chen slightly. No matter how you look at it, this is a complete expression of trust and care. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Since Jilin has said so, I won't say anything more. From now on, stick close to me. If nothing unexpected happens, this trip should go smoothly. At the very least, he was able to protect Zia Jilin. Very good. Zia Jilin became excited upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, she explained in order to dispel Lin Chen's concerns. Young master, I'm not being petty. It's just that I might be able to help in a crisis. Oh. Lin Chen couldn't imagine that Zia Jilin, who was at a crucial moment in the formation of the core during the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, had any means of helping. Etc. He suddenly thought of something that perfectly explained what Zia Jilin meant. That is, my father was worried that I would encounter an insurmountable danger, namely the Blood Wolf gang leader Yue Shan's unethical sneak attack. So he joined forces with Master Yan to give me a trump card that could withstand the attack of a Yuanden realm great perfection expert for 3 minutes, and also let Master Yan know the exact location so that he could come as soon as possible. After Zia Jilin sensed that Lin Chen had guessed the situation, he didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, My father is currently halfway up the mountain, so he will definitely be able to come to our rescue in time. So, young master, I wasn't lying, was I? To protect her, Zia Wanjin and Master Yan went to great lengths to create this trump card. Since it could withstand the attack of a Yuanden realm grand perfection expert for 3 minutes, it could certainly withstand the Azure Water Demon Python for a period of time as well. If we have this time, there is definitely no danger. This kind of trump card definitely cannot be used lightly. The effort and financial resources required are absolutely unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded and said, Then, Jilin, you have to protect me if there's any danger later. He cracked a joke to ease the tension deep within Dan Immortal pool. When did he start needing a girl to protect him? Okay. Zia Jilin's eyes lit up with a smile, and she took Lin Chen's hand, swimming deeper into the Dan Immortal pool. The chill here is becoming increasingly biting. Even she, a late-stage Yuan realm expert currently gathering her core, found it somewhat difficult to resist. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he released his Yuan power, which enveloped him in a Yuan power shield, isolating him from the cold air. After responding to Zia Jilin's grateful gaze with his eyes, he led her to swim towards the right fork in the road. He naturally wouldn't go to the more complex and colder bottom of the Dan Immortal pool, but instead headed towards the place where the Azure Water Demon Python existed. Zia Jilin was curious, but dared not speak, fearing that it would attract the attention of Azure Water Demon Python, who was hiding in the shadows, and cause them considerable trouble. However, within this narrow side passage, the only way for the two of them to look after each other was to shorten the distance between them. So much so that her delicate body brushed against the other person's arm. The sensation of skin-to-skin contact made Zia Jilin's cheeks flush slightly, and she pursed her lips, feeling a little embarrassed. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's unchanged expression, she quickly regained her composure. Jilin, the young master hasn't reacted at all. How could you have such strange ideas? Besides, it's so dangerous here, we must be on our guard. Zia Jilin secretly encouraged himself, constantly spurring himself on, and also raising his vigilance to prevent unknown dangers from approaching without his knowledge. At this moment, Lin Chen was paying attention to Zia Jilin's expression and reaction. He chuckled inwardly. It seemed that this Miss Zia wasn't as arrogant as she had appeared when they first met. Perhaps that's just their camouflage. This is the real Zia Zhilan, and it's quite interesting. With a faint smile on his lips, Lin Chen continued along the side path. They could also sense that the biting cold had lessened, and their destination was approaching. Soon, the two of them emerged from the side path and found themselves in a very spacious area. The pool water that was originally there has now disappeared. Zia Zhilan looked around in shock. It turned out to be a cave. They had no idea before, and they didn't know why, that the pool water had been kept outside and hadn't seeped in. She looked around and saw a pool of water inside the damp cave. Furthermore, there was a dark blue ball of light inside, constantly moving around. Zia Zhilan subconsciously looked at Lin Chen, wanting to ask a question, but saw Lin Chen shake his head, gesturing for silence, reminding him not to speak. At the very least, one cannot simply open one's mouth. The best way is to communicate through mental power. Zia Zhilan is not a talisman master, so the only option for the initiative is to send Lin Chen. Zhilan, do you know what this is? After taking a look at the energy intensity of the deep blue light, Lin Chen relaxed a bit. If you're careful, there's not much danger. At least, they were standing there without any unusual reaction from the other party, which suggests that they were indeed seriously injured before and are now only in the form of a demon spirit. This, I don't know. Zia Zhilan shook her head. She truly didn't know what this dark blue ball of light was. As Lin Chen previously stated, a Yuan realm-level monster, Azure Water Demon Python, exists deeper within the Dan Immortal pool. Now, she simply couldn't connect the menacing Azure Water Demon Python with the deep blue orb of light before her. Lin Chen found the other person's confused expression rather endearing. He smiled and introduced. This is the Azure Water Demon Python. However, thanks to the combined attack of my uncle and Yue Shan, it was severely injured and had to recuperate here. Upon hearing this, Zia Zhilan immediately understood. She definitely knows about demons and spirits. But this is the first time I've seen it. Without exception, any demon beast capable of condensing a demon spirit is an extremely powerful being. At the very least, killing hundreds of heavenly Yuan realm warriors would be a piece of cake. A fully fledged peak-level demon spirit is so powerful that even a Yuan realm at the Great Perfection stage would be easily killed with a single slap. It's not that the fact that Zia Wanjin and Yue Shan, two Yuan realm Grand Perfection experts, were able to defeat Azure Water Demon Python means that the latter is weak. Rather, the Azure Water Demon Python itself came to the Dan Immortal pool in the form of a demon to heal its wounds. The truly harmless Azure Water Demon Python is bound to far surpass Yuan realm's ultimate perfection, achieving Creation 3 realms. However, this is a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. He was just quoting, not referring to anything in particular, with a sincere expression. Young master, what should we do next? Zia Zhilan was a little nervous. Although the dark blue light represented the spirit of Azure Water Demon Python, which had been severely injured by Zia Wanjin and Yue Shan, it was still capable of unleashing the power of Yuan realm at its peak. If a fight really breaks out, it will be very difficult to handle. She looked behind the deep blue light, where 10 round beads, black and white, were floating, emitting extremely rich and pure yin-yang energy. It can be said that it is even stronger than the yin-yang energy that appears above the Dan Immortal pool. Zia Zhilan thought carefully, and remembering some records about it, she quickly recalled them and said, "By the way, young master, behind that deep blue light is a yin-yang pearl, an absolute wonder formed over many years by the Dan Immortal pool. Without such a yin-yang pearl, there wouldn't be so much concentrated and pure yin-yang energy above the Dan Immortal pool. It can be said that the yin-yang energy within the yin-yang pearl is more than 10 times stronger." She was quite excited. She really hadn't expected to see the legendary yin-yang pearl here. Previously, I only gleaned information from records in ancient books. This is the first time. That's right, I'll reveal my first story here. 10 yin-yang pearls. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had only expected 3 or 4 yin-yang pearls. Now, upon closer inspection, there are 10 yin and yang pearls. Could there be some unforeseen event at play? After careful consideration, Lin Chen realized how right it was to arrive in Yan City early and visit Dan Immortal Pool. If it had been a few months later, the magical treasure yin-yang pearl in the Dan Immortal Pool would probably have been absorbed by the azure water demon python, resulting in a huge loss. With 10 yin-yang pearls in existence, this becomes feasible. Watch me in a bit, be careful. Lin Chen smiled. He knew very well that within the ancestral stone, there was already a heavenly demon sable who couldn't stand the loneliness any longer. By the way, is there anything special about it? Don't be too surprised. Xia Jilin couldn't think of any solutions Lin Chen might have. All she could think about was that if something unexpected happened and they couldn't defeat the azure water demon python, she would quickly use her trump card and wait for her father's rescue. As for the yin-yang pearl, there's nothing we can do about it then. Just being able to stay alive is enough. Lin Chen stretched out his left hand, looked at the ancestral stone seal in his palm, and murmured, "Fine, you can have the azure water demon python spirit." Logically speaking, he should also be able to absorb the energy of demonic spirits to improve his own cultivation. However, Xiao Dio kept muttering in the ancestral stone's mental space that, considering the other party's hard work for the prosperity of Azure Dragon Ring's small world, and for helping him take care of the child, he felt that he should give them some rewards so that they would be more motivated to work hard and be a glorious gardener. As he channeled his inner energy into the ancestral stone, a pure black heavenly demon sable with a hint of purple emerged. On the forehead of heavenly demon sable, there was a very faint line, somewhat resembling a rune. Those small, dark eyes shimmered with a faint purple-gold hue, and a formidable aura emanated from them. He grinned and said, "Hee, just watch how amazing Brother Dio is." Chapter 106, The Plan to Cultivate a Pretty Wife. "Young master, what is this thing?" Just as heavenly demon sable was full of confidence and ready to show off his skills, Xia Jilan's exclamation made his smile freeze. He is none other than the infamous heavenly demon sable. But for Xia Jilan, it's just something. This somewhat annoyed heavenly demon sable, as he had completely forgotten that there was another person present. "What is that?" Heavenly demon sable snorted coldly and laughed strangely. "Lord Dio, I am heavenly demon sable. Have you heard of me?" Just as he was about to scare Xia Jilan, Lin Chen slapped him away. It took a while for heavenly demon sable to regain his balance. "Hello." Heavenly demon sable was furious and stomped his feet repeatedly. He just couldn't understand what kind of spell this woman had cast on Lin Chen to make him do this. Pretending to be cool, but you'll feel really bad halfway through. Stop feeding them, look around. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled, reminding him, "Xiao Dio, this saved you some trouble, keep it up." The deep blue orb of light still lingered around heavenly demon sable. In other words, the azure water demon python was in a deep slumber, recuperating, and believed that no one could disturb it in such a deep place as the Dan Immortal Pool, which is why it wasn't so wary. Heavenly demon sable was speechless upon hearing this. That seems to make some sense, but is it really necessary to do it this way for such a short distance? Anyway, he didn't quite understand. However, none of this is very important right now. Heavenly demon sable looked at the deep blue ball of light in the pool, and a fiery light appeared in his small, dark gold eyes. His tiny, dark claws began to flailing wildly. Strands of black light flew out from the little claw, forming a swirling black hole in front of him. Swallow from the maw of the celestial demon. As an ancient, hoarse, and deep voice emerged from heavenly demon Sable's mouth. The black hole vortex began to spin wildly, emanating a tremendous suction force that drew the deep blue orb representing the azure water demon python. Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan stayed together, just watching heavenly demon Sable's actions. Young master, will it work? Although Xia Zhilan did not learn about Lin Chen's background from him, she obtained some clues from heavenly demon Sable. All that can be known is that the other party seems to be of the heavenly demon Sable race. As for their specific background, that remains unclear. Could it be that it's incredibly powerful? Judging from that black hole vortex, it seems to be quite powerful. It should be possible, but it won't be too easy. Lin Chen took out some snacks from his pocket, handed them to Xia Zhilan, and continued. Eat something first, so you won't get hungry later. This move was truly unexpected for Xia Zhilan. She hesitated for a moment, then took it. Then he put it in his mouth. Xia Zhilan's eyes lit up immediately, and he exclaimed, "Young master, this is so sweet." It turns out that the snack Lin Chen gave to the other person earlier contained fructose. Sugar, well, it's all about being sweet. If you like, I have more here. Lin Chen chuckled and said this. Ugh. Not far away, heavenly demon Sable heard Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan's laughter and felt somewhat depressed. You've come all this way, are you just here to have fun? Despite feeling down, I still have to eat. As the powerful suction of the black hole vortex pulled, the deep blue light clusters floating in the pool also began to vibrate, attempting to resist. At that moment, an extremely sharp screech rang out. Clearly, the slumbering azure water demon python has awakened. Bang! That deep blue ball of light continued to expand. Inside, a snake-like shadow swam frantically, attempting to shatter the deep blue light cluster and escape the swallowing power of the black hole vortex. A large amount of deep blue light shot out from it, frantically pulling against the devouring power of the black hole vortex, preventing heavenly demon Sable from being devoured as it wished. Under the powerful clash of energy, the cave, which had been eroded by the pool water for many years, began to shake violently, and a large amount of debris fell, nearly hitting Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan. Xiao Dio, are you sure you can handle this? Seeing this, Lin Chen was also somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, the other party made a boastful promise, intending to show him what he was capable of. That's it. It would be better to let Lin Chen do it herself. No, come on then if you dare. Heavenly demon Sable was very dissatisfied. Did he really think that azure water demon python, who possessed a demon spirit, was so easy to deal with? Seriously? Then you can just watch. Lin Chen was just waiting for the other party to say this. If they wanted to devour the azure water demon python, they had plenty of time and space. There was no need to waste time and energy here. A small blue shovel appeared in his hand. Under Xia Zhilan's questioning gaze and heavenly demon Sable's incredulous stare, Lin Chen reached out and used divine craft shovel to directly envelop the azure water demon python spirit, which was still in a deep blue orb and had not yet been completely broken, in a cyan halo. No matter how the other party resisted, they had no way to break free from the cyan aura. No, this is possible. Although this wasn't the first time heavenly demon Sable had seen Lin Chen use a divine craft shovel, he was still shocked by what he was seeing. In order to devour the azure water demon python's spirit within the deep blue orb, he even used the heavenly demon's mouth. As it turned out, it wasn't as efficient as Lin Chen, which really frustrated heavenly demon Sable. He looked at the divine craft shovel in Lin Chen's hand, something he couldn't understand before, and now he understood it even less. Logically speaking, if the azure water demon python can be trapped so easily, then it should also be able to trap it inside, right? Heavenly demon Sable had previously conducted an examination. There is no other way to break the cyan aura except by using a divine craft shovel. This means that if he gets locked up, wouldn't there be no way to get him out of there? Heavenly Demon Sable felt a chill run down his spine upon thinking of this. I dare not harbor any ulterior motives towards Lin Chen anymore. If he were to deliver a divine craft shovel, wouldn't I be doomed to become withdrawn? How's it going, Xiao? Lin Chen was somewhat excited to see the azure water demon python's spirit within the deep blue orb of light, successfully trapped in the cyan aura by a divine craft shovel. This means that we probably won't need to worry about demons and spirits anymore. Lin Chen had a good idea of just how terrifying a powerful demon beast capable of condensing a demon's spirit could be. The azure water demon python, which had previously fled here injured, was able to withstand the combined attacks of Zia Wanjin and Yue Shan, two Yuan and Realm Grand Perfection experts. One can imagine how terrifying it would be if it were at its full strength. The fact that the divine craft shovel could now contain it within a cyan halo has put Lin Chen at ease. It seems that this divine craft shovel really does have the ability to help him bring all sorts of good things back to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Okay, you're good. Heavenly Demon Sable was somewhat discouraged and slunk back into the ancestral stone. However, this doesn't mean he stopped paying attention to Azure Water Demon Python. To recover more quickly, he undoubtedly needs to devour the Azure Water Demon Python. However, after being sealed in the blue aura by Lin Chen using divine craft shovel, how could he possibly devour the Azure Water Demon Python spirit? If it's released again, wouldn't we have to fight it again? We'll talk about it later. You'll get your share. Lin Chen knew exactly what Heavenly Demon Sable was thinking, and threw the cyan aura containing the Azure Water Demon Python spirit directly into the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. In any case, he is the absolute ruler in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Even if Heavenly Demon Sable were causing trouble inside, he could easily suppress it with a flick of his hand. That's how awesome he is. After settling that, Lin Chen retrieved the 10 yin-yang pearls. As long as this place is not destroyed, these so-called yin-yang pearl artifacts can still be formed in the future. Jilin, I'll give you 3. I'll leave the rest for my younger brother and the others. Please don't mind. Lin Chen had already decided on the distribution of the 10 yin-yang pearls when he saw them. With Zia Jilan's current cultivation level, just 3 yin-yang pearls would be enough to condense a core far exceeding 6 stars. Moreover, when he breaks through Yuanden Realm, he is expected to be at the peak of Lesser Yuanden Realm. Just one more step forward, and he can reach the minor perfection of Yuanden Realm. As for Lindong, he probably only needs 1 yin-yang pearl to break through to the Yuanden Realm. Furthermore, the core that is formed will be no less than 8 stars. Lin Chen plans to give the remaining yin-yang pearls to Lin Zia, Qing Tan, Xiao Bai, Xiao Yan, Da Hai, and Xiao Hai. That should be enough to divide it up. As for him, he's not needed. The innate yang pearl, formed from condensed innate yang energy, is definitely much better than this yin-yang pearl. There's no need to pick up a sesame seed and lose a watermelon. Zia Jilan was shocked when he saw the 3 yin and yang pearls in front of him. She was a little confused. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why should she want the yin-yang pearl? And there are 3 of them. 1/3 of the yin-yang pearls was more than enough for her. Young master, I didn't contribute, so I can't take it. If it were anyone else, Zia Jilan would definitely have accepted the yin-yang pearl because of its preciousness and miraculous effects. Why not take advantage of it? It's not shameful to do this in order to improve one's cultivation. However, since the person in front of her was Lin Chen, Zia Jilan felt that she had no need to take advantage of him. After all, just as she said, she didn't contribute anything, so how could she have any credit, and therefore need to share the yin-yang pearl? The so-called, everyone who sees it gets a share, is based on certain conditions. Jilan, you are at a critical moment in building the core. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Although the yin-yang energy in this Dan Immortal pool is enough for you to condense at least a 6-star core. He looked intently at Zia Zhilan and reminded her, but if you want to go further, see better scenery, and experience more, then this 6-star core is far from enough. These 3 yin-yang pearls are what give you the ability to pursue further and higher goals. With Zia Zhilan's talent, if properly nurtured, she has the potential to go much further. It's a bit of a shame that a 6-star core was only formed by using the yin-yang energy from the Dan Immortal pool. Previously, Lin Chen was unable to help the other party find better yin-sha energy and yang-gang energy for them to absorb. However, with the yin-yang pearl, the fundamental difference between Dai Yuan realm and Heavenly Yuan realm will be minimized. In short, it means being able to go further with a more solid foundation. At the same level, one can be more capable than others and take more initiative. Lin Chen could understand Zia Zhilan's meaning, and it was precisely because of this statement that he felt his actions were not inappropriate. If it were any other greedy person, they wouldn't have refused. They would have questioned Lin Chen, saying things like, "Why are you only giving her 1/3 of these 10 yin-yang pearls?" Regardless, Lin Chen felt that giving Zia Zhilan these 3 yin-yang pearls wouldn't be a loss. He considered it a small investment. Having secured the support of Zia's daughter from myriad gold commerce, as long as the Lin family establishes itself in Yan City, why worry about the former not helping the latter? We need to broaden our perspective. To be honest, Lin Chen wasn't attracted to Zia Zhilan because of her looks. That's too superficial. He values the soul beneath the surface more. Of course, Lin Chen believed this. Zia Zhilan hesitated upon hearing these words. The other party was right. Before entering the Dan Immortal pool, Zia Wanjin and Master Yan had predicted that the core she would condense after absorbing yin-yang energy would not exceed 7 stars at most. In the eyes of others, being able to break through to Yuan realm is already excellent, let alone condensing a 7-star core. For Zia Zhilan, this is somewhat hard to describe. If Zia Zhilan doesn't see any higher hope, then she will definitely be very happy. However, as long as one absorbs 3 yin-yang pearls, one can reach a level of 7-star core or higher, and may even reach 8-star core. She hesitated. To keep up with Lin Chen, one must become exceptionally outstanding and move even faster. This strengthened Zia Zhilan's resolve. The main reason is that everyone in Myriad Gold Commerce believes that Lin Chen comes from a powerful organization, and that his future achievements will definitely surpass those of Yuan realm. The creation 3 realms, which is difficult for Yuan realm experts in Yan City to break through to, is probably not so difficult for Lin Chen. Regardless, if Zia Zhilan wants to become stronger, then accepting these 3 yin-yang pearls is undoubtedly the best course of action. Zia Zhilan made up her mind, stretched out her jade-like hand, and tightly grasped the 3 yin-yang pearls in her hand. She looked at Lin Chen in front of her and assured her, "Young master, I will never reveal anything about the yin-yang pearl to anyone else, not even my most trusted father and Aunt Sue. In order to keep up with the pace of the person in front of her, she must work harder and harder. Otherwise, you'll only be able to look at their backs from afar, unable to reach them. The gap is widening. Once the distance becomes too great, there won't be much to talk about, and naturally, there won't be the opportunity to sit together and chat without any reservations, like we are now. There is no chance of feeling shy due to close contact with the other person." Thinking of this, Zia Zhilan took a deep breath, and her eyes became much more determined. These 8-star cores must be condensed. We can't let down the expectations of the people who are so highly regarded in front of us. Chapter 107. I'm feeling sleepy, and someone's bringing me a pillow tilde. After Lin Chen and Zia Zhilan swam up from the depths of the Dan Immortal pool, they saw Lin Dong still there, consuming yin-yang energy. However, it seems that it hasn't absorbed all of it as before. In other words, It won't be long before the opponent's internal energy cluster reaches its maximum capacity, and they won't be able to absorb any more in a short time, as it is truly saturated. Late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. At that moment, Lin Dong stretched out his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he was not able to directly condense a core and break through to the Yuan realm. However, the fact that Lin Dong has made such a rapid rise from the mid-stage of Dai Yuan realm to the current late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm has truly excited him, and he is very satisfied. Before long, he will be able to condense the core and thus reach the Yuan realm. Only by achieving Yuan realm can one have the confidence and strength to establish a foothold in Yan City. Lin Dong looked down at the Dan Immortal pool, which was still filled with abundant yin-yang energy. According to the initial estimate, it was only enough for the 4 of them. Of course, the standard referred to here is the ordinary late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. Lin Chen never absorbed yin-yang energy. In other words, only 3 people actually absorbed it. When Lin Dong was absorbing yin-yang energy before, he had a premonition that the total amount of Dan Immortal pool might not be enough to absorb. Therefore, he didn't even have time to speak, as he was constantly absorbing yin-yang energy. As it turned out, the yin-yang energy in the Dan Immortal pool not only didn't decrease due to the 3 people's absorption, but instead increased so intensely that Lin Dong was truly baffled. At this time, he also met Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan. Judging from the fact that their clothes were wet, it was clear that the 2 had gone far away from the surface of Dan Immortal pool and into deeper water. I just don't know what happened that made the relationship between the 2 of them so much closer. Xia Zhilan, who had previously acted rather aloof, blushed and placed her delicate hand in Lin Chen's palm. It seems that the speed at which this relationship is developing is somewhat beyond our expectations. Lin Dong was stunned. His brother Chen was able to win over Xia Zhilan, the young lady of the Xia family, one of the 3 top powers in Yan City myriad gold commerce. He should have been congratulated. However, when he thought of his sister Qing Tan, who was practicing her cultivation only sporadically, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Would Qing Tan be very sad if she found out? As the older brother, Lin Dong should do something. If it were anyone else, Lin Dong would have immediately thrown a left hook or a right kick to teach them a lesson. But this is Brother Chen. Could there be some misunderstanding? Lin Dong had to admit that, given Xia Zhilan's background, as well as her stunning looks, beautiful figure, and long, shapely legs, she was indeed a perfect match for the exceptionally talented Lin Chen. He has a younger sister named Qing Tan, who has special feelings for Lin Chen. However, he also had to admit that Qing Tan was still young and not yet old enough to act openly like Xia Zhilan in front of him. Call. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had probably been overthinking things. Regardless, that's a matter between Lin Chen and Qing Tan. There's absolutely no need to overthink it and cause misunderstandings that could affect their relationship. Even if Qing Tan has developed some special feelings for someone now, she might change her mind once she grows up. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Just like Lin Dong's current cultivation level, he has risen from the mid-stage of Dai Yuan realm to the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm in a flash. It was only after meeting Lin Chen that I was able to make such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Even after he obtained the ancestral stone, it wasn't this fast. Of course, Lin Dong was mindful of his own foundation. There were no hidden dangers as a result, which means that the improvement in cultivation level is relatively safe. Lin Dong was somewhat excited. If he remembered correctly, Xia Wanjin, the president of Myriad Gold Commerce, had mentioned that absorbing the so-called yin-yang energy in this Dan Immortal pool could at least condense a 6-star or higher core. He'll probably feel the same way then. The higher the quality of the core, the more powerful it will be in the future. Brother Chen, Where did you guys go? Composing himself, Lin Dong approached Lin Chen and Xia Zhilan, excitedly saying, I have now reached the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm able to condense a core and break through to the Yuanden realm, becoming a lesser core powerhouse. Without the other party, even with the help of the ancestral stone, he would never have been able to reach such a high level of cultivation in such a short time. Lin Dong was aware of this. That's not bad. It wasn't for nothing that I added some ingredients for you. After sensing the situation briefly, and confirming that the other party had indeed reached the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, Lin Chen nodded. Although, as previously predicted, the opponent did not directly break through to Yuanden realm. However, this late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm is also acceptable. Going further up, it's truly astonishing. It's better to do some things at home. Once we get back, you should be able to condense your core. Lin Chen did not reveal the matter of the yin-yang pearl at this time. The main reason is that there are many people and distractions around Dan Immortal Pool, so this is to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Zhilan, you should absorb the yin-yang energy first. It would be a waste if you didn't. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Xia Zhilan and reminded him. That's true. If it gets absorbed by someone else, it'll be a waste. Very well, young master. Xia Zhilan did not refuse, and after following Lin Chen down to the depths of the Dan Immortal Pool, he did not absorb too much yin-yang energy. With the addition of absorbing those 3 yin-yang pearls, it seems possible to break through to the Yuanden realm here in one fell swoop. Who knows, he might even reach the threshold of Yuanden realm's lesser perfection realm. I will protect you, absorb with confidence. After leaving those words, Lin Chen took Lin Dong and left Dan Immortal Pool, leaving the latter alone inside. He knew very well that there was no danger inside. Calling it a protector is an understatement. It's more accurate to say it prevented others from disturbing Xia Zhilan and made them aware of the existence of the yin-yang pearl. This Dan Immortal Pool artifact is even better than the yin-yang energy that exists within it. Even powerful Yuanden realm cultivators like Xia Wanjin and Yue Shan would find it quite interesting. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be best to offer some protection. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen also told Lin Dong about obtaining 10 yin-yang pearls from the depths of the Dan Immortal Pool, and shared some of them with him, enough to enable him to break through to the Yuanden realm. After all, the yin-yang energy contained within a yin-yang pearl is the Dan Immortal Pool before it was absorbed. Yin-yang energy, total energy. The 3 yin-yang pearls speak for themselves. As for the remaining yin and yang pearls, he certainly wouldn't use them himself. They would be distributed to others as previously allocated. So that's how it is. Well, then I've come to the right place. Lin Dong was overjoyed upon hearing about the yin-yang pearl. 3 yin-yang pearls, that might be enough for him to use for a while. What bothered him was that his Azure origin skill was becoming rather cumbersome. Unfortunately, there is no way to obtain second-rate or even first-rate martial arts manuals in a short period of time. Lin Dong knew that Lin Chen probably possessed advanced cultivation techniques and secret manuals, but he estimated that it would be impossible for him to practice them. Otherwise, why wouldn't the other party share it with him? That is indeed the case. The Azure Lotus Sword manual that Lin Chen practiced was directly entered into his mind. Even if he knew the cultivation method and the operation of Yuan energy, he had no way to explain it or let Lin Dong practice it. If cultivation techniques and secret manuals could be easily obtained and practiced by others, why would they be labeled as secret manuals? Rather than risking practicing a half-baked copy of a martial arts manual, it's better to properly seek out other martial arts realms for cultivation. Lin Chen could use the methods of a talisman master to copy ordinary cultivation techniques onto jade slips so that Lin Dong could practice them. Yes, this Azure Lotus Sword manual is unusual. Lin Chen had long been aware of Lin Dong's ideas and knew that the other party needed a relatively advanced cultivation technique, manual for practice. In fact, even if Lin Dong didn't have this need, Lin Chen would still take the time to find suitable second-rate or first-rate martial arts manuals. Lin Zia and the others still need to cultivate. Bang! A soft sound rang out in the Dan Immortal pool, followed by the splashing sound of water breaking through the surface. Lin Chen reached out and pulled Lin Dong, who was about to look over, back, and casually said, "Brother, do you think we can find any advanced cultivation manuals in this myriad gold commerce? You and Sister Zia both need these manuals, so we should keep an eye out for them." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's attention was immediately drawn away, and he had no time to notice the beautiful woman emerging from her bath behind him. He stretched out his hand, constantly calculating. On the one hand, these advanced martial arts manuals are quite expensive. On the other hand, they are very difficult to find. Such a secret manual of martial arts would rather stay at home and collect dust than be sold. Unless, well, someone has encountered difficulties. There's no other way but to take out this cultivation manual and exchange it for some yang essence stones or yang essence pills. Taking advantage of this technique, Zia Zhilan had already used her vital energy to dry her wet clothes. She approached Lin Chen and asked curiously, "Young master, what are you discussing?" Zia Zhilan's breakthrough to Yuan and realm by condensing the core was expected and not surprising. The opponent was already a master of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, and the yin-yang energy absorbed from the Dan Immortal pool and the yin-yang energy from the yin-yang pearl was more than enough. I originally thought it would consume at least 2 yin-yang pearls, but I didn't expect it would only consume 1 yin-yang pearl. So, while they were talking, Zia Zhilan secretly slipped the remaining 2 yin-yang pearls into Lin Chen's pocket. She was worried that the other party would be unwilling, which is why she took such action. The remaining 2 yin-yang pearls will definitely be helpful to her. There's no doubt about that. Zia Zhilan did this because she considered what Lin Chen had mentioned before, and that some family members needed such a yin-yang pearl. Lin Chen glanced at it almost imperceptibly out of the corner of his eye, secretly amused. It seems that Zia Zhilan is quite interesting. It was worth it. It made him put in some effort to give the other person something sweet. These 2 yin-yang pearls. Zia Zhilan was unaware that Lin Chen had noticed her subtle actions and continued to verbally interfere. "If you need to buy anything, just tell me. After all, it's myriad gold commerce. There's a good chance to get quite a few things here." Lin Chen answered calmly. "We were just discussing cultivation techniques with my younger brother. You guys had different levels of yin-yang energy absorption before, right? He was thinking of getting some advanced cultivation techniques. Only in this way can we cultivate faster. This Azure Origin skill is hailed as the Lin family's signature technique, and only Lin family martial artists who have entered the Dai Yuan realm can cultivate it. Lin Chen was a special case. Lin Zhenshin, as the head of the Lin family, gave him some unusual treatment. That is, to let the other party practice Azure Origin skill in advance. The results were all right. Before Heavenly Yuan realm, a third-rate skill manual like Azure Origin skill was definitely sufficient. But after Heavenly Yuan realm, especially during Yuan realm, that was simply not enough. Just like Lin Zhenshin, who has been stuck at the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm for a long time. If you say he has no talent, how come he has already cultivated to the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm? If you say he has talent, then he's stuck here. There are many limiting factors, one of which is that the abundance of spiritual energy in Qingyang town is insufficient to support the emergence of Yuan Dan realm expert. Another factor is the limitation imposed by the cultivation techniques and manuals, which has prevented Lin Zhenshin from taking that step and successfully condensing the core. It is precisely in the Yang Yuan stone mine that the Yang Gang energy, which exists in the passageway of the mine, is so concentrated that Lin Zhenshin has the opportunity to break through to the Yuan realm. In about 2 months, I should be able to secure a place at Lesser Yuan Dan realm. Martial artists like Lin Zhenshin are completely incomparable to people like Lin Chen. After all, we must acknowledge that there are differences between people. Cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Xia Zhilen paused, then suddenly remembered that before Lin Dong used the qi transformation vortex to devour yin-yang energy, the suction force that appeared within his body was not very strong. You could say he's not even half as good as her. Thinking about it this way, I can understand the reason for their discussion. Having a high-level martial arts manual can bring about significant changes. The most obvious change is that when absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, it becomes much faster and more intense. And in absorbing substances similar to Dan Immortal pool, when yin-yang energy and the effects of elixirs are present, they will be absorbed and transformed more quickly. Xia Zhilen pondered for a moment. Of course, she had her own ideas. Myriad gold commerce. The Xia family has a clan-protecting cultivation technique, which is the one she cultivates. However, those who are not from the Xia family cannot cultivate. In other words, this idea can be eliminated immediately. She tried hard to recall, and vaguely remembered that someone from Myriad Gold Commerce had recently come to sell martial arts manuals. That person was a bit eccentric. He didn't trust the auction conducted by Myriad Gold Auction House, but he was confident that with the help of Myriad Gold Commerce, he could find a suitable buyer. All I can say is that it's somewhat strange. Xia Zhilen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young master, I remember that Aunt Sue has what you want. It seems to be a second-rate martial arts manual called 3 Yang Art, which can open up 15 meridians." Chapter 108, Bargaining with Souls. A second-rate martial arts manual. Lin Dong was taken aback when he heard this. The opening of the 15 meridians is similar to the more than 10 suction forces that appeared when Xia Zhilen absorbed yin-yang energy, which is brought about by second-rate martial arts manuals. He was somewhat pleased, as the Azure origin skill was quite good during the mid-stages of Dai Yuan realm. However, once he reached the Heavenly Yuan realm, especially the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm, he felt it was too slow. At this moment, Lin Dong even thought that if he were still in the mid-stage of Dai Yuan realm, he wouldn't need to consider this matter. Unfortunately, he had already reached the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm, and there was no way to go back to the previous stage. So he decided to try to find a way to get his hands on the second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang Art, that Xia Zhilen had mentioned. Yes, 3 Yang Art. Xia Zhilen turned his head to look at Lin Dong and said with some praise, "With your strength improving so quickly, you should be able to improve even faster after obtaining the 3 Yang Art." She knew very well that Lin Chen was definitely not the one who needed the second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang Art. Then there's no problem. That's true, but how much would it cost to buy Miss Xia's 3 Yang Art? Lin Dong was itching to try it, but he also had to realize that this was a very important issue. If you don't have money, you can forget about taking away even if a third-rate martial arts manual is placed in front of you. Whether it's the 3 Yang Art or the 3 Yin technique, as long as it's better than the cultivation techniques he's currently practicing, that's enough. Oh, I don't know. Xia Zhilen shook her head with some regret. She hadn't been involved in these matters, so naturally she had no way of knowing how to describe them. Even if you know a little bit, you can't say it out loud. The reason why so many people are willing to sell their Myriad Gold auction house is that. Besides the fact that it can help the other party get a considerable return, it is also trustworthy. I doubt anyone would willingly share their private matters without their consent, and then be forced to buy and sell them to others. You could ask Aunt Sue directly about this. She's the manager of Myriad Gold Auction House now, so she should know. That's all the help she could offer. No matter how many more there are, there's nothing she can do. Lin Dong nodded. He felt that learning about the second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang Art, from Xia Zhilan was enough. Xuan Su, the manager of the Myriad Gold Auction House, is located on the same mountain where Dan Immortal Pool is situated. You could ask him for directions. If the price is too high, then we'll have to resort to our last resort. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Brother, no rush. If we don't have 3 Yang Art, there are other martial arts manuals." To be honest, this so-called second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang Art, is only a transitional manual for Lin Dong in the short term. How easy is it to achieve long-term cultivation? Brother Chen, you're right. Lin Dong strongly agreed with this. He wanted to achieve it all in one go, but he simply didn't have the opportunity or the qualifications. It would be better to find a slightly better cultivation technique manual first, and then replace it later. After communicating with Xia Zhilan, Lin Chen learned about the other party's current strength. He had indeed reached the Yuandan realm and condensed an 8-star core. His cultivation had reached the peak of Lesser Yuandan realm, and he was about to enter the minor perfection realm of Yuandan realm. Moreover, this was only after consuming 1 yin-yang pearl, which made him nod repeatedly. It seems that Xia Zhilan's talent is quite remarkable. Otherwise, how could such a huge change be achieved by consuming only 1 yin-yang pearl? When they arrived at the mountainside, they were met by Xia Wanjin, the president of Myriad Gold Commerce, and Xuan Su, the manager of Myriad Gold Auction House. "President Xia, Miss Xuan." Lin Chen greeted him and exchanged a few pleasantries before asking Xuan Su, "Miss Xuan, I wonder if anyone at Myriad Gold Auction House is auctioning any martial arts manuals, especially the more advanced ones. Given the size of Myriad Gold Auction House, he must possess a third-rate cultivation technique manual, similar to Azure Origin skill." However, it didn't have any effect on them. Xuan Su paused, looking Lin Chen and Lin Dong up and down, then stared at Lin Dong and asked, "Is this young man planning to buy a cultivation manual? If so, I happen to know a clue." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately nodded and said, "Steward Xuan, I do indeed need a second-rate or even first-rate cultivation manual." As for Xuan Su's address, he should just pretend he didn't hear it. Don't be fooled by how pretty it is. The other person is probably a bit older than him. Lin Dong is still a bit sensitive about his age. In that case, let's go to the Myriad Gold Auction House together. Xuan Su looked at Lin Chen and Lin Dong with a smile and continued, "You're in luck. These days, someone has come to sell a second-rate martial arts manual called 3 Yang Art. If they can afford the price, then there shouldn't be any major problems." Myriad Gold Auction House. While Lin Chen and his group were waiting in the private room, a slightly thin, middle-aged man with sunken eyes arrived shortly afterward, guided by a maid. "Manager Xuan, I heard from your people that you've found a suitable buyer who's ready to purchase my 3 Yang Art." Having just arrived, and before even getting a clear look at the scene, the middle-aged man excitedly asked, "I never expected there were still people here." Xuan Su glanced at it and said calmly, "Mr. Yan Zhang, Mr. Lin Dong here is the buyer. You can negotiate with him." Upon hearing this, Yan Zhang looked at Lin Dong, who was sitting in the chair, with some surprise. If I'm not mistaken, the other person is quite young. Although his second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang Art, has a few minor problems. But no matter what, it's still a second-rate martial arts manual. The price required is far beyond what Lin Dong in front of him can afford. "Hello, Mr. Yan Zhang." Lin Dong stood up and greeted them politely but firmly. "I heard you have some second-rate martial arts manuals here. Would you be willing to tell me about them before we discuss the price?" On the way here, he had heard Lin Chen talk about how to deal with people. In any case, we can't let the other party look down on us, nor can we let them overestimate us. If you say the former, they will look down on you. The latter, on the other hand, is overestimating the value of something and may deliberately offer an inflated price. In other words, it's called banging the stick. The way to achieve balance is to focus on the second-rate martial arts manuals that the other party is preparing to sell. Certainly. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhang proudly took out a thin booklet from his pocket and introduced it. This is the Three Yang art, a second-rate cultivation technique. It can open up 15 meridians, increasing the speed of absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, and forming 3 sun-like energy clusters in the danshan. At crucial moments, these 3 energy clusters can be unleashed and detonated, causing massive damage. If the timing is right, even a Yuan Dan realm expert will suffer a silent loss and won't get away with it. Lin Dong's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is far more powerful than his Azure origin skill. In addition to being able to open up so many more meridians, it also has secret techniques. Triggering the explosion of the sun's energy cluster. Isn't that the so-called secret technique? Just as Lin Dong was about to directly express his desire to buy, Lin Chen coughed twice. This made him realize immediately that if he showed too much enthusiasm, Yan Zhang, who regarded the Three Yang art as a very precious cultivation manual, would take the opportunity to raise the price, and he would end up spending more Yang essence stones and suffer a loss for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Dong immediately composed himself and said in a deep voice, "That energy ball exploded, but it's gone. Wouldn't that leave a significant impact on the caster, potentially even disrupting their cultivation? Besides, casting an energy ball isn't that easy, is it?" After all, he had been warned by Lin Chen, so he wouldn't fall into Yan Zhang's trap so easily. It's not that he dislikes Three Yang art. The main goal is to bring the price down, which is part of the bargaining process. You need to bring the price down directly and aggressively, focusing on the other party's weaknesses and disadvantages. He simply couldn't believe that Yan Zhang, who was so eager to hand over the second-rate martial arts manual Three Yang art, would be willing to turn around and leave. He had seen the other party's excited expression when they arrived. Yan Zhang's expression turned somewhat awkward upon hearing the question Lin Dong raised. He thought the other party was just a young kid who had no chance of thinking about anything else under his sweet talk, let alone being able to clearly find the disadvantages of the second-rate martial arts manual, Three Yang art. To be honest, he was a little nervous. Yan Zhang swallowed hard. Feeling Xu Wensu's gaze, he dared not speak nonsense and could only be honest. Yes, that's true to some extent. The energy cluster formed by the Three Yang art is quite challenging for cultivators to control. If they're not careful, it will explode and injure themselves. Given these shortcomings, let alone using energy balls to bomb enemies, even one's own daily training would be in danger. After all, there were 3 clusters of energy in the danshan. If those 3 energy clusters were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Dong's excitement about Three Yang art cooled down somewhat at this moment. Although he was confident in his ability to control himself. However, no one can guarantee that there won't be any uncontrollable situation at any time, and the 3 energy clusters might explode in the danshan. He strongly suspected that Yan Zhang in front of him was in such a hurry to find a new cultivation technique, because he was overwhelmed by the effects of the energy explosion. "Mr. Yan Zhang, that's a bit unfair of you." Lin Dong, recalling what Lin Chen had taught him, immediately became serious and said in a deep voice, "I was initially quite interested, but if that's the case, I think it would be better to look for other cultivation techniques." Having said that, he prepared to turn and leave. When had that middle-aged man, Yan Zhang, ever seen a young boy speak to him like that? He was somewhat indignant. This was a second-rate martial arts manual, not something that could be found so easily. However, thinking about the trouble that the explosion of the energy ball would bring him, he held back. Etc. Yan Zhang stepped forward and stopped Lin Dong, saying with a hint of bitterness, Originally, I planned to sell 3 Yang art for 50,000 Yang essence stones. But since you've said that, I'll admit that 3 Yang art has flaws, so let's reduce the price by 100 Yang essence stones. A little less is still acceptable to him. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, shook his head, and held up 2 fingers. This surprised Yan Zhang, who guessed, 200 Yang essence stones are missing. He could accept spending less than 100 yuan on Yang essence stones. But this is missing 2 pieces of Yang essence stone. Just as he was struggling with his conscience and had made up his mind, Lin Dong shook his head and said, "No, Mr. Yan Zhang, you should at least reduce the amount by 2,000 Yang essence stones." When Yan Zhang heard this, the veins on his forehead throbbed rapidly. He roared, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. 100 less Yang essence stones is already his limit. It's impossible to save 2,000 yuan on Yang essence stone." Even Xu Su and Zia Zhilan, who were sitting down, were shocked by Lin Dong's outrageous demands. "No, little brother." Just as Xu Su was about to speak and explain to Lin Dong, Lin Chen, who had been sitting calmly, stood up and said, "Mr. Yan Zhang, what's impossible? If I'm not mistaken, the injuries you sustained while cultivating the 3 Yang arts must have cost more than 2,000 Yang essence stones, right? Use that money to buy some spiritual medicine for my brother to treat his injuries, so he won't suffer serious aftereffects from the explosion. That's a reasonable request, right?" Yan Zhang's face, which was full of anger, froze at this moment. How the hell did they know? He has already spent over 5,000 Yang essence stones on treatments. If this continues, he'll run out of money. Not only did I have no money, but my body could no longer withstand such torment. Didn't you see how severely he's sleep-deprived? His eyes are sunken. Originally, Yan Zhang thought this was something only he knew. However, after hearing Lin Chen's words, he knew that wasn't the case. If Mr. Yan Zhang believes that treatment is unnecessary, then I also feel that it is completely unnecessary for you, my brother, to spend the money for a second-rate martial arts manual to purchase such a flawed manual." At this moment, Lin Chen decisively revealed his gleaming dagger. When is bargaining most threatening? It's undoubtedly right now. This move made everyone present tense. If Yan Zhang were to get so angry that he stormed off, wouldn't that mean the second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang art, would be useless? However, judging from Yan Zhang's extremely conflicted expression, it seemed a bit frivolous. At this moment, Yan Zhang felt that what Lin Chen said made some sense. He had experienced the torment brought by the spirit bomb and had a deep understanding of it. This brat... Yan Zhang shuddered at the thought of the other person exploding into pieces with a bang, their eyes still fixed on him. "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" After hesitating for a moment, he stared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and roared. "Make a deal. Chapter 109, Innate Yin Core plus Innate Yang Core equals Innate Yuan Pill." After Lin Dong received the booklet, Yan Zhang left in a fit of rage, taking the Yang essence pill with him. The other party had no desire to stay any longer and left early. Most importantly, you need to spend these Yang essence pills to buy a suitable cultivation manual. Xu Su and Zia Zhilan exchanged a glance, then looked at Lin Chen and teased him with a smile. I really didn't expect young Master Lin to have such a bargaining skill. Originally, even though this second-rate cultivation technique manual, 3 Yang art, has such flaws, it's impossible to get a discount of much Yang essence stone due to the scarcity of existing cultivation techniques manuals. She was already mentally prepared to pay 50,000 Yang essence stones for this second-rate martial arts manual, 3 Yang art. However, Lin Chen and Lin Dong pulled this stunt, forcing Yan Zhang to lose 2,000 Yang essence stones, thus turning the tables and forcing her to sell it to the 2 of them. All I can say is that Xu Su felt compelled to give it a thumbs up. 2,000 Yang essence stones, which is equivalent to 200 Yang essence pills, can buy quite a lot of things with the rest. Miss Xuan, you flatter me. This is nothing to mention. Lin Chen waved his hand, then turned to look at Lin Dong and said, Brother, be careful when you cultivate, lest you get injured like Mr. Yan Zhang did. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong patted Zin's chest and assured him, Don't worry, Brother Chen, that situation will definitely not occur. After becoming a talisman master, his mental strength increased greatly, and his ability to control things like this was also greatly improved. He can still control the 3 energy clusters. As for the secret technique to unleash the energy ball, Lin Dong felt that it would definitely not be used unless in a critical situation. If he were to actually use it, he would have to reassemble the energy cluster, which would consume energy and time, making it completely unnecessary. Miss Xuan, Jilin, now that we have the cultivation manual, we should return to the inn to practice. Lin Chen simply cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and continued. If you need anything, you can contact me. Of course, Lin Dong needs to cultivate at the inn. With the help of the yin-yang pearl, it will probably not be long before the other party is able to directly condense a core and thus become a Yuan Dan realm expert. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was continuously absorbing innate yang gang energy, and the rudimentary form of the innate yang core within her body had already appeared. In the next few days, we should be able to fully realize the innate yang core. By then, he might have reached a level comparable to Shaping Realm. In Yan City, you can still walk around freely. In terms of talisman mastery, there has been a significant improvement after being tempered by the spiritual grindstone within the ancestral stone's spiritual space. It seems that it was after taking some spiritual energy elixirs that he was able to successfully reach the level of a 3-seal rune master. Lin Chen felt a bit like complaining when she thought about this. The heavenly demon sable spoke very nicely, saying he could cultivate multiple fire ancestor demon flowers. As a result, we haven't seen a trace of it yet. If he had actually absorbed the fire ancestor demon flower, he would probably have reached the level of a 4-seal symbol master by now, or even be close to the threshold of a 5-mark talisman master. After all, even 5-mark talisman master only enhanced the mental power of natal symbol seal. As long as one can absorb enough spiritual energy, one can naturally improve and condense 5 identical natal symbol seals. Lin Chen had already thought all of this through. All right, take care, young master. Xia Zhilan ignored Xu Wensu's surprised gaze and gently waved his right hand, personally watching Lin Chen and Lin Dong leave. After the two could no longer see her, Xu Wensu pulled the overjoyed Xia Zhilan into the house. Only after confirming that no one else could hear her did she anxiously ask, No, Zhilan, when did you and that young Master Lin become so close? At first, the other party acted rather aloof. How could such a huge change have happened in the blink of an eye? This made Xu Wensu feel like she had lost her memory. Otherwise, how could she explain the current situation? She should have been there whenever we were together. Xu Wensu frowned slightly, recalling the recent situation, and finally realized that the problem occurred during a certain period. This was the only period she hadn't paid attention to. That is, when absorbing yin-yang energy within the Dan Immortal pool. This discovery only made Xu Wensu more and more puzzled. What could have happened between Xia Zhilan and Lin Chen to make their relationship so close? It seems unlikely that the two were not absorbing yin-yang energy in the Dan Immortal pool, but instead slacking off and flirting. As Xu Wensu and the others expected, Xia Zhilan absorbed the Dan Immortal pool. After absorbing yin-yang energy, you will condense into a core and become a Yuan Dan realm expert. Indeed, that is the case. Xia Zhilan has not only condensed a core, but also condensed an 8-star core with a burst of luck. Moreover, her strength has reached the peak of lesser Yuan Dan realm, and she is about to step into the minor perfection level of Yuan Dan realm, catching up with her Aunt Sue. No matter how I think about it, it's really a headache. She felt she would still feel very uncomfortable if she didn't figure this out. Oh dear, Aunt Sue, what are you doing? Zia Jilan rubbed her wrist, which was slightly red from Xuan Su's eager pulling, and pouted as she said this. She doesn't want to tell anyone else about her relationship with Lin Chen yet. The main point is that things are still very far off, so there's absolutely no need to say anything about it. If it doesn't work out, wouldn't it become a complete black mark on my history? When that time comes, Xuan Su will definitely tease me. After all, the other party now has a lot of her dark history in their hands, and she has no way to deny it. Yes, I'm talking about when we were kids. What should I do? Xuan Su countered with a question and continued. I also want to ask you about your relationship with Lin Chen. How did things develop so quickly? At first, Song Qing also wanted to call you that affectionately, but after you beat her up, she became more obedient and only mentioned it occasionally. However, Lin Chen's attitude is completely different. Indeed, it's a stark contrast. Well, this. Zia Jilin rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. I'm not telling you, Tilda. Xuan Su was stunned by his playful appearance. Immediately, Xuan Su revealed a cruel smile and began to flex her wrists, saying, Great, it seems you haven't been tickled in a while, Jilin. Aunt Sue happens to have some time, so I'll help you out. Sizzle. Clothes torn. Waiza. Yan Sitian. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong, who had already begun his secluded cultivation, nodded slightly, and then entered the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Next, he will begin to fully integrate the innate Yang core. However, a certain heavenly demon sable was already waiting, and immediately rushed up after spotting Lin Chen. Lin Chen, give me back my Azure Water Demon Python spirit. Smack. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed the snarling heavenly demon sable, frowning slightly as he asked. Let's not talk about the Azure Water Demon Python spirit yet. Tell me first, how's the cultivation of the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower going? I'm waiting for the day your promises come true. Upon hearing this, Heavenly Demon Sable immediately became more restrained and said somewhat guiltily, Oh dear, this kind of cultivation takes time. You can't rush things. Be patient. How can you go far on the path of cultivation without patience? In short, it boils down to one sentence. When inquiring about the progress of cultivating the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, this is the answer you'll receive. However, if it's Azure Water Demon Python, then Heavenly Demon Sable would definitely be very enthusiastic and willing to be the first to try it. Stop with the nonsense. If there's no progress in the cultivation, then I'll have to use the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower directly. I imagine the mental strength it can boost should be enough to support me to the level of 5-mark Talisman Master. Lin Chen was definitely not going to engage in idle chatter. He wanted a definite answer from the other party. If things go well, then he'll hold off on using the Fire Ancestral Demon Flower for now, and wait until he reaches a higher level of cultivation before using it, which will definitely be more worthwhile. But if there's no doubt about it, then he must have taken it now. If we don't use it now, who knows who will take it next? The reason Lin Chen still made a move when he was deep in Dan Immortal pool was because he was worried that Heavenly Demon Sable would need to sleep to digest and absorb the Azure Water Demon Python spirit after it devoured it. In that case, he would not be able to ask about the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower. People should try to take the initiative to avoid being led by the nose. Who knows if the end will be a huge pit? Being cautious is always the right thing to do. No. When Heavenly Demon Sable heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. He quickly waved his tiny black paws and hurriedly explained. The cultivation of the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower is almost complete. It won't be long before it's finished. When you take the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower again, you should have already reached a higher level of cultivation and will be able to achieve even greater advancement. You must not be short-sighted. With your talent and potential, you can still go much further. There's no need to jeopardize your foundation because of this. In any case, Heavenly Demon Sable doesn't want to use the fire ancestor Demon Flower directly now. Especially with the Azure Water Demon Python, he no longer needs to worry about his own recovery. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized a problem. So, was Lin Chen's subjugation of the Azure Water Demon Python specifically to ask this question? Heavenly Demon Sable was quite shrewd. He knew very well that after devouring the Azure Water Demon Python, he needed to sleep for a period of time to absorb the demon's energy as quickly as possible and thus recover some of his own strength. His current situation made him feel extremely insecure. Once he awakens from his slumber, he should be able to go outside and have some fun, instead of staying in this ancestral stone mental space or the Azure Dragon Ring small world. There is definitely a difference between the two. At that time, Heavenly Demon Sable won't have to worry so much about being discovered as a demon and having his defenseless self captured and devoured. Simply put, they've regained some of their strength and no longer need to live in constant fear. Without the ancestral stone, how could his spirit have been preserved? Once he's dealt with the Azure Water Demon Python, he can finally go outside for a stroll. Heavenly Demon Sable was very happy, but the thought that Azure Water Demon Python was still with Lin Chen made him calm down a lot. Do you think my foundation at Dai Yuan Realm and Heavenly Yuan Realm isn't solid enough? Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. Others, even in these two major realms, have only reached the late stage of Dai Yuan Realm and the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. But he had already reached his peak. It can be said that they have reached the pinnacle in these two major realms. If such a foundation cannot be considered solid, then it would be a joke. Heavenly Demon Sable wiped non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "No, very solid. I have never seen anyone more capable than you at Dai Yuan Realm and Heavenly Yuan Realm." That's the truth. Who would have thought that the opponent was able to condense the Yin core in Dai Yuan Realm, gaining the power of Yuan Dan Realm Expert ahead of time, as well as the signature Pure Yuan Qi. Right now, the opponent already has the ability to break through to the Yuan Dan Realm level, but deliberately doesn't intend to do so. Simply put, Lin Chen wants to condense the Yang Dan at Heavenly Yuan Realm as well. Heavenly Demon Sable was unaware that Lin Chen's was the innate Yin core and innate Yang core, not the ordinary kind, nor did he have the opportunity to know. After all, those who cultivate like Lin Chen are probably a minority and do not represent the vast majority of people. I am not worried about your situation at Dai Yuan Realm and Heavenly Yuan Realm at all. There is absolutely no need for that. Heavenly Demon Sable paused here, his expression turning serious, and said, "But have you ever thought about how to condense the true core once the Yang Dan within your body is formed, so as to become a Yuan Dan Realm expert? It is very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate to the level of Yuan Dan Realm and condense a core using Yin Sha energy and Yang Gang energy. What enormous difficulties would Lin Chen, who combines innate Yin core and innate Yang core to form a true core, encounter? Even Heavenly Demon Sable couldn't understand what the other party should do next. Innate Yin core and innate Yang core are not so easily combined into a core. Heavenly Demon Sable had originally intended to inform Lin Chen when he discovered that Lin Chen had condensed the innate Yin core. I was just so busy with what I was doing that I forgot. When Lin Chen thought about it now, the prototype of the innate Yang core within his body had already been successfully formed. It's only a matter of time before innate Yang core is fully formed. Heavenly Demon Sable had to admit that the opponent's method of condensing the innate Yin core and innate Yang core in Dai Yuan Realm and Heavenly Yuan Realm respectively was quite good. At least in terms of combat strength, it has been greatly improved. Just like before, Lin Chen was already capable of crushing Yuan Dan Realm, a minor perfection expert, and killing them all. Now, even Yuanden Realm's great perfection might not be enough to catch his eye. Once the innate Yang core is fully formed, it will conservatively be estimated that Lin Chen will have the combat power of a half-step shaping realm. With a bit of luck, it might even be higher. This unique training method gave Lin Chen a combat power far exceeding that of a major realm, which truly opened the eyes of heavenly demon Sable. However, how to integrate innate Yin core and innate Yang core to become a true core is a question worth considering. Heavenly demon Sable's small eyes gleamed with a cunning light as he seduced her. If you give the Azure Water Demon Python's spirit to Brother Dio now, with Brother Dio's abilities, he still has the power to help you successfully condense a core and become a powerful Yuan Dan realm expert. Who knows, you might even be able to possess the formidable combat power of Creation 3 Realms. Chapter 110, Runemaster Tower Battle. If Lin Chen were to give the Azure Water Demon Python's spirit to Heavenly Demon Sable right now, given the latter's capabilities, even to be on the safe side, he could help the latter condense the innate Yin core and innate Yang core into a powerful innate Yuan pill, truly becoming a Yuan Dan realm expert. At this level, one would possess even greater power. Above the Yuanden realm lies the so-called Creation 3 Realms. Among them, the first realm of creation is Shaping Realm. If the innate Yuan pill issue is resolved, then it is very likely that Lin Chen will possess such formidable combat power. Even Heavenly Demon Sable finds it terrifying to think about. How many people can bridge the already vast gap in their level of understanding? Great opportunities are accompanied by great dangers. Only by confronting danger can one reap the benefits of opportunity. Heavenly Demon Sable felt he had made things clear and thought that Lin Chen in front of him would not refuse. After all, it was once the demon domain overlord, countless times more powerful than Creation 3 Realms. I'm capable of handling this kind of thing. Now, it all depends on Lin Chen's attitude. There shouldn't be any unexpected situations. Heavenly Demon Sable rubbed his little black paws together, his little eyes shining, and looked at the other person expectantly. Well, Lin Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that the other person seemed to have misunderstood something. It seems that it is indeed very difficult for the innate Yin core and the innate Yang core to be combined into the innate Yuan pill. But he wasn't worried at all. Both innate Yin core and innate Yang core are based on innate Yin Sha Qi and innate Yang Gang energy. The two were already in a yin-yang balance. Once the innate Yang core is fully formed, Lin Chen can merge the innate Yin core and the innate Yang core together to form the so-called innate Yuan pill, if he so desires. Even if something unexpected happens, given Lin Chen's cautious nature, how could he not have a contingency plan? All I can say is that Heavenly Demon Sable is overthinking things. First of all, your reminder is important. That must be acknowledged. Lin Chen nodded and explained. Secondly, we mustn't forget that the Azure Water Demon Python was originally meant for you, Zio Dio. I never said I wouldn't give it to you. If I really didn't want to give it to you, I would have just pinned you down in the stone talisman from the very beginning. Wouldn't that have been fine? Finally, you should try to successfully cultivate the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower as soon as possible. Otherwise, I really won't be able to resist eating it. When Lin Chen said this, his burning gaze was fixed on Heavenly Demon Sable. He had made himself very clear. He figured that if Sable consumed the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower before it could be cultivated, Sable would have no reason to cause trouble. Although, the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower was originally his elixir. However, considering that the other party is working for him, it's best to try to see things from their perspective. He's the only boss who's this considerate. Heavenly Demon Sable wiped non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and said without batting an eye, "Don't worry, it's only a matter of time. Once I devour the Azure Water Demon Python, I'll have even greater power. Naturally, I'll be able to cultivate that Fire Ancestor Demon Flower as soon as possible." He rolled his eyes, pointed to a pristine, undeveloped desert near Yang Yuan's stone mine in Azure, Dragon Ring's small world, and boasted. At that time, the areas next to Yang Yuan's stone mine will become a sea of fire ancestor demon flowers. No matter how much you consume, there will still be plenty. Do you believe it? The more heavenly demon Sable talked, the more excited he became. He looked at Lin Chen with anticipation, knowing that if Lin Chen nodded, his deception would be successful. Don't believe me, hurry up. Lin Chen kicked Heavenly Demon Sable away with one kick. Did this guy really think he was so easy to fool? What use would he have for so many fire ancestral demon flowers? Once he reaches the corresponding cultivation stage, no matter how many fire ancestral demon flowers he has, they will only be as common as cabbages. It's useful, but not particularly useful. This should be understandable, right? All right. Heavenly Demon Sable wasn't angry. With a helpless expression, he jogged back and continued. I guarantee that if I still haven't cultivated a second fire ancestor demon flower after absorbing the azure water demon python spirit, then you can do whatever you want with it. As for the fire ancestor demon flower, you can take it and consume it. As for the pay for his work here, consider it compensation for his crimes. Anyway, that's how it is. I have nothing else, but I only have one life, and I definitely can't give it to him. Let's see what you can do. I have to get back to work. Lin Chen casually took out the cyan aura enveloping the azure water demon python spirit, and with a flick of his wrist, punctured it, laughing. As for this azure water demon python spirit, here you go. At that moment, the deep blue light burst apart. Just as the azure water demon python inside was about to break out, the heavenly demon Sable, caught completely off guard, started cursing and using various methods. After some effort, he was able to finally swallow it completely. The anger that heavenly demon Sable had been holding in was now ready to be released. However, when he looked at the spot where Lin Chen had just been standing, the other person had already disappeared. Ugh! The enraged heavenly demon Sable screamed repeatedly. While Lin Dong was cultivating at the Yan City Inn, Lin Chen had already arrived at the original location of the Blood Cloak sect. After contacting Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce, I learned that the location of the Blood Cloak sect has undergone tremendous changes. It turns out that the Blood Cloak sect has long since disappeared. The architectural layout has also been transformed into a huge manor. Lin Zhenshin and others, who were far away in Qingyang town, had already received the message sent back by Lin Chen. The other party, with the cultivation resources brought by Lin Chen, has already broken through to the Yuanden realm. Lin Ken and Lin Zio are also about to form a core and join Yuanden realm. After acquiring resources from the Lei and Zai families, the Lin family is no longer the same Lin family it once was. Now, they are wealthy and extravagant. However, even when they are extravagant, they do not forget to be low-key. Qingyang town clearly wouldn't satisfy Lin Zhenshin and his group. They would inevitably try to develop their presence in Yan City, just like the Lei family and the Zai family, and establish themselves there as soon as possible. This was a problem that needed to be resolved quickly. With the increase in cultivation resources, the number of Heavenly Yuan realm experts in the Lin family has also increased significantly. It's quite impressive that a younger generation has also cultivated to the Dai Yuan realm level. Given time, they could also catch up with the top forces in Yan City, such as Myriad Gold Commerce and Blood Wolf Gang. However, if they stay in Qingyang town, their potential is limited by environmental and other factors. Just like the Lei family and Zai family before them, who controlled most of the important industries in Qingyang town, they never produced a powerful Yuan Dan realm expert through their own abilities. Unlike the three top forces in Yan City, who merely discovered a Dan Immortal pool, the yin-yang energy contained within it was enough to produce 4 Yuan Dan realm experts. The disparity in strength is unimaginable. In the area where Yan City is located, in addition to the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the coexistence of many forces, there are also many ancient sites. The changes these historical sites can bring are similar to those at Dan Immortal Pool, representing an opportunity that martial artists must fight for. Lin Chen informed Lin Zhenshen and others that the Lin family's foothold in Yan City had now been secured. Next, send some people over to handle the situation first. After that, we can bring in a large number of Lin family members to live here, thus shifting the Lin family's focus from the existing Qingyang town to Yan City. After checking and finding nothing wrong, Lin Chen felt relieved and returned to the Yan City Inn to continue his cultivation. Within the body, the nascent innate yang core gradually grows larger and more rounded as it absorbs innate yang gang energy. Looks like we can get it sorted out this time. Although he had already anticipated this, he was still somewhat excited. The main point is that this is the first time I've seen innate yin core and innate yang core coexist. He was the only one until he met a second person. Bang! With a soft sound, Lin Chen's eyes became exceptionally bright. Innate yang core is complete. At this moment, he had already reached the peak of Heavenly Yuan realm. It's even better than the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm. A powerful force surged within him. Lin Chen had a feeling that he could kill a powerful Yuan realm grand perfection expert with a single sword strike, and that he might even be able to fight the shaping realm. Of course, this is just speculation. He hasn't fought against any of the strong players in shaping realm yet, so he doesn't have a relatively reliable benchmark. At that moment, the spiritual power within his Nuan palace seemed to be stirred by the powerful force brought about by the complete formation of the innate yang core. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, as this clearly demonstrated the mental strength of a four-seal symbol master. He then focused his attention, and the 2 identical azure lotus sword seals inside the Nuan palace began to vibrate together. With a casual gesture, he had already consumed the 4th and 5th grade spiritual medicines for mental energy. Perhaps, using this opportunity to try and become the four-seal symbol master is also possible. Generally speaking, the improvement of a talisman master's mental strength, especially in cases like this increase in natal symbol seal, comes in stages. That is, the first natal symbol seal, the second natal symbol seal, the 5th natal symbol seal, and so on. During this period, whenever Lin Chen had time, he would go into the spiritual grindstone with Lin Dong to temper their spiritual power. In terms of strength, it has long since reached the level of 4-seal symbol master, or even 5-mark talisman master. 4-seal symbol master corresponds to the strength of a Yuan realm minor perfection expert. 5-mark talisman master corresponds to the strength of a Yuan realm grand perfection expert. Originally, Lin Chen was following this normal upgrade process, but now that the innate yang core has been completely condensed, it is unknown what special changes have been brought about, which makes it possible for his natal symbol seal to change from the current 2 azure lotus sword seals to 4 azure lotus sword seals at the same time. Lin Chen didn't have time to think too much about this rare opportunity. He wasn't lacking in spiritual medicines, and he used the ancestral stone to condense spiritual medicines into pills, which he then consumed. Such a medicine would be more potent. The resulting changes are naturally more pronounced. As his mental strength increased, Lin Chen also maintained sufficient composure. Nuan Palace trembled continuously, and the 2 azure lotus sword seals seemed to resonate, rising and falling and flashing simultaneously. Countless tiny spiritual runes condensed into the shape of a blue lotus, but quickly transformed into a sword imprint. Puff! Under Lin Chen's inner vision, 2 new azure lotus sword seals had appeared beside the original 2, identical to the originals, and their combined spiritual power was far greater than the previous ones. Futilda. The Four Seal Symbol Master is complete. Lin Chen opened his deep, bright eyes again and let out a long sigh. Now that's good. We have the ability to protect ourselves within Yan City. If others knew about this idea, they wouldn't know how to scold him. Damn it, the Four Seal Symbol Master is already powerful enough to roam freely in Yan City. Even a Yuan realm expert at the Great Perfection level wouldn't want to offend the Four Seal Symbol Master. With their abilities, they possess enough combat power to rival Yuan realm's Great Perfection, and could even kill him. Just like that second-rank talisman Master Gu Weiying, whose actual combat strength is already enough to reach the threshold of Yuan realm's minor perfection. This is especially true after the addition of the rune puppet. This is only the Four Seal Symbol Master. There's also the 5-mark Talisman Master above it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suppressed some of his arrogance. Above the 5-mark Talisman Master, there is also the powerful Spirit Symbol Master corresponding to the Shaping Realm. At that level, the natal symbol seal possesses what is called spirituality. Such a powerful being can overturn mountains and seas in an instant, which is extremely terrifying and far beyond what martial artists like them can imagine. What made him vaguely uneasy was the resonance of the 2 Azure Lotus Sword seals just now. What if, when he's promoted to 5-mark Talisman Master, something unexpected happens, and his Azure Lotus Sword seals increase from 4 to 8? If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't have thought about it that much. However, within the martial arts training system, Lin Chen has already undergone changes. It is difficult to guarantee that similar changes will not occur in the cultivation system of the Talisman Master. Lin Chen's heart sank. If that were the case, then the spiritual medicine he possessed might not be enough. The spiritual elixir, like the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, contains an extremely vast amount of spiritual power, far beyond what he can currently absorb. All I can say is that, when I break through to Spirit Symbol Master, I might be more confident in taking the Fire Ancestral Demon Flower. For now, he has only listed it as a backup plan. Now, he needs to find more ways to enhance his mental strength. If I remember correctly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He remembered that there was another kind of opportunity in Yan City. The existence of this opportunity also has to do with forces outside of the 3 top forces in Yan City, such as the Spirit Master Association, like the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The so-called Spirit Master Association is actually an organization formed by talisman masters coming together. Every slightly larger city has its own Spirit Master Association. Yan City, which ranks 3rd in Tiandu Prefecture, must have the Spirit Master Association. The rules of the Spirit Master Association are not very strict and are relatively loose. They only take action at important moments, and otherwise they don't have much of a presence. The Spirit Master Association in Yan City is headed by Guest, the current chief revered guest of Myriad Gold Commerce, a Four Seal Symbol Master, Master Yan. And inside this place, there is also a Rune Master Tower. This Rune Master Tower is a wondrous tower formed over nearly a century by the spiritual power of many Rune Master predecessors in Yan City. This tower has a miraculous effect on tempering and baptizing the spirit. Even within the entire Great Yan dynasty, the number of cities that possessed a Rune Master Tower could be counted on one's fingers. Under these circumstances, the existence of Rune Master Tower has attracted considerable attention from the Spirit Master Association. The Rune Master Tower is considered a sacred place by many Rune Masters, possessing an extremely strong cohesive power. What can a city do if it doesn't have a Rune Master Tower and wants to get one? So, the only way to decide who owns the Rune Master Tower is through a tower duel. Chapter 111, Zai Yue. In the beginning, the Spirit Master Association had many conflicts between cities that had Rune Master Towers and those that did not, often resorting to various insidious and cunning means. The fighting between them intensified to the point that even the royal family of the Great Yan dynasty intervened to bring an end to the unruly infighting within the Spirit Master Association. The unruly fighting, especially the fact that the Spirit Master Association organizations in various major cities are posing a significant threat to the Great Yan dynasty's rule, is something the Great Yan royal family cannot afford to ignore. Although there is still no formal legislation to define the legitimacy of the tower duel that surrounds Runemaster Tower. However, the fact that Tower Duel has now been implemented, thus eliminating large-scale melees between Spirit Master Association members, is sufficient. The so-called Spirit Master Association Tower Duel is a clash between the younger generation of talisman masters from two cities. Whoever wins will decide whether Runemaster Tower stays or goes. To take the Runemaster Tower in this tower duel, you must win 3 times. You can only take on this challenge once a year. In other words, 3 years is all it takes to determine the fate of a Runemaster Tower. If Lin Chen remembers correctly, the Yan City Runemaster Association has already lost twice to challenges from Spirit Master Associations in other cities. This year will be the last chance. If they lose again, the Runemaster Tower, which embodies the spirit of the Yan City Runemaster Association for nearly a century, will be handed over to another. By then, even if Lin Chen wanted to cultivate his spiritual power in the Runemaster Tower through Master Yan, the president of the Yan City Runemaster Association, there would be no way for him to do so. After all, Runemaster Tower belongs to someone else now. Lin Chen curled his lip. As a talisman master, he naturally wouldn't allow other Spirit Master Associations to annex Yan City. Take Runemaster Tower with you. Qingyang Town is a small town under the jurisdiction of Yan City. Despite facing challenges from other cities, it could be said that they are fighting for the honor of Yan City. In this way, one gains both fame and fortune. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how much longer it would be before the Yan City Runemaster Association's tower duel began, there was a knock on the door of her guest room. Young Master Lin, Master Yan has sent me to invite you over for a chat. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong, who was still cultivating. Lin Dong had already absorbed the yin-yang energy from the yin-yang pearl and was continuously condensing his own core. It seems that it will take some more time. Brother, are you going? Lin Chen inquired further and learned the reason why Master Yan had invited him. In fact, whether Lin Dong went to see Master Yan or not would not affect the tower duel later. After all, it's just a small matter of adding a name. No, Brother Chen, I'm almost at the core stage. Lin Dong opened his eyes, shook his head, and continued. If there's anything I can do to help, Brother Chen, just consider it. He trusts Lin Chen unconditionally. Without the other party, how could he have reached the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm so quickly and touched the threshold of Yuanden realm? He had a feeling that perhaps this time, he might be able to condense the legendary 9-star core. He didn't want to waste any time during this crucial moment of cultivation. All right, you can start cultivating. As for spiritual herbs, you can still use the ancestral stone to collect them in the Azure Dragon Ring small world, just like before. Lin Chen gave a reminder and then opened the door, where he met a talisman master sent by Master Yan. The master had a smile on his face and looked quite friendly. Young Master Lin, Master Yan invites you to come with me. The talisman master led the way, with Lin Chen following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived at a relatively large courtyard. Upon reaching the bamboo house, the talisman master stopped and said with a smile, Young Master Lin, the master is inside, please. Lin Chen nodded, knocked lightly on the door, and only after hearing, come in, from inside did he push open the bamboo house and go inside. Inside, Master Yan was sitting cross-legged beside the tea table, having poured tea into a teacup, when he smiled and said, "Young friend, please have a seat here and some tea." Lin Chen sat cross-legged opposite Master Yan. He picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and then asked, "Master Yan, is there anything you need from me?" Although he knew what the other party wanted. "Young friend Lin Dong has not yet arrived. It seems that you have reached a critical moment in your cultivation. In that case, I will speak with you first." When Master Yan met the straightforward Lin Chen, he didn't mince words and directly stated his purpose. And looking at Lin Chen with anticipation, he pleaded, "The Yan City Runemaster Association can't afford to lose this time. So, I'd like to ask you, young friend, to lend a hand and save the Spirit Master Association this time." Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly, and he said with a smile, "Master Yan, you really think highly of me. Aren't you worried that I might not be able to defeat the Talisman Master from Tianhuo City?" The team challenging the Yan City Runemaster Association is Tianhuo City, which is ranked second in Tiandu Prefecture. Yan City ranked third. The other party has been eyeing the Yan City Runemaster Association's Runemaster Tower for a long time. Another challenge, and it'll probably take Runemaster Tower away. Currently, the Spirit Master Association in Yan City does not have enough outstanding young talisman masters, which makes this tower duel event probably not as good as the previous two. This was supposed to be the most important one, but it has unfortunately run into a situation where there is no one left to follow up. This is truly a helpless situation for the Yan City Runemaster Association. Master Yan didn't want to trouble Lin Chen either, since revealing Lin Chen's powerful background in front of Tianhuo City might cause him unnecessary trouble. If possible, he still wouldn't want to. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. "Young friend," you jest, "if you are still unable to defeat that Tianhuo City Runemaster after you make your move, then my Yan City Runemaster Association is indeed not destined to keep Runemaster Tower here. In that case, even if I really don't want Runemaster Tower to leave, I won't be too angry." Master Yan sighed as he spoke of this. If that were the case, he wouldn't be too angry. If you're not as skilled as others, what good is guarding that Runemaster Tower? If we are truly strong enough, we can take it back. It is true that the younger generation of Rune Masters in the Yan City Runemaster Association are currently lagging behind. Young friend, you come from Great Yan Prefecture, so you should be familiar with the Runemaster Tower. Once you're inside, you're well aware of how much your mental strength can increase within 6 months. You can then quickly advance to a higher realm. What do you say? Simply asking Lin Chen to take action is definitely not enough. There should always be something to offer as a reward, or rather, a reward that the other party deserves for their efforts. Furthermore, the Lin family will also receive assistance from the Yan City Runemaster Association. In addition to the two top powers, Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce, within Yan City. Anyone who dares to make things difficult for the Lin family will become an enemy of the Yan City Runemaster Association. And you, with minimal financial resources, can enlist the help of all the talisman masters, including myself. What can a talisman master bring? As for what a talisman master organization like the Yan City Runemaster Association can bring, it goes without saying that those who understand should already know. If the Lin family wants to achieve a leap forward in overall strength and become one of the top powers in Yan City, then it is necessary to improve in all aspects. The Yan City Runemaster Association can provide assistance in many ways. For example, the protective array and runic artifacts of the Lin family's residence. It even allows members of the Lin family with talent for cultivating spiritual power to easily join the Yan City Runemaster Association, enjoying corresponding spiritual secret skills, cultivation manuals, and most importantly, the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion in the Runemaster Tower. In any case, the Yan City Runemaster Association on Master Yan's side will definitely give Lin Chen and his Lin family sufficient rewards. Master Yan, you're really hard for me to refuse. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in confirmation. Just call me if you need anything. Of course, there's also Brother Lin Dong, who is also a talisman master. I think that after he condenses his core this time, he will also have the opportunity to become a second Seal Spirit Master. Master Yan was greatly shocked upon hearing this and quickly asked, Young friend, Lin Dong's journey was so fast. Yuan and Realm, second Seal Spirit Master. Both of them, taken individually, are top-notch geniuses. Master Yan felt a little regretful, as he had shown more sincerity when he was at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. If Lin Dong were to join the Yan City Runemaster Association, he might not even need to trouble Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen's strength is undeniably formidable, a fact that Master Yan is well aware of. Moreover, the other party also possesses the ability to make Yan City Treasure Pavilion a powerful and mysterious background that even Chief Manager Zhu respects. Yes, it is the Great Yan Prefecture, the imperial city of the Great Yan Dynasty, which Master Yan mentioned earlier. Master Yan tried to probe Lin Chen with words, but Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't heard her and didn't react at all. This situation, ironically, made Master Yan believe that he had guessed correctly. During the Great Yan Dynasty, Lin clan was still very famous. Then, considering Lin Chen's surname, it's easy to guess. Lin Chen has already agreed, which makes Master Yan very excited. Now, it's absolutely impossible for Tianhuo City to take away the Runemaster Tower from the Yan City Runemaster Association. Master Yan felt much happier just thinking about how the other party would be humiliated. A smile makes you 10 years younger. I'm all right, Master Yan. Lin Chen didn't think anything of it and continued. My brother can also participate in Tower Duel. The main point is that by participating in Tower Duel, it will be natural to enjoy the convenience of Runemaster Tower. That's good, that's good. Master Yan was very pleased to hear this and assured him. If we win and protect the Runemaster Tower, we will definitely allow you young friends to cultivate there. The effect of tempering and cleansing your spiritual power there is quite strong. No matter what, you must go. Next, Master Yan began to tell Lin Chen about Yan City, the situation with Runemaster Tower. Runemaster Tower has 9 floors. With each level you ascend, the effects of the mental pressure and tempering become stronger. If you can enter the 7th floor of the Runemaster Tower, you will have the opportunity to advance from a 2nd Seal Spirit Master to a 3 Seal Rune Master within 6 months. On the 8th floor of the Runemaster Tower, there is a spiritual secret skill of the Qi level left behind by a predecessor of the Runemaster. The so-called spiritual secret skill is divided into 3 levels: Essence, Qi, and Spirit. Currently, even high-level spiritual secret skills are extremely rare in Yan City, let alone Qi-level spiritual secret skills, which have never even been heard of before. As for the 9th floor of the Runemaster Tower, no one has ever been up there. Master Yan, if I remember correctly, this tower duel seems to require you to charge up the tower. Lin Chen looked at Master Yan meaningfully. In fact, as long as he could represent the Yan City Runemaster Association in the tower duel against the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, he could enter the Runemaster Tower. The reason for this is simply the format of tower duel, which involves attacking the tower. As the name suggests, this tower rush is a contest between 2 Rune Masters. Whoever can climb the highest floor of the Runemaster Tower and last the longest will be the final winner. Naturally, the ownership of Runemaster Tower becomes clear. In other words, regardless of whether Master Yan made any promises later, they can stay in the Runemaster Tower. If you have the ability to reach higher floors and last longer, why not take this opportunity to finish it off? Are you planning to attempt to climb the tower multiple times later? The so-called tempering and baptism is nothing more than the spiritual pressure left behind by many Runemaster predecessors in the Runemaster Tower. The cumulative effect of this is absolutely not to be underestimated. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Master Yan could only quickly drink his tea, but accidentally choked on it. After recovering, he said apologetically, "Young friend, I have no intention of deceiving you." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I'd like to hear the details." He didn't mean to blame anyone. He just wanted to use this opportunity to ease the tension. That's right. Master Yan had anticipated this, explaining, "Only a handful of people can reach the 5th floor of the Runemaster Tower. As for the 6th floor, no young Runemaster in the Yan City Runemaster Association has yet been able to do so. Think about it, Tower Duel failed to reach the 6th floor this time, but what about next time? People should always improve, right? Once he adapts to the mental pressure of the 6th floor, he might even be able to enter the 7th floor. These things can't be accomplished in one go. All I can say is that the Runemaster Tower is not as simple as it seems. With such immense mental pressure, how easy is it to withstand it?" Master Yan understood what Lin Chen meant. Having self-confidence is the most basic quality of a genius. If you don't even believe you can do it, then there might really be a day when you can't. I see, I had oversimplified things. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately laughed and said, "Come, Master Yan, let me toast you." Good. The two immediately drank the tea. They began to talk about the situation of their opposing team, Tianhuo City. Previously, the highest floor Tianhuo City held in Runemaster Tower was the 6th floor. The longest I could endure it was 8 days. On the other hand, the Yan City Runemaster Association didn't even make it to the 6th floor, which shows a huge gap. According to Master Yan, Tianhuo City now has an even more powerful young generation of talisman masters. If they manage to reach more than just the 6th floor of Runemaster Tower by then. Without the intervention of Lin Chen and Lin Dong, Runemaster Tower would have truly been handed over to someone else. By the way, young friend. Master Yan seemed to remember something and said with a smile, "Besides you and Lin Dong, there will also be people from my Yan City Runemaster Association participating this time." Lin Chen put down her teacup and looked at the other person. With a city as large as Yan City, surely there must be a way to find an outstanding young talisman master. You don't even need to think to know that it's absolutely impossible. All we can say is that, with their involvement, Tianhuo City didn't defeat Yan City Runemaster Association so easily this time. Master Yan clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Young friend, come and meet my disciple Zai Yue. She is also a participant in this tower duel competition." Chapter 112. The hidden dragon in the abyss rises to the heavens with the clouds. A graceful figure then pushed open the door and entered. Lin Chen looked up and saw that the woman was tall and slender, wearing a purple dress that perfectly showcased her beautiful figure. The upright posture in front of him was still quite eye-catching. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows delicate, and her lips cherry-like. The other person strode up to Master Yan with their long, fair, and shapely legs, and said in a cool tone, "Teacher." Her slightly cold, pretty face gave off an impression that strangers should not approach her. It's hard for people to even think about contacting and communicating with the other party. Despite the fact that the other party was stunningly beautiful. "Zai Yue, come sit here." Master Yan invited the woman in the purple robe to sit next to Lin Chen. However, it is quite obvious that Zai Yue was not sitting with a complete stranger. Seeing this, Master Yan could only shrug helplessly, letting Zai Yue do as she pleased. He looked at Lin Chen and introduced with a smile. "Young friend, this is my rather disappointing disciple, Zai Yue. In the Yan City Runemaster Association, she's just one of the better young talents. Compared to the people from the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, there's still a significant gap between them. That's just her personality. Please don't take it personally." Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded. He looked at Zai Yue, whose cold eyes truly made it difficult for others to have the courage to communicate with her. But he acted as if he hadn't seen it, and simply asked indifferently, Zai Yue, are you mentally prepared for this match against the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association? Upon seeing this, Zai Yue, the woman in the purple robe, also let out a soft snort and said coldly, Tianhuo City is bound to suffer a crushing defeat this time. As one of the most outstanding young members of the Yan City Runemaster Association, she has every reason to say such things. Having such confidence is a good thing. Then, Miss Zai Yue, have you entered the Runemaster Tower and reached how many floors? Tianhuo City had already spent 8 days on the 6th floor. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Since he was going to represent the Yan City Runemaster Association to deal with the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, it would be best to resolve the internal teammate relationship issues first. A proud and aloof genius like Zai Yue would definitely need to humiliate the other party's pride in this kind of situation. As expected, Zai Yue's pretty face, which had been cold, turned slightly unpleasant, and she did not directly answer Lin Chen's question. Upon seeing this, Master Yan had no choice but to speak up. It's all right. As long as the Tianhuo City Runemaster Associations plot to take away our Yan City Runemaster Association's Runemaster Tower is thwarted, that's enough. He frowned slightly, then instructed Zai Yue. You must cooperate well with Lin Chen during this tower duel event. He's much stronger than you. These words made Zai Yue very unhappy. During her time at the Yan City Runemaster Association, as the most outstanding member of the younger generation, who among her peers could rival her? Teacher, do you think I'm no match for him? Zai Yue frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice. Since she joined the Yan City Runemaster Association, there really isn't anyone in Yan City who dares to say they can definitely surpass her. Do you really think her pride and confidence come from just empty words? Give it a try. Seeing this, Master Yan knew his disciple's personality well. He would definitely not easily acknowledge Lin Chen's abilities before witnessing them firsthand. He looked at Lin Chen and pleaded, Young friend, would you be willing to have a brief spar with Zai Yue? With Master Yan, the Four Seal Symbol Master, present, things are unlikely to get out of hand. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, Since Miss Zai Yue is interested, then I will naturally accompany you. However, I must make it clear beforehand that we should fight peacefully and not damage our harmony. A hint of disdain flickered in Zai Yue's cold, gleaming eyes. In her view, this could be considered a sign that the other side had shown weakness before the battle even began. Wait a minute. She'll make them understand who the most outstanding among the younger generation of talisman masters in Yan City is. Then let's see how capable you are. As soon as Zai Yue finished speaking, her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, and an extremely powerful mental shockwave rushed straight towards Lin Chen opposite her. Considering that Master Yan just mentioned that the other party's strength is several levels higher than hers. Therefore, as Zai Yue shot that mental shockwave toward Lin Chen, he also instantly dispersed more than 10 mental shockwaves, catching his opponent off guard. However, Lin Chen simply smiled, and with a slight thought, a magnificent spiritual monument was erected before him. Despite Zai Yue's attempts to mobilize those mental shockwaves to bypass the mental monument's obstruction, it was to no avail. This made her frown slightly, and she said sternly, If you're so capable, then let's fight head-on. Judging from the strength of their mental power alone, the other party is indeed much stronger than her. However, this does not mean that Zai Yue believes that she is inferior to others in skill. If you want to determine the strength of your opponent, the simplest way is to confront them head-on. Really? Lin Chen smiled, and then, with a wave of his hand, a refining spirit sword materialized. The powerful sword energy emanating from it caused Master Yan, who was having a good time, to jump up instantly. This, as the Four Seal symbol master, how could Master Yan not see that the spiritual fluctuations emanating from this refining spirit sword alone were comparable to those of a Yuan and realm great perfection expert? What does this mean? How could he not know? Four Seal symbol master, absolutely. Master Yan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that Lin Chen was actually the Four Seal symbol master. Previously, wasn't the message sent back by the black armor captain that the other party was only the second Seal spirit master? How come in the blink of an eye, in just a short time, he has already reached the level of Four Seal symbol master? Master Yan knows that it took him many years to cultivate himself into this Four Seal symbol master. But how many years can Lin Chen, who is standing before us, cultivate in the path of talisman masters? I'm afraid there are very few. Lin Chen, who comes from a mysterious and powerful force, is truly terrifying. After being shocked, Master Yan was also extremely excited. He looked at Lin Chen with great enthusiasm and said repeatedly, "Young friend, quickly put away your spiritual secret skill. You've won this round." Just kidding, this is a Four Seal symbol master. No matter how outstanding Zai Yue is among the younger generation of symbol masters in the Yan City Rune Master Association, he can't possibly be even half as good as her. Master Yan originally thought that with Lin Chen representing the Yan City Rune Master Association, the odds of winning were much higher. However, Lin Chen's current Four Seal symbol master cultivation level made him realize that the Yan City Rune Master Association would definitely win Tower Duel this time. If the younger generation of rune masters in the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association had the same powerful rune master skills as Lin Chen, then Master Yan felt that they could immediately hand over the Rune Master Tower to others. This is totally unplayable. It's not even in the same league. From now on, the Yan City Rune Master Association will no longer have any intention of taking back the Rune Master Tower. How is this possible? Zai Yue's pretty face, which had been frosty just moments before, was now filled with an expression of disbelief. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with a blank stare. She never expected that the other party would be so powerful. The Four Seal symbol master far surpasses her peak as the second Seal spirit master. She was so stubborn as to charge headlong into a talisman master with the same cultivation level as her teacher. That arrogance was utterly trampled into nothingness by the spiritual power displayed by Lin Chen at this moment. As the most outstanding young rune master in the Yan City Rune Master Association, she can be proud anywhere in Yan City. But where Lin Chen is, she has no right to do so at all. Not long after, Zai Yue became somewhat depressed, and a look of shame appeared on her beautiful face. At this age, others would already be Four Seal symbol masters, just like Master Yan. Yet he showed no arrogance whatsoever, remaining remarkably calm and displaying exceptional composure and a clear understanding of his own position. And yet, she was so arrogant simply because she had become the most outstanding young rune master in the Yan City Rune Master Association. How could she not feel ashamed? When I first met Lin Chen, I thought his strength was far from meeting the requirements for competing for the Yan City Rune Master Association. Now it seems the clown was herself. This made her feel very complicated. Her erect penis began to rise and fall with her rapid breathing. Zai Yue raised her right hand, as white as jade, and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, somewhat afraid to look at Lin Chen. Don't be fooled by her aloof and unapproachable demeanor. In reality, she was forced into this situation. With her stunning looks, figure, and amazing talent as a talisman master, she has attracted a lot of suitors. That's why I've developed this way of treating people. Actually, if the relationship is good enough, she's not like that at all. Of course, saying these things doesn't mean anything. She just felt that she had to fight Lin Chen to test his strength. Well, look what happened. Her so-called pride is utterly worthless in front of him. Four Seal Symbol Master. Zai Yue finally dared to raise her head, her beautiful eyes filled with complex and puzzled expressions as she looked at the other person. What did the other person eat to be able to cultivate so quickly? She remembered what her teacher had said. Lin Chen's abilities were far superior to hers. But judging from Master Yan's reaction, it's clear that this was already a considerable amount of restraint. Zai Yue gave a wry smile, looked at Lin Chen, and said, I really didn't expect your cultivation to have reached the level of a Four Seal Symbol Master. It seems that the saying, there are always people more powerful than you, and there's always a higher level to reach, is truly true. This time, Zai Yue was simply outmatched and brought this trouble upon himself. Her arrogance was utterly insignificant in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, Miss Zai Yue, you are too kind. I was just lucky to break through today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show off his second Seal Spirit Master cultivation level. Of course, hearing such blunt truths made the other party even more ashamed. A lucky breakthrough. There's no such thing as pure luck. At least the cultivation level of the Three Seal Rune Master shouldn't be considered a fluke. In Zai Yue's view, to become a Four Seal Symbol Master, one must first start as a Three Seal Rune Master. Little did she know, Lin Chen had gone from Second Seal Spirit Master to Four Seal Symbol Master in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, this fragile little heart will be further tormented. Seeing this, Master Yan had no choice but to perk up and excitedly said, all right. Now Zai Yue has realized the gap in strength between herself and you, which is a good thing. Only by understanding where the gap lies can one have a clearer goal to catch up with. If Lin Chen didn't have this so-called mysterious background, then Master Yan certainly wouldn't be so calm now. However, precisely because of their first arrival in Yan City, they all assumed that the other party came from a mysterious and powerful force. Given this, such behavior seems rather normal. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Yan City ranks third among the major cities in Tiandu Prefecture, which seems quite impressive. In fact, when facing Tianhuo City, one only needs to look at the Spirit Master Association to know that the gap between them is still huge. Master Yan had long been aware of Zai Yue's problem, but since it was indeed within the Yan City Runemaster Association, and no younger runemaster could rival her, he had no choice but to give up. With Lin Chen's appearance now, he has finally solved Zai Yue's problem. He was well aware of the principle that pride comes before a fall. I believe that after this incident, Zai Yue will be able to be more humble and work harder in her cultivation. A look of satisfaction appeared on Master Yan's face. The greatest stroke of luck in my life is not becoming a so-called Four Seal Symbol Master, nor becoming the president of the Yan City Runemaster Association, but meeting Lin Chen. That's great. Master Yan then looked at Zai Yue, winked at her and quickly said, Zai Yue, there are still 2 days until the tower duel begins. During this time, rune masters from Tianhuo City and other places will arrive one after another. Why don't you take your friend around the Yan City Runemaster Association to learn about the situation? Such a great opportunity is hard won. If Zai Yue is just a little humble, even learning a tiny bit from Lin Chen would be enough for the other person to benefit from. With Zai Yue's intelligence, she should be able to understand such good intentions. As expected, upon hearing this, Zai Yue immediately stood up, softening her tone as much as possible, and said to Lin Chen, Young Master Lin, this is your first time visiting the Spirit Master Association, so you probably don't know much about it. Besides, the Rune Master Tower is located within the Spirit Master Association, so you can go and take a look and learn more about it. If you don't mind, I'll show you around. Please. It must be said that Zai Yue's attitude has changed drastically after the exchange just now. It seems unbelievable, yet it makes perfect sense. Anyone who comes here and sees Lin Chen, A four-seal symbol master of such young age who is skilled enough to be their teacher must show him respect. Lin Chen nodded slightly, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Master Yan, and then left with Zai Yue. After the two figures disappeared around the corner, Master Yan murmured meaningfully. Zai Yue, you said before that which young master was worthy of you. But now the question is whether you are worthy of him. This opportunity has been given to you, and I really hope you can seize it. In his view, if Zai Yue wants to break free from the limitations of Yan City and venture into a wider world, then he must have some kind of opportunity. Such opportunities cannot be waited for, they must be seized. Meeting a benefactor is far more valuable than years of hard work. Master Yan stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky and sighed. Yan City is still too small. The dragon lies hidden in the abyss, then rises to the heavens with the clouds. Chapter 113, It is impolite not to reciprocate. Young Master Lin, that gray tower ahead is the so-called Runemaster Tower. Throughout the journey, Zai Yue displayed considerable enthusiasm. Perhaps because it was the first time, the other person was very nervous at the beginning and even stuttered a little when speaking. Once she got used to it, she relaxed a lot. The Lin Chen before her did not possess the majesty of a four-seal symbol master, nor did she exude that indescribable sense of oppression, allowing her to speak freely. Originally, she wanted to ask directly. But she was a smart woman, so naturally she wouldn't do that. There will be plenty of time and opportunity to satisfy her. Yes, curiosity. Lin Chen looked in the direction Zai Yue's jade finger pointed, and not far away, there stood a gray tower with 9 stories. Although he appeared somewhat ordinary, the overwhelming sense of mental pressure he exuded made it impossible for the other party to remain ordinary. Runemaster Tower, formed by the spiritual power of Runemaster predecessors of the Yan City Runemaster Association over nearly a century, is an irreplaceable sacred place in the hearts of Yan City Runemasters. In the near future, no one will come here to attack the tower. Zai Yue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Lin Chen and continued. Young Master Lin, this way please. Ahead is the competition square of our Spirit Master Association, where young disciples usually compete. Following Zai Yue's footsteps, Lin Chen soon arrived at the competition square that Zai Yue had mentioned. The competition square is currently bustling with activity, surrounded by many people. Moreover, these people were clearly divided into 2 groups. Cheer on each other's players. Lin Chen looked over and saw a man in white shirt in the arena, loudly mocking the Yan City Runemaster Association for being cowardly and incompetent, only sending out a disciple of the one-seal talisman master. Immediately afterwards, the opponent defeated the one-seal talisman master from the Yan City Runemaster Association with a single palm strike. It seems the Yan City Runemaster Association is nothing special. This time at Tower Duel, Tianhuo City will definitely take the Runemaster Tower. The man in white looked up at the sky and roared, his face full of disdain, mocking. This move has caused dissatisfaction among many rune masters in the Yan City Runemaster Association. This outsider dares to be so arrogant on their own territory in Yan City. It's utterly despicable. Some people glared angrily, while others clenched their fists. However, no one stepped forward to speak up. It wasn't that they lacked the courage, but they knew they only possessed the strength of a one-seal talisman master, and were utterly powerless to resist the man in white, let alone defeat him. It's better not to make a move now. If we do and are defeated, it will probably embolden the other party to become even more arrogant and domineering, and they will not take the rune masters of the Yan City Runemaster Association seriously at all. If the younger generation of rune masters in the Yan City Runemaster Association are only at this level, then there's no point in competing in Tower Duel. We might as well just hand it over. After all, even I, a mere second seal spirit master, can't beat them, let alone the more powerful senior brothers. That's right, third senior brother is absolutely right. The Tianhuo City Runemaster team, led by the man in white, started making a fuss, looking at the Runemasters from the Yan City Runemaster Association with mocking and disdainful smiles. Such words left many people feeling a chill. If that's really the case, then how could the Yan City Runemaster Association possibly defeat the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association? After all, Zai Yue, the most outstanding young member of the Yan City Runemaster Association, is only a peak second-level rune master. That's outrageous. Zai Yue, standing next to Lin Chen, once again displayed a cold, frosty expression on her pretty face. She stared at the man in white and said coldly, "It seems we need to let him know where we are." Zai Yue would never allow Lin Chen to make a move, as Lin Chen was, after all, a trump card of the Yan City Runemaster Association. It was originally hers. But well, she's just not as skilled as him, sob, sob, sob. Lin Chen watched Zai Yue's departing figure, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then followed. It's senior sister Zai Yue. That's it. A mere Tianhuo City talisman master dares to act arrogantly here. Let's beat him up. Upon seeing Zai Yue's stunning figure, the somewhat discouraged Yan City Rune masters were immediately filled with excitement. The other party, as the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Yan City Runemaster Association, is a peak second-level rune master. Teaching a mere white-clad man who had just entered the second Seal Spirit Master realm, a lesson was not a problem. Miss Zai Yue. When the man in white saw Zai Yue, he was stunned. He had to admit that her stunning beauty amazed him. However, he had to come to his senses amidst the enthusiastic cheers. In any case, we still need to conduct a tower duel with the Yan City Runemaster Association. In order to ensure victory in this third tower duel, the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association must have conducted an investigation. Naturally, Zai Yue, the most outstanding young member of the Yan City Runemaster Association, was also known to them. When the man in white came to provoke them, his senior brother warned them that if Zai Yue appeared and intended to fight him, they should not engage in combat. Without a doubt, he was no match for his opponent. And, in short, the man in white felt a chill in his heart. His plan to provoke Yan City Runemaster Association and test what kind of powerful talisman master geniuses had emerged this year would have to be brought to an abrupt end. You all seem to be a little itchy. Would you like me to scratch your skin for you? Zai Yue's pretty face was covered in frost, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. She stepped forward one step at a time, startling the man in white to retreat repeatedly. Seemingly realizing that their actions had seriously damaged Tianhuo City's reputation. The other person simply stopped in their tracks, trying to remain calm, and said in a cold voice, "Miss Zai Yue, your strength is undeniable. However, you should also know that there is absolutely no need to bully the weak. If my senior brother were to intervene, the young rune masters of your Yan City Runemaster Association would likely all be defeated, including you. It's best not to do so before the tower duel officially begins." Tusk, interesting. Seeing this, Lin Chen had no choice but to nod, a slightly mocking smile on his face. This guy, who was so arrogant just now, how come he's changed a bit now? Zai Yue wouldn't listen to those words and said coldly, "Stop talking and apologize now, or you'll have a hard time participating in tower duel." A chilling, killing intent permeated the air at that moment. This made the man in white's heart tighten. In the rush, he saw Lin Chen, who had come with Zai Yue, and after thinking for a moment, he realized that he didn't seem to have any prior information about this person. So, it must be an insignificant minor character. If that's the case, then it's easy to solve. "Miss Zai Yue," the man in white repeatedly said, "I'm from Tianhuo City. second Seal Spirit Master, Cao Zhu refuses to fight you before Tower Duel. But I'm willing to have a rematch with the Rune Masters from your Yan City Rune Master Association. I'll apologize if I lose." He paused, then smiled sinisterly. "But if I win, you won't be able to make things difficult for me." Cao Zhu simply couldn't believe that a proud and aloof woman like Zai Yue would still be able to entangle with him after proposing this duel. To deal with someone like that, all you have to do is keep pestering them. "No, senior sister, please don't agree. Just deal with him directly. He's too arrogant." The Rune Masters at the Yan City Rune Master Association were all disgusted and outraged by Cao Zhu's shamelessness and such behavior. They knew that given Zai Yue's personality, she definitely wouldn't refuse. If we don't hurry, senior sister Zai Yue will fall into someone else's trap. There's no need for any more fighting. As long as Zai Yue defeats Cao Zhu decisively, isn't that enough? The opponent is simply afraid of his own strength and unable to defeat Zai Yue, so he is doing this on purpose. Zai Yue narrowed her eyes slightly. In the past, she would have agreed immediately, thinking that with her there would definitely be no problem. But now, she noticed Cao Zhu's gaze, which subtly drifted towards Lin Chen's position. She had already seen through the other party's little scheme. "Haha, do you really think that the Yan City Rune Master Association can defeat anyone who comes? Well then, let's show them what it's like." "Okay, I agree." Regardless, Zai Yue was already determined to teach this arrogant Cao Zhu a lesson. "Well," the talisman masters of Yan City all lowered their heads, some sighing. As expected, the senior sister agreed. Now look what's happened. They're just waiting to get beaten up. In their view, apart from Zai Yue, none of the Yan City talisman masters present here could defeat Cao Zhu, the second Seal Spirit Master. So, once Cao Zhu sets his sights on you, you'll have to compete with him. The final result was obviously shameful. Cao Zhu was practically ecstatic. He couldn't believe that Zai Yue, a woman who was so beautiful and capable, was so dim-witted. He almost thought the other person wouldn't agree and was about to punch him a few times. I was terrified. Now that he had received the other party's consent, Cao Zhu's tension eased. He grinned, his gaze landing on Lin Chen without hesitation. He pointed at him and shouted, "Yes, it's you, kid. Get up here and let me beat you, then I'll leave." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, so arrogant. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was the other team's home turf. He looked at Zai Yue and said, "Senior sister, let's just finish this guy off. There's no need for a fair fight against someone who bullies a one-seal talisman master with his second Seal Spirit Master cultivation and is so smug about it." These words caused Cao Zhu's cruel smile to freeze instantly. Holy crap. Why isn't this kid playing by the rules? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the other party get angry, rush onto the stage, only to be kicked away and decisively defeated? How come things are like this now? Cao Zhu looked at Zai Yue nervously and said repeatedly, "How dare you, a mere brat, refuse the decisions made by Zai Yue and me? Are you perhaps just some piece of trash willing to hide behind a woman?" Lin Chen and Zai Yue both frowned. This guy was really asking for a beating. The current situation is not favorable to them. But inexplicably, this emboldened the other party. Zai Yue was both delighted and apprehensive about being addressed as Lin Chen's senior sister. If the other party joins the Yan City Rune Master Association, where will she, as the senior sister, be? The tables turned instantly, and the other person became the senior disciple. At the Yan City Rune Master Association, the ranking of the younger generation of rune masters is based entirely on their strength. Regardless, let's follow Lin Chen's advice and teach this arrogant Cao Zhu a lesson. How dare they say young Master Lin is? Zai Yue felt extremely indignant whenever she thought of those humiliating words. "You despicable scoundrel, take this." In an instant, a powerful shockwave of mental energy surged toward Cao Zhu. A powerful mental pressure instantly descended upon Cao Zhu. This prevented the other party from reacting immediately. As a result, he was directly hit by Zai Yue's mental energy shockwave attack and was sent flying without any chance to resist. Bang! Ugh! Cao Zhu's screams startled everyone awake. Third senior brother. How are you? Do you need CPR? The talisman masters from Tianhuo City were astonished to see that Cao Zhu, the third senior brother, had been blasted away with a single blow, and they quickly rushed to his side. At this moment, Cao Zhu's white clothes were shattered into pieces, hanging haphazardly on his body. His messy hair and dirty face made it impossible to see his previous high spirits and arrogance. This terrified the talisman masters of Tianhuo City, for that was their third senior brother. Get lost. Cao Zhu came to her senses, still feeling a buzzing in her head. It's truly unexpected that, despite both being second-tier rune masters, the gap between him and Zai Yue is so enormous. In the blink of an eye, he was blasted away. It's not over yet, kill. Cao Zhu stood up shakily, his gaze towards Zai Yue and Lin Chen filled with resentment. He knew very well that even if he went all out, he probably wouldn't be able to injure Zai Yue, let alone defeat him. Therefore, in order to save face and get revenge on the other party, it is necessary to find a new target. Ice Profound Sword. With a loud shout from Cao Zhu, 3 beams of cold light shot out as he waved his hand. Their target is none other than Zai Yue's, right next to Lin Chen. What audacity! This scene truly enraged Zai Yue. Right under her nose, this defeated opponent dared to launch a sneak attack. Just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly remembered something and decided to slow down her actions. Perhaps Cao Zhu will be the one who suffers later. Lin Chen pursed her lips, but did not react at all. He examined the 3 cold glints. They were 3 sharp short swords, pure white, with a faint chill emanating from them. The Ice Profound Sword is made of a special rare metal from extremely cold regions. It naturally possesses an astonishing chill that can damage mental strength. I'm so sorry, but I'll gladly accept it. Under Cao Zhu's smug gaze after his successful sneak attack, Lin Chen raised his hand and directly grasped the 3 Ice Profound Swords between his fingers. Buzz! Ice Profound Sword also attempted to break free from Cao Zhu's mental control by his fingers. However, how could Lin Chen possibly let the other party succeed? He smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, 3 transformation needles materialized. He said, "It would be impolite not to reciprocate, so please accept this with a smile." Call out. The 3 transformation needles easily reached Cao Zhu and pierced into his body at an extremely fast speed. Although Cao Zhu realized what was happening and tried to use his own yuan energy to shake the transformation needle out of his body. However, what made him feel uneasy was that the slender and straight transformation needle had bent into a fishhook shape inside his body at this moment. This caused Cao Zhu, who was desperately trying to shake out the transformation needle, to suffer secondary damage, and he screamed in agony, unable to bear it any longer. Chapter 114 Ancestor Symbol Rubbing. Third senior brother, how are you? Does it hurt here? Let me help you. It hurts. Get away from me. The talisman masters of Tianhuo City were all panicked and at a loss. They never expected that Cao Zhu, the second seal spirit master, would be able to turn the tables on them even when he was ambushed, and even suffer such serious injuries. After several attempts, one of the Tianhuo City talisman masters could no longer contain himself and angrily charged towards Lin Chen, shouting, "You brat, release my third senior brother right now, or else." His voice suddenly stopped. This is because the 3 Ice Profound Swords that Cao Zhu had just used are now held against his neck. The bone-chilling cold made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, unable to escape. Big brother, spare me, spare me. The talisman master, who had just been about to avenge Cao Zhu, immediately bowed his head and shouted. He was genuinely worried that Lin Chen might kill him in a fit of anger. If I were to lose my life here, that would be a really bad joke. Lin Chen chuckled and asked, "Weren't you just going to avenge your third senior brother? Why are you backing down now? I'll give you a chance, come and fight." These words made everyone present burst into laughter. "Yeah, come on, let's fight. I gave you a chance, but it was useless. I'll slap your third senior brother, and then I'll let you go." The rune masters of the Yan City Rune Master Association had finally gotten this opportunity, so they were definitely going to vent their frustrations. Some people even took it upon themselves to offer advice to the Tianyuo City Talisman Master. The Talisman Master swallowed hard. Although he knew he shouldn't slap his third senior brother Cao Zhu, he was unable to move because of the pressing situation. If he really offends the other party, these 3 ice profound swords will take his life. Even if the tower duel between Yan City and Tianyuo City has reached a critical moment, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to act rashly at this time, or even cause harm or death. But he didn't dare to gamble at all. "I'm sorry, I'll go right now." After some struggle, the Talisman Master also chose to follow his heart. While being supported by Ice Profound Sword, he immediately went to the side of his third senior brother, Cao Zhu, who was writhing in pain on the ground. "No way, he's the third senior brother." A Tianyuo City Talisman Master witnessed this and quickly stepped in to stop it. If that slap were delivered to Cao Zhu, the retaliation would be unimaginable. "Then save me." The Talisman Master was so angry he almost laughed. This wasn't his idea at all. If someone could rescue him and prevent him from being held hostage by the Ice Profound Sword, why would he need to do this? Seeing this, the Tianyuo City Talisman Masters could only watch helplessly as the other party raised his palm and slapped Cao Zhu hard across the face. "You dare." Cao Zhu never imagined that one of his own people would dare to betray him. While he's being tormented by that transformation needle, come here and slap him across the face. Although the Talisman Master was somewhat apprehensive, he still needed to slap him quickly for his own safety. Snap! He slapped the Talisman Master across the face, and the Talisman Master was filled with trepidation. However, he found the Ice Profound Sword still pressed against his neck, thinking that he hadn't been slapped enough. Then, several more slaps followed. He thought to himself, "This slap really feels good. How many more times are you going to slap me, you bastard?" When Cao Zhu realized that the transformation needle within him had stopped causing harm, he endured the pain, quickly stood up, and kicked the Talisman Master in the chest, cursing angrily. "Can't you see that this is just a joke?" The Talisman Master also snapped out of his daze after the exhilarating feeling of being slapped. He then realized that the Ice Profound Sword was still firmly held above his neck. For a moment, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Who the hell said that if he slapped Cao Zhu once, he could let him go? He'd been slapped so many times, yet the Ice Profound Sword was still pressed against his neck, without him moving an inch. Ice Profound Sword return. Cao Zhu did not immediately cause trouble for Lin Chen, nor did he teach the Talisman Master a lesson. He simply stared intently at the 3 ice profound swords held against the Talisman Master's neck. He activated his mental power, attempting to regain control of the Ice Profound Sword. However, to his surprise, the Ice Profound Sword remained completely still, as if it were unmoved by his mental power. This made Cao Zhu feel very uneasy, as he had spent nearly 30,000 Yang Essence stones to forge those 3 Ice Profound Swords. If he can't control the Ice Profound Sword, doesn't that mean Lin Chen has stolen it from him? Damn it! This discovery made Cao Zhu unable to contain his anger any longer, and he was about to rush towards Lin Chen to teach him a lesson. However, he soon curled up on the ground in pain, groaning incessantly. Ugh. After wailing for a while, Cao Zhu finally caught his breath. Fear appeared on his face. He thought that the transformation needle had reached its maximum existence time within his body and had dissipated on its own. I never expected it to still be inside my body. If it can't be removed, wouldn't it cause Lin Chen immense pain at any moment? The transformation needle must taste pretty good. Since you're satisfied with this return gift from the transformation needle, then I'll accept the ice profound sword. With a flick of Lin Chen's wrist, the 3 ice profound swords that had been resting on the neck of the unfortunate talisman master flew straight back. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Cao Zhu's face grew increasingly pale. The ice profound sword is gone forever. Unless he defeats Lin Chen. However, with such abilities, he wouldn't have allowed the ice profound sword to be taken away by the other party, and he even suffered the torment of the transformation needle several times in a row. Cao Zhu. At this moment, Zai Yue also coldly shouted, "If you don't leave now, then just wait for Tower Duel to fail and return empty-handed. There are 2 days left until Tower Duel. If the other party does not leave now, then we can only keep them locked up until Tower Duel ends. During this period, don't expect any special treatment." Upon hearing this, Cao Zhu was greatly shocked. "You lot don't go too far. In a couple of days, at Tower Duel, I'll make you taste the bitterness of defeat, and I'll make you return the ice profound sword double." He was somewhat unwilling, but could only quickly say, "Walk." Don't even think about having Lin Chen remove the transformation needle that's inside the body. It's already fortunate that the opponent was able to restrain themselves from using the ice profound sword to kill him with a single strike. Now, the most important thing is to hurry back to the Tianhuo City Talisman, Master's residence, and inform the senior brothers about what they have discovered. Tusk. That's it. Amidst boos from the Yan City Talisman Masters, Cao Zhu and the other Tianhuo City Talisman Masters, who had arrived in high spirits and arrogantly to provoke them, now had no choice but to slink away in disgrace. This plunged the Yan City Runemaster Association into a long-awaited sense of victory and joy. In the previous 2 Tower Duel races, Tianhuo City won, while Yan City suffered a crushing defeat. The current 3rd Tower Duel makes it hard to see any hope. All that can be said is that the victory in this match against Cao Zhu greatly encouraged the members of the Yan City Runemaster Association. "Let's go, Miss Zai Yue." Noticing the intense gazes of the surrounding talisman masters, Lin Chen, not wanting to cause trouble, quickly left after giving them a warning. Seeing this, Zai Yue nodded. Under the envious and admiring gazes of the talisman masters, Lin Chen and Zai Yue left the square together. "Young Master Lin, you are amazing." Zai Yue pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then immediately praised him. It can be said that the Yan City Runemaster Association has now regained its reputation. If she had defeated Cao Zhu herself, or even made him slink away, the effect would certainly not have been as inspiring. After all, she is the senior sister. This level of performance is perfectly normal. If even a talisman master like Cao Zhu can't handle this, then there's absolutely no point in comparing the Tower Duel between Yan City and Tianhuo City. It's all right. Lin Chen's mind was clearly no longer on this matter. Cao Zhu is only ranked 3rd in Tianhuo City. It seems there are still 2 people we need to be careful about. He looked at Zai Yue and said, "If Miss Zai Yue has nothing else to do, then I'll head back to the inn. We'll meet again at Tower Duel." What opinion could Zai Yue possibly have about this? You can't exactly tell them to stay overnight, can you? So, after a brief farewell, Lin Chen also left. Zai Yue pursed her lips, gazing at the corner where Lin Chen's figure disappeared, and murmured, "Miss Zai Yue, how unfamiliar you are with me." Perhaps it was because she remembered that when they faced Cao Zhu before, Lin Chen had called her senior sister, which showed their close relationship and made her think about it. Zai Yue shook his head, also hurrying back to prepare to cultivate diligently, hopping to reach the higher Runemaster Tower during the tower duel. Inside the Yan City Inn, Lin Dong, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with smiles. Second Seal Spirit Master, Yuan and Realm, I've achieved them all. Right now, he is also a lesser Yuan Dan Realm powerhouse who has condensed the core. Thanks to Lin Chen's help, Lin Dong, who could only condense a maximum of 8-star cores before, has now condensed the highest known 9-star core. On the surface of the core within the Danshan, there are 9 Dan patterns, representing that the core's current quality is at the level of a 9-star core. Congratulations, bro. Lin Chen just pushed open the door to the inn room, walked up to the other person, and said with a smile, "Perfect timing, I have a gift for you." Lin Dong paused for a moment, then quickly refused. "Brother Chen, you should keep these for yourself. I've already enjoyed so many resources." Without the other party, how could he have reached lesser Yuan Dan realms so quickly? With so many medicinal herbs, it must cost a lot of money. What are you thinking about? Seeing this, Lin Chen patted the other person on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm your older brother. It's only right that I give you something." With a flick of his wrist, he produced the 3 ice profound swords. The astonishing chill instantly drew Lin Dong's attention. The ice profound sword is made of a special metal. Its unique coldness can damage mental power, making it particularly suitable as a weapon for rune masters. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Clearly, he knew how precious the ice profound sword was. Judging from their design, it's clear that these 3 ice profound swords were specially crafted for talisman masters. Compared to his shattered Yuan shuttle, this ice profound sword is undoubtedly much more powerful. "Brother Chen, I can't accept this. The ice profound sword is the perfect choice for you." Lin Dong was tempted, but he knew that his current second seal spirit master's mental strength was far inferior to that of Lin Chen in front of him. Rather than letting the ice profound sword gather dust in my hands, I'd rather let it shine in Lin Chen's hands. "No, little brother." Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that we talisman masters can forge magical artifacts ourselves? I mainly took this ice profound sword from Cao Zhu, a talisman master from Tianhuo City, because I thought it would be suitable for your current use. In fact, if he wanted to, he could easily forge a spiritual sword even more powerful than the ice profound sword in front of him using special metals. But isn't the ice profound sword that we found even better? This saves him time. He can just pick it up and use it." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong patted his forehead. Oh, he had forgotten about that. The shattered Yuan shuttle was a simple weapon he crafted himself, and he was quite adept at controlling it using his mental power. Lin Chen's progress in spiritual power in the path of talisman mastery is definitely stronger than his. Therefore, the other party must need to refine the most suitable spiritual magic weapon. However, there is currently no suitable special metal available. Thinking of this, Lin Dong felt much more at ease. He knew that he needed to improve his own abilities in order to be able to help Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would always have to rely on the other person for protection, which he found too tiring. "All right, Brother Chen, I'll accept the ice profound sword." A smile returned to Lin Dong's face as he played with the 3 ice profound swords, clearly quite fond of them. The residual spiritual energy within the ice profound sword was left behind by Cao Zhu. Lin Chen did not remove it. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother, have you noticed any special changes in your personal talisman?" Logically speaking, the other party should already know something. However, it may not be entirely certain. Now that they were about to enter the Runemaster Tower, he felt it necessary to remind the other party. This is a tremendous opportunity. It would be such a shame to miss it. Lin Dong paused for a moment, then thought back carefully. He hesitated before replying. Brother Chen, I've discovered that my natal talisman seems to have a slight effect on absorbing spiritual energy. However, I'm not entirely sure. Lin Dong was somewhat wary of this, worried that there might be a problem. Lin Chen is currently discussing this topic, and when he connects it to the ancient vortex symbol seal method, which was provided by the other party, he feels that taking this opportunity to exchange ideas would be much better. That's right. There's Cao Zhu's residual spiritual power within the ice profound sword. Why don't you try to absorb it with your natal talisman? Lin Chen offered his advice, smiling slightly as he said, perhaps there will be an unexpected discovery. To be honest, the other person's natal talisman is indeed very suitable for enhancing one's spiritual power. If you catch an enemy and kill them, you can first absorb their spiritual power, which will rapidly increase your own spiritual power without any side effects. It's incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong also began to use his own natal talisman. A small vortex had already appeared in his hands. When the hand touched the ice profound sword, the residual spiritual energy inside was easily drawn into the small vortex. Brother Chen, this is incredible. Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise and quickly said, this residual spiritual energy I absorbed has actually become mine. The improvement in his mental strength greatly excited him. If this were to absorb all of Cao Zhu's spiritual power, who knows how much it would boost his power? Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, it's useful, that's for sure. After all, it's the legendary devouring ancestral symbol imprint. Chapter 115, How could there be such a shameless person? A rubbing of the devouring ancestral symbol. Lin Dong was stunned when he heard this and murmured to himself. He had no idea what the so-called devouring ancestral symbol was. In his opinion, the talisman brought by the ancient vortex symbol seal was already very powerful. If it's just a rubbing of something called devouring ancestral symbol, then that's truly terrifying. That's right. Lin Chen nodded and introduced. This ancient vortex symbol seal was created by a powerful being who had the good fortune to see the devouring ancestral symbol. Using the devouring ancestral symbol as a blueprint, he created a seal with a trace of devouring power. Lin Dong's face showed shock. Even with such a powerful being's cultivation, they could only imprint the so-called devouring ancestral symbol. He quickly asked, Brother Chen, what exactly is this devouring ancestral symbol? It must be said that the current devouring ancestral symbol has given Lin Dong a sense of sudden enlightenment. I always thought Yan City was a huge place, but I had no idea how much bigger the surrounding area was. However, this ancient vortex symbol seal was merely a copy made by a great master based on the devouring ancestral symbol, which truly refreshed his understanding. In this world, there are 8 ancestor symbols, the most mysterious of which is the devouring ancestor symbol. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen continued. Possessing the ancestor symbol means becoming one of the top powerhouses on this Tiangshuan continent. It can be said that one is at the pinnacle of the world. The so-called devouring ancestral symbol is like your current ancient vortex symbol seal, which has the power to devour. However, the former is undoubtedly many times more powerful, capable of devouring and refining everything. It has a multiplier effect on cultivation. Its own recovery ability has also been greatly improved. Furthermore, with the devouring ancestral symbol, one also gains the ability to simultaneously master the other 7 ancestor symbols. By then, they will undoubtedly be the true supreme powerhouses. Lin Chen's words simply sketched out a vision in Lin Dong's mind. In the past, that was Qingyang Town, and further up was Yan City, and even the enemy of Great Yan Prefecture. And now, we have reached the pinnacle of this world. It's as if we'll know the Future Chinese letter, Jeju, overall situation structure of the world in the next moment. Brother Chen, does that mean a person can only possess one ancestor symbol? Otherwise, why is it that only the devouring ancestral symbol can simultaneously control the other 7 ancestor symbols? Lin Dong simply voiced his questions at that moment. For him, the pleasure he was experiencing right now was no less than that of being in bed, and his cultivation breakthrough was even more intense. That's right. Only by taking the devouring ancestral symbol as a premise can we have the ability to grasp, or more precisely, accommodate, other ancestor symbols. Lin Chen nodded and explained. The other ancestor symbols all possess extremely strong abilities, making it impossible for them to coexist with each other, as they are prone to conflict. However, with the devouring ancestral symbol, this problem is eliminated, and the difference between them is still very significant. At this moment, Lin Dong also suddenly realized. No wonder, as Lin Chen just mentioned, the devouring ancestral symbol is the most mysterious of the 8 ancestor symbols. It turns out it has such an ability, and there's some truth to the joking term, lubricant. Good luck, little brother. Lin Chen smiled and continued. With the ancient vortex symbol seal, you now have some understanding of the power of devouring. If the opportunity arises in the future, you might be the next owner of the devouring ancestral symbol. At that time, the entire world, including me, might need you to save it. For a moment, Lin Dong was unsure whether the other person was telling the truth or joking. With Lin Chen's talent and potential, it's impossible for her to be worse than him. In the end, it's more reliable for the other party to obtain all the ancestor symbols than for him to obtain the devouring ancestor symbol and thus save the world. Brother Chen. Lin Dong wanted to say something, but Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder and smiled. If there's anything, just ask Xiao Dio. This guy used to be a big shot in demon domain. He also has some power of devouring, so don't show him any mercy. The implication is that he heard all these things from heavenly demon Sable. He didn't know anything else. Lin Dong scratched his head and could only nod. In fact, when he had contacted heavenly demon Sable before, he had no idea about devouring ancestral symbol or anything like that, so naturally he couldn't have asked about it. To his surprise, heavenly demon Sable was actually a powerful figure in the demon domain, which was truly unbelievable. Although Lin Dong currently has no concept of demon domain. However, I have gained a preliminary understanding of great power. The one who could create the ancient vortex symbol seal by imprinting it, and who possessed a trace of devouring power, was such a powerful being. A look of longing appeared on Lin Dong's face. He yearns to become stronger. All right, bro. Lin Chen yawned and said, if the ice profound sword is with you, Cao Zhu will definitely cause you trouble when the tower duel comes. Be careful. The rest is that we'll be going to tower duel in 2 days. Just follow me. Now, hurry up and train at Spiritual Grindstone. 2 days later, Lin Chen, accompanied by Lin Dong, who was visiting the Yan City Runemaster Association for the first time, had already met Zai Yue, who had been waiting for them. Before meeting Lin Chen, the other person looked around anxiously, appearing quite different from the initial icy beauty. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he immediately stood up. Young master, you've arrived. Zai Yue knew that, in addition to Lin Chen, Lin Dong was also present. Taking some factors into consideration, we simply omitted one word from the title. Lin Chen nodded slightly and introduced. Miss Zai Yue, this is my younger brother Lin Dong. After exchanging greetings, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the location of the Runemaster Tower. Originally, there was a sizable open space beneath the Runemaster Tower. But now, it's completely covered by a dense crowd, making it impossible to find a place to stand. Only talisman masters can come here. In other words, most of the talisman masters in Yan City have probably already arrived here, ready to observe the tower duel between Yan City and Tianhuo City. Young master, Cao Zhu is over there. Zai Yue glanced at the crowd and quickly spotted the people sent by the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association. Cao Zhu, the man in the white shirt from before, was among them. However, his expression was extremely unpleasant. When she saw the person next to Cao Zhu, her gaze narrowed slightly, and she reminded him, the person next to Cao Zhu is his second senior brother, Liu Long, who is not easy to deal with. Lin Chen and Lin Dong both looked in that direction, and their eyes met those of Liu Long, the man in the silver robe. The other person whispered something to Cao Zhu, and then came over here as well. Miss Zai Yue and this brother Lin, I've long admired your names. The man in the silver robe, Liu Long, had a smile on his face and seemed quite approachable. However, Lin Chen and his team could sense the sinister sneer hidden behind the other party's fake smile. They've seen plenty of these two-faced scoundrels. They're not surprised by them. It has to be said that Liu Long spent more time with Zai Yue than with Lin Chen. There seemed to be a strange look in his eyes. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and silently made a note of it. Some people still don't know how to look at themselves in the mirror. How dare they be so unrestrained in front of him? Liu Long seemed unaware that someone had already written him down in a little notebook, waiting for a chance to settle scores. He grinned and said to Lin Chen, I did something wrong a couple of days ago, and as your second senior brother, I apologize for it. Please forgive me. Here to apologize. Lin Chen returned the same smile and said, That's easy to say. Since you apologized so sincerely, I'll let it go. Upon hearing this, both Liu Long, the man in the silver robe, and Cao Zhu were overjoyed. That would make things much easier. The fear is that Lin Chen will be unyielding, and in the end, will have no choice but to resort to force. With this response, they felt much more at ease. In that case, Brother Lin, please remove the transformation needle from my third apprentice brother's body and return the ice profound sword. The direct tone of the request caused both Zai Yue and Lin Dong to frown. If this is how you ask for help, what else is there to say? You're dreaming. Ice profound sword. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then asked, Isn't this a great gift from him? In return, I've already given him the transformation needle. Judging from your reaction just now, you know that Cao Zhu took the transformation needle. What, you want to take back the generous gift you gave away? He chuckled and continued teasingly. Let alone Yan City or Tianhuo City, I've never heard of anything like this in any other small place. Did you know that giving gifts like that would get you stuffed in a sack and beaten with sticks? The smiles on Liu Long and Cao Zhu's faces immediately froze. We already agreed that we're open to discussion. Why have you suddenly turned on me? Oh no, how can someone be so shameless? This is some weird gift-giving. Who has ever seen a return gift where someone tries to forcefully insert a transformation needle into their body and then can't get it out for ages? It's infuriating. Originally, Cao Zhu and the others planned to have their master take action, but no one expected that the transformation needle would seem to have eyes, wandering around inside his body, and impossible to remove. Even the other party's master, the four-seal symbol master, couldn't do it. Otherwise, why would Liu Long and Cao Zhu come to Lin Chen like this? As for the ice profound sword, it should be returned. If we can't get it back, then we'll wait until the tower duel and take it back. Given this premise, the first step is to get the transformation needle sorted out. If the transformation needle isn't resolved, wouldn't the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association have already lost a key player before even reaching tower duel? Despite Lin Chen's response, Liu Long felt he still needed to try. Brother Lin, let's stop joking around, shall we? After thinking for a moment, Liu Long decisively laid his cards on the table. As long as you take back the transformation needle and return the ice profound sword, then during the tower duel later, I, the Rune Masters of Tianhuo City, will absolutely not lay a hand on you, the Rune Masters of Yan City. The tower duel competition consists of climbing to the highest tower and staying in that tower for the longest time. During this period, a conflict is bound to occur between the talisman masters of Yan City and Tianhuo City. This has happened before. This resulted in the young Yan City rune masters, who had previously shown talent, not achieving very good results. Who are you? At this moment, Lin Dong could no longer hold back and asked Liu Long. If the president of the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association says so, then I, Brother Chen, might agree. He looked Cao Zhu and Liu Long up and down and said with a sneer, "But you guys, Tusk. Anyway, the ice profound sword is on him." It's impossible for Liu Long and Cao Zhu to explain this to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Dong, who had tasted the benefits of ice profound sword, would certainly not agree to it. You. Cao Zhu was already short-tempered, and upon discovering that the return of his ice profound sword was nowhere in sight, and with the transformation needle within him posing a threat, he was enraged by Lin Dong's taunts and retorted, "You believe me or not, I'll make your life miserable when we're at Tower Duel later." Lin Dong was waiting to hear those words. He shrugged and said to Lin Chen, "Brother Chen, I knew it. How could this kind of guy possibly apologize sincerely? It seems that a few words were enough to uncover the truth." These words almost made Liu Long and Cao Zhu vomit blood on the spot. How can there be such shameless people? They've already apologized. What more do they want? Are they expected to compensate them? Snort. Liu Long flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "It seems we should settle this with Tower Duel." He grabbed Cao Zhu, who still didn't want to leave, and quickly pulled him away from there. He realized that the other party had no intention of returning the ice profound sword. As for the transformation needle, it's probably impossible to remove it. Even if you put on a sycophantic face, it won't do any good. Now that they're back, all they need to do is prepare to give the other side a good beating in the Tower Duel. Seeing this, Zai Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems that Liu Long and Cao Zhu are quite angry. To her surprise, the 3 transformation needles that had been left inside Cao Zhu's body were still there. Does this mean that it existed for more than 2 days? During this period, it is also highly likely that it was attacked by the 4 seal symbol master. How come it still exists now? Zai Yue was somewhat confused about this, secretly pondering that there were also differences in strength among the 4 seal symbol masters. Could it be that Lin Chen's true spiritual power is even greater than that of Han Yun, the guild leader of Tianhuo City and a 4 seal symbol master? Startled by such a thought, Zai Yue dared not entertain any more wild ideas. Anyway, she has no idea what's going on. Indeed, it's thanks to your good cooperation, brother, that we really had no way to infuriate them. Lin Chen praised Lin Dong, noting that their contrasting roles, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, had indeed caused considerable harm to Liu Long and Cao Zhu. He smiled and continued, "Don't worry about Cao Zhu. He has a transformation needle inside him. Once he enters the Rune Master Tower, he'll be unable to move an inch. As for Liu Long, with your skills, brother or Zai Yue, you should have a chance to take him down. Therefore, you only need to pay attention to one person." Lin Chen and his group looked towards the location of the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association. Just by looking at their positions, they could tell the identities and status of Han Yun, the guild leader of Tianhuo City, and the ordinary-looking man with thick eyebrows behind him. "Young master, that person is Zhou Tong, the senior brother of Liu Long and Cao Zhu. He is the strongest young member of the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association. 2 years ago, he had already reached the level of 2nd Seal Spirit Master." Zai Yue had been paying close attention to Lin Chen's expression and reaction, and seeing that he was focused on that area, she took the opportunity to introduce him. "It's because of Zhou Tong that the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association dared to launch a tower duel against our Yan City Rune Master Association. Our 2-year losing streak was also due to him. Next, He will be our formidable opponent. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly when he heard the name. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, I wonder what kind of expression the Lord of the Dao Sect's ancestor symbol would have if he knew about this person. Chapter 116, A Roadblock. It's just a sick cat. Activate Runemaster Tower. After a brief greeting between Master Yan, head of the Yan City Runemaster Association, and Han Yun, head of the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association and guild leader of Tianhuo City, the Runemaster Tower was promptly activated. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Master Yan, rushing directly towards the towering stone gate of the Runemaster Tower. It ultimately condensed into a light imprint, which was imprinted in the groove on the stone gate. As the stone gate cracked open, a deafening rumble resounded. An extremely powerful mental fluctuation emanated from Runemaster Tower and spread outwards. The arrival of mental pressure caused many talisman masters to turn red in the face. Those who were not strong enough could not stay in the open space in front of the Runemaster Tower and could only retreat repeatedly. After a simple mental pressure screening, the remaining Rune Masters are all qualified to enter the Runemaster Tower. Seeing this, Master Yan also shouted in a deep voice, Runemaster Tower is now open, and the tower duel has begun. As soon as the other party finished speaking, many Rune Masters excitedly rushed towards the Runemaster Tower. Regardless of their final tower duel results, for these Rune Masters, the opportunity to hone and refine their spiritual power within the Runemaster Tower is already a great one. Who knows, this might be a chance to take things a step further. Most of the Rune Masters from Yan City and Tianhuo City had already rushed into the Runemaster Tower, with only a few making their own moves, taking their time. Young Master, let's go too. Seeing this, Zai Yue, who was standing next to Zhao Chen, also reminded him, wait a moment, be careful of the Tianhuo City Talisman Master. His methods may not be very honorable. Lin Chen and Lin Dong exchanged a glance and both nodded. As they entered the Runemaster Tower, the tall stone gate closed immediately. Even the least desirable one-seal talisman master can spend a whole day on the first floor of the Runemaster Tower. One day later, the stone gate of Runemaster Tower will reopen, allowing exit but not entry. Inside the Runemaster Tower. As soon as Lin Chen and his two companions entered, they could feel an intense spiritual pressure coming towards them, as if it wanted to suppress them here. However, the three of them acted as if nothing had happened, simply shrugging their shoulders as if they had adapted to the mental pressure of the first level. Lin Chen glanced briefly at the first level. The talisman masters who had rushed in earlier had already chosen their spots, sat cross-legged, and began to adapt to the oppressive aura here. Only a few talisman masters were not greatly affected and rushed straight to the middle of the first floor. There is a passage leading to the second level. Let's go straight up. The effects of this first level of spiritual baptism were not very significant for Lin Chen and his group. Yes, young master. Zai Yue had no objection to this. If she were alone, she would definitely rush to the higher floors of the tower immediately. However, she has already relinquished her leadership position. Just follow Lin Chen, and don't worry about anything else. Lin Chen secretly nodded in approval of Zai Yue. A girl who was easy to manage was quite nice. As they arrived at the middle of the tower, there was a staircase there. As a powerful spiritual force surged from the Nuan palaces of Lin Chen, Zai Yue, and Lin Dong, enveloping each other, they easily took that step onto the stairs, thus passing through the spiritual barrier. The situation on the second level is much better than on the first level, with far fewer talisman masters. However, Lin Chen and his two companions did not linger at that moment. Third level passed. Upon reaching the fourth level, only a very small number of talisman masters sit cross-legged here, undergoing spiritual tempering and baptism. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong beside him and asked, "Brother, what do you think?" Brother Chen, I feel fine. The pressure from this fourth level is no longer at the level of the previous 3 levels. I reckon it should already be at the level of a second Seal Spirit Master. Lin Dong shook his head, looked at the 2 groups of people facing off in the middle of the tower, and saw that some of the Yan City Talisman Masters seemed to have been injured. He continued. These rune masters in Tianhuo City are really impatient. They couldn't wait to make their move as soon as they entered the Rune Master Tower. Clearly, the Yan City Rune Masters who had reached the 4th level did not have enough strength to fight against the Tianhuo City Rune Masters who came to challenge them. A frosty expression had already appeared on Zai Yue's pretty face. These guys from Tianhuo City are really going too far. I couldn't resist taking action as soon as I arrived at Rune Master Tower. If she were to go to a higher level of the tower sooner, wouldn't the talisman masters from Yan City be bullied? As the senior member of the younger generation in the Yan City Rune Master Association, Zai Yue couldn't resist. Young master, I'll go teach them a lesson. However, after greeting Lin Chen, the other party stopped him. Zai Yue, let your younger brother go. Let him practice. I bet his hands have been itching for a while now. Such words, especially the way they were addressed, made Zai Yue's heart leap with joy. It seems that as long as we spend some time together, there's a chance our relationship can progress further. In that case, we must listen to the young master. That's right, Miss Zai Yue, I'm pretty good. Lin Dong clenched his fist as he said this. He could easily knock these guys down with just a flick of his fist. Not to mention, it involves using mental power. In this respect, he is definitely better than those Tianhuo City Rune Masters who can only stay on the 4th floor at most. Okay, Lin Dong, be careful. Zai Yue readily agreed, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to assess Lin Dong's abilities. The fact that the other party was able to reach this 4th level without much reaction suggests that Lin Dong must be the second Seal Spirit Master. However, it all depends on Lin Dong's performance. After all, there is still a considerable gap between these second Seal Spirit Masters. Lin Dong nodded and went to the injured Yan City Talisman Masters. He glanced at the 8 injured Talisman Masters and asked, "How are your injuries now?" Upon hearing this, the leading Talisman Master, Li Hu, was also somewhat pleased and quickly replied, "Young brother, we have sustained some injuries and may not be able to continue for the time being. You might as well hurry up to the 5th floor. There's no need for you to help us." Now, the situation is quite clear. The Talisman Masters of Tianhuo City are guarding the 4th floor. Anyone who wants to reach the 5th level must get past their test. This means that Yan City Rune Masters, who might be able to withstand the tempering and baptism of the 5th level of mental pressure, are likely to only stay on the 4th level. As a result, the Yan City Rune Master Association performed rather poorly in Tower Duel. My senior sister sent me here. Are you sure you want me to leave? Lin Dong recalled the nicknames the Talisman Masters had given Zai Yue and jokingly said them at that moment. It must be said that the Talisman Master Li, who in front of him was quite straightforward, and did not force him to become an enemy of the Talisman Masters of Tianhuo City, which deserves praise. Besides positive reviews, of course, a reward is also necessary. Senior sister. Upon hearing this, the Talisman Master Li, who was overjoyed and quickly urged, "No, no, no, young brother. Since you were sent by our senior sister, then I won't stand on ceremony." Seeing this, Lin Dong smiled. With a casual gesture, the 3 ice profound swords, radiating an astonishing chill, were already surrounding him. "Boy, how come you have my 3rd senior brother Cao Zhu's ice profound sword?" The Tianhuo City Talisman Master on the other side was also greatly shocked to see this scene and immediately questioned him. I had heard before that when the 3rd senior brother, Cao Zhu, came to the Yan City Rune Master Association to scout out the situation, he was beaten up by a ruthless person. The mental attack on his body has not been resolved yet, and he is in great pain. At the same time, the ice profound sword, which the opponent was extremely proud of, was also taken away. The fact that these 3 ice profound swords were now on the person before them was truly alarming to the Tianhuo City rune masters. Could you be Lin Chen? Lin Dong paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Why would I, Brother Chen, need to take action to deal with you?" In an instant, the 3 ice profound swords, controlled by his mental power, easily dispatched the several Tianhuo City talisman masters. Of course, the goal was simply to injure the other party, so that they could no longer pose a threat to Li Hu and other members of the Yan City Runemaster Association. That's enough. Senior Brother Zhou Tong, will surely punish you all. Just as someone was trying to become the king of verbal sparring, he was slapped away by Lin Dong. So noisy. Lin Dong's fierce gaze shifted to the other Tianhuo City talisman masters, scaring them into not daring to make a move. These talisman masters simply couldn't defeat him. If you don't back down, then don't even think about staying in Runemaster Tower and freeloading. Li Hu and 8 other Yan City talisman masters quickly stepped forward and said, "Thank you so much for your help, young man. We are extremely grateful." Just then, he saw Lin Chen and Zai Yue arrive. "Senior sister." Li Hu's face was filled with joy. He saw Lin Chen next to Zai Yue and recalled the scene 2 days ago when he had decisively defeated Cao Zhu, the 3rd senior brother of the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, making him flee in disgrace. He said excitedly, "And senior brother Lin Chen, it's so nice to see you all." Without the other party, this trip to Runemaster Tower would probably have left a very deep shadow. After all, the talisman masters of Tianhuo City wouldn't easily show mercy. "Li Hu, well done," Zai Yue praised in a cool tone. When facing an enemy like the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, one must have this kind of tenacious attitude of resistance. "Thank you, senior sister. We will definitely work even harder." Li Hu and the other Yan City talisman masters were extremely excited. She was their goddess. When have I ever received praise from a goddess like this before? For a moment, they felt that the injuries they had sustained in the fight with the Tianhuo City talisman masters no longer hurt. Zai Yue nodded and looked at Lin Chen. "Keep it up, everyone. We're heading to the 5th floor now." Lin Chen left these words, which also helped Zai Yue and Lin Dong successfully overcome the mental barrier at the top of the stairs. As Li Hu watched the 3 figures disappear, he murmured to himself, "Perhaps we have a chance to win this tower duel." Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Dong felt the mental pressure descending upon his shoulders become much heavier, causing his knees to involuntarily bend. He dragged his heavy steps forward, 1 step at a time. Lin Chen and Zai Yue, on the other hand, did not react much, appearing much more relaxed than Lin Dong. "Young master, is he really just a beginner 2nd seal spirit master?" Zai Yue turned her head in surprise to look at Lin Chen and asked. It must be said that the other party has a strong ability to adapt. Surprisingly, he was able to adapt to much of this mental pressure in a short period of time. "Perhaps if I stay a little longer, I'll be able to fully adapt." This means that Lin Dong probably has the ability to enter the 6th level. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded and smiled. "However, don't be fooled by your young age and the fact that you've become a 2nd seal spirit master. The effort you've put in and the torment you've endured are beyond what outsiders can imagine." Lin Dong often immerses himself in the spiritual grindstone within the ancestral stone's spiritual space to hone his spiritual power. So don't be fooled by the fact that the opponent only has 2 natal spirit talismans. In terms of mental strength, he is no less than the 3 seal rune master. After adapting to this 5th layer of mental pressure, one will be able to move freely. "I see, that's amazing." Zai Yue rarely praises others. Her beautiful eyes sparkle with a bright light. How did Lin Chen and Lin Dong cultivate so powerfully? if Lin Chen could be said to have a mysterious and powerful background to support his story. But Lin Dong is indeed a member of the Qingyang Town Lin family, so he doesn't seem to be that powerful at all. So, Zai Yue, looking radiant, was also filled with amazement when she looked at Lin Chen. It would have been impossible without the other party's help. That's amazing. Those who can reach the 4th level are already among the best rune masters in Yan City and Tianhuo City. Those who have reached this 5th floor are undoubtedly among the top. At this moment, the 5th floor was empty, except for 2 figures sitting cross-legged in front of the mental barrier at the middle of the tower's staircase. The white clothes and silver robes were 2 very familiar features that instantly revealed the identities of the 2 people. Tianhuo City Runemaster Association's 3rd senior brother Cao Zhu and 2nd senior brother Liu Long. Before Runemaster Tower started, Lin Chen and his colleagues had dealt with the other party. Finally, the 2 people were so angry they almost vomited blood, and they just left. Lin Chen, Liu Long and Cao Zhu, who were sitting cross-legged, turned their heads after noticing that someone had come to the 5th floor and saw Lin Chen, Zai Yue, and Lin Dong. This enraged the other party, who roared in fury and said, "Give me back my ice profound sword." Seeing this, Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Then the transformation needle can stay inside you. I'm a generous person. I won't take back a gift I've given away like some people do." These highly sarcastic remarks caused Liu Long and Cao Zhu's faces to flush red. "Brother Lin, if you return the ice profound sword and take the transformation needle from my body, 3rd apprentice brother, then I will not ask you to pay me another 20,000 Yang essence stones, and I will no longer be your enemy. What do you say?" Liu Long, the man in the silver robe, tried his best to remain calm. He took a deep breath and said this to Lin Chen. With Zai Yue, the senior member of the Yan City Runemaster Association, around, he didn't want to antagonize Lin Chen and the other 2. Those who can reach this 5th level must at least possess the cultivation of a 2nd seal spirit master. Cao Zhu's own transformation, needle limited his strength. If a real fight breaks out, Cao Zhu could be crippled, leaving Liu Long to fight 2 opponents at once. That's obviously unlikely. Only his senior brother, Zhou Tong, possessed such abilities. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. These days, are there still people who ask for such exorbitant prices? It was such a hilarious joke that he couldn't help but chuckle. They clearly couldn't beat them. That's why they reacted this way. Now, in the eyes of the 2 opponents, it seems that the 3 of them must return the ice profound sword and possibly pay 20,000 Yang essence stones in order to continue their journey. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Liu Long's face was extremely gloomy as he roared. Believe it or not, you will be unable to move an inch from now on, unable to reach the 6th floor, and therefore unable to win the tower duel. This Runemaster Tower belongs to Tianhuo City. In fact, the 2 of them had the same idea in mind when they stayed on the 5th floor. In any case, only by stalling for time can Tower Duel ultimately win and take the Runemaster Tower. Lin Chen chuckled softly, snapped his fingers, and said calmly, "Then, I'll just have to let you lose 1/3 apprentice brother for now. How strong is Chapter 117? Let me test your limits." Ugh. A horrific scream instantly echoed across the 5th floor of the Runemaster Tower. The white-clad Cao Zhu standing next to Liu Long in his silver robe was pale and slumped to the ground, writhing and rolling around, clutching his chest with both hands and grimacing in pain. A stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. "3rd apprentice brother, what's wrong with you?" Liu Long was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever seen the other person like this. Previously, Cao Zhu had described how terrifying it was to have the transformation needle inserted into the body. However, since he had never seen it before, he didn't really believe it. He had already witnessed Cao Zhu's boasting, this 3rd apprentice brother. But seeing the other party in such pain, Liu Long trembled, realizing that what Cao Zhu had said before was probably less than a tenth or a twelfth of what was happening now. Hateful. Seeing that he couldn't control Cao Zhu, Liu Long could only glare fiercely at Lin Chen and shout angrily. I will definitely kill you. A fiery, red sword shadow had already appeared in his hand. A scorching heat then filled the air. Holding the fiery red longsword, Liu Long attacked Lin Chen like lightning. Only by dealing with Lin Chen can the current crisis be resolved. Clang! A sword shadow emanating an astonishing chill instantly struck Liu Long's fiery red longsword, forcing him to stop. If you want to deal with Brother Chen, you'll have to get past me first. Surrounded by two ice-profound swords, Lin Dong took 2 steps forward and casually retrieved the ice-profound sword, staring coldly at the furious Liu Long. Who are you? Liu Long was greatly shocked. He never expected that this suddenly appearing stranger would be so powerful. It was just an ice-profound sword that stopped him. Judging from what we've observed during the clash, his opponent is clearly slightly stronger than him in terms of mental power. This left Liu Long completely bewildered. Given the current situation, it was definitely a huge disadvantage for the talisman masters of Tianhuo City. Liu Long was furious that Cao Zhu hadn't been able to detect it before. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have taken action. However, once the sword is drawn, it's not so easy to stop. What puzzled Liu Long the most was that Lin Chen would give the 3 ice-profound swords to Lin Dong. What was the relationship between the two? That's a Yang essence stone worth over 30,000 yuan. It's definitely not ordinary. Even if he wanted to obtain such an ice-profound sword, he would have to pay a considerable price. With a hint of resentment in his eyes, Liu Long attacked Lin Dong even more fiercely. Ding ding ding. The Li fire sword clashed repeatedly with the 3 ice-profound swords, producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. Damn it! The more Liu Long and Lin Dong clashed, the more they found each other extremely difficult to deal with. If it were just him alone, it would be very difficult to defeat him. As time drags on, he will likely only face defeat in the end. What really annoyed and frustrated Liu Long was Cao Zhu, who always let him down at crucial moments. If the opponent is not under the influence of Lin Chen's transformation needle, and is not currently restricted by Lin Chen's transformation needle, then Liu Long and Cao Zhu can now unleash the so-called mental attack technique. This is what they call the union of spirits, which allows Cao Zhu's spiritual power to be infused into Liu Long's Li fire sword, forcing the opponent to possess extremely powerful sword-slashing power. Cut. Liu Long knew that his time was running out. He was also extremely decisive, unleashing the power of his strongest sword strike to slash directly at Lin Dong. With a swing of his powerful Li fire sword, a fiery red sword shadow several meters high was unleashed. Snort. Lin Dong snorted coldly and used his mental power to continuously entangle with it, using the 3 ice-profound swords. Judging from the weapons used by both sides, Lin Dong's ice-profound sword would definitely be at a slight disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. However, Lin Dong's strong mental strength can make up for some of the ice-profound sword's disadvantages. This means that he won't be completely outmatched in his duel with Liu Long. As Lin Dong adapts, it's only a matter of time before his opponent is defeated. Ding ding ding. Liu Long roared, and the spiritual energy within Nguyen Palace poured out. This time, it's all or nothing. The powerful Li fire sword energy, forcefully, sent the 3 ice-profound swords flying. This left Lin Dong directly exposed to Liu Long. Without a weapon, how could he withstand the sharp sword light? Die. Faced with Liu Long's arrogant shouts, Lin Dong remained unmoved and simply extended his right hand. Judging from this stance, it seems they intend to use their flesh and blood to withstand the extremely sharp Li fire sword. Hehehehe, second senior brother, I've avenged third apprentice brother for you." When Liu Long saw this scene, he felt that the duel had already been decided. Inside the Runemaster Tower, you cannot kill people, but you can injure them. Even if someone has a broken arm or leg, it's still within the limits allowed by the tower duel rules. Therefore, Liu Long planned to sever Lin Dong's arms and legs with a single sword strike. In that case, the other party is a cripple. With this thought in mind, Liu Long, wielding the Li Fire Sword, managed to strike Lin Dong's hand. Not good. Seeing this, Zai Yue's frostiness faded considerably, and she quickly released her spiritual power, intending to help Lin Dong. Watching Lin Dong get injured was definitely not something she wanted. However, to her great surprise, Lin Chen, who was standing next to her, suddenly grabbed her arm. "Young master." This left Zai Yue completely bewildered. Wasn't Lin Dong the other party's younger brother? It was really not right to just watch him get hurt. "No rush, we've only just begun." Lin Chen shook his head and gave a simple explanation. He was quite familiar with Lin Dong's abilities. Let alone Liu Long in front of him, even if he joined forces with Cao Zhu and unleashed an attack at the level of a divine realm expert, they wouldn't be able to harm Lin Dong. Zai Yue was unaware of this situation and could only watch nervously as things unfolded. The densely packed spiritual energy surrounding Lin Dong's outstretched right palm was constantly dissolving under the power of Li Fire Sword Qi, seemingly about to forcefully sever his palm in no time. However, Liu Long, who had just revealed a smug smile, panicked when he saw a strange suction force appear in Lin Dong's right palm, instantly absorbing the spiritual power that enveloped his Li Fire Sword. If he wasn't mistaken, his spiritual power was actually decreasing as the other party absorbed it. Originally, his mental strength was almost at the threshold of Three Seal Rune Master. Right now, it has surprisingly returned to the mental strength threshold of Second Seal Spirit Master. At this rate of spiritual energy loss, it won't be long before he goes from being a prodigy Second Seal Spirit Master to a One Seal Talisman Master. Even wanting to retain the natal symbol seal and possess the identity of a symbol master would be an extreme luxury. No, what kind of power is this? Liu Long was terrified and quickly threw the Li Fire Sword in his hand over, then retreated rapidly to Cao Zhu's side, who was rolling on the ground. He felt that if he kept tailing the enemy to survive, they would definitely turn him into a complete waste. A fine sword. Lin Dong acted as if he hadn't heard Liu Long's words, simply snatching the Li Fire Sword away, and then saying something that was unclear whether he was cursing or praising someone. This made Liu Long furious. He had suffered a huge loss. Instead of taking back the 3 ice profound swords, they gave the even better Li Fire Sword to the other party. This truly angered him, to the point that he lost all desire to continue fighting with Lin Dong. To Liu Long at this moment, Lin Dong was already terrifying. If Lin Chen or Zai Yue were to make a move, wouldn't they hang him up and beat him to a pulp? This possibility forced Liu Long to back down. "My good brother, since your brother Lin's younger brother, then we can be considered friends. As friends, we've become friends through a bit of fighting. Now let's call it a day, shall we?" Liu Long looked at Lin Dong nervously, swallowed hard, and continued. "Please don't take the harsh words I just said to heart. I have a bad habit of doing that when I'm fighting. I'm really sorry. With this attitude, we should be able to handle it, right?" Out of the corner of his eye, Liu Long glanced at Cao Zhu, who was still writhing in pain on the ground, and felt extremely angry. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to them. I almost lost my life for a little money. That was so unwise. Lin Dong flipped his Li Fire Sword and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, "Brother Chen, you are a sword cultivator, and the metal material of this Li Fire Sword is quite good. If it is reforged, it will be very suitable for you." Lin Dong still remembered that the other party had given him the ice profound sword. The Ice Profound Sword is relatively small and can only be used to manipulate objects with mental power, which suits his mental attack style and habits. Such a Leaf Fire Sword would be more suitable for Lin Chen to hold and use, but not for him. Okay, I'll accept it. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and accepted it without hesitation. Based on his understanding of Lin Dong, the other party indeed didn't have much interest in a 3-foot sword like the Li Fire Sword. The Li Fire Sword in front of us was crafted by a 4-seal symbol master and is considered extremely exquisite by others. But for Lin Chen, it's just so-so. The special metal material used in the Li Fire Sword, Li Huo Iron, is somewhat useful to Lin Chen. He can forge it together with the Q Lin Sword to create a sword with both ice and fire attributes. After a brief moment's thought, Lin Chen looked at Lin Dong and asked, "Brother, what are you planning to do with them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's heart stirred slightly. Yes, it's too kind of them to let the other two off so easily. This kind person is easily bullied by others. To avoid being bullied, besides having the strength to back it up, you also need to be ruthless. Brother Chen, you and senior sister go to the 6th floor first. I'll handle things here. Lin Dong had an idea, and he said it to Lin Chen and Zai Yue. Mainly, with 2 people present, he felt embarrassed to act too harshly. Also, it's not good to hit the bamboo stick too hard. Lin Chen understood immediately, turned around and pulled Zai Yue, who still wanted to say something, directly to the stairs in the middle of the tower. Young master, you mustn't kill anyone inside the Rune Master Tower. Zai Yue couldn't help but offer a serious reminder. Although Liu Long had taken similar actions when he was constantly attacking Lin Dong, the current situation is different because they are at Tower Duel, and Han Yun, the guild leader of Tianhuo City and the head of the Tianhuo City Rune Master Association, is also present outside. If they knew that Liu Long and Cao Zhu had been killed, they certainly wouldn't let it go. If Yan City and Tianhuo City Rune Master Association were to actually fight, the negative impact would likely be significant, and it might even alarm Tiandu Prefecture. That would make things difficult. Don't worry, brother. You're just asking for some compensation for emotional distress, which is what you deserve. I won't take your life. Lin Chen smiled, as if he remembered something, and with a wave of his hand, he thrust the 3 transformation needles directly at Liu Long. Just as the other person trembled in shock, thinking they were dead, he realized he had scared himself and that nothing should happen. However, after Lin Dong's kind reminder, Liu Long realized that he had also been put on the transformation needle by Lin Chen. Anyone who does anything detrimental to Lin Chen and his group will face certain consequences. Some people have already set an example. You. Liu Long was almost in tears. Why wasn't he hurrying to the 6th level? Was it really worth it to bully him, a mere 2nd Seal Spirit Master, on the 5th level? Seriously, it's so boring. Seeing that Lin Chen and Zai Yue had already disappeared at the top of the stairs, Lin Dong, having successfully broken through the mental barrier, revealed a cruel smile to Liu Long. I'm really sorry, but if you want to live, then hurry up and leave some money to buy your life. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have a chance to live until the transformation needle kicks in. Liu Long shuddered, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He stretched out his trembling right hand and exclaimed, "You bloodless devil!" Sizzle. As the Ice Profound Sword flashed, a splatter of blood appeared. Excuse me, what did you just say? The horrific screams were especially loud on the 5th floor, startling the talisman masters on the 4th floor, who looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what was causing the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Zai Yue, can you handle this? Upon arriving at the 6th floor of the Rune Master Tower, the mental pressure one experiences is several times greater. It can be said that only 2nd Seal Spirit Masters can reach the 4th and 5th levels. However, only those at the peak of the 2nd Seal Spirit Master level and the 3 Seal Rune Master can reach this 6th level. Naturally, only the 3-seal rune master can move freely on the 6th floor. For someone like Zai Yue, a peak 2nd seal spirit master, it's still quite difficult before undergoing the tempering and baptism of mental pressure. The distance of less than 100 steps made it extremely difficult for Zai Yue to move forward, and it was hard for her to maintain her previous relaxed state. The intense mental pressure caused Zai Yue to break out in a cold sweat. Every time she was about to crush him, he would grit his teeth and stubbornly hold on. "Young master, I can do it." Despite the immense pressure, Zai Yue persevered. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only stay by the other person's side, following closely behind. If the other party can't hold on, then he has to take action in time. However, if one persists until one can withstand the mental pressure of the current 6th level, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Only in this way can we break through the 6th mental barrier and go to the 7th level. At the top of the stairs in the middle of the tower, there was already a determined figure sitting cross-legged in front of it. It's obvious that it's Zhou Tong, the senior member of the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association. If that's how you're going to go, then this tower duel will still be won by Tianhuo City. The other person neither turned their head nor shifted their position, but simply said calmly, "After all, you're too weak." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Then I'd really like to see where the limits of your power lie." These unexpected words made Zhou Tong shudder. In this deserted 6th floor of the Runemaster Tower, besides him and the newly arrived Zai Yue, who else is there? Chapter 118, Young Master, you are truly wonderful. Who are you? Zhou Tong could no longer remain calm. He stood up and looked at Zai Yue and the stranger next to him. According to previous intelligence, the Yan City Runemaster Association only has Zai Yue as a worthy opponent. The rest of the Yan City Talisman Masters were utterly no match for them. But how come there's another Yan City Rune Master who can reach the 6th level now? If the Yan City Runemaster Association were of such a high standard, they wouldn't have failed to even reach the 6th floor the first 2 times, only stopping at the 5th floor. Zhou Tong's expression was somewhat serious, which meant that a formidable opponent had emerged. "What are you scared?" Lin Chen chuckled and continued. "It can't be that bad. That person's tone was so loud just now, I could smell it even from this far away. It's really unforgettable." Zhou Tong's lips twitched a few times, and his cold gaze fell on Zai Yue next to Lin Chen. The way the other party was struggling to hold on was exactly what he had expected. In contrast, the most obvious difference is that Lin Chen didn't seem to be struggling much. This means that the other party may very well have the ability to reach the 7th level. This discovery made Zhou Tong extremely nervous. I thought this tower duel would be just like the previous 2, a simple and easy solution to take the Runemaster Tower home. But unexpectedly, this unexpected change occurred immediately. Snort. Zhou Tong snorted coldly. He had originally planned to stay on the 6th floor for a while so that his mental strength could be thoroughly tempered and purified during this trip to the Runemaster Tower. But Lin Chen's appearance has directly disrupted his plans. "You're not Lin Chen, are you? You're the one who embarrassed 3rd apprentice brother so much." Zhou Tong thought for a moment and remembered the message that Cao Zhu had brought back. He hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now it seems interesting. Since you were able to embarrass 3rd apprentice brother, you must have reached the peak of 2nd seal spirit master cultivation. Zhou Tong sneered and continued, "I'll say it again. Neither Zai Yue nor you, Lin Chen, can stop me from reaching the 7th floor. Tower duel will ultimately belong to Tianhuo City." "Don't even think about it." Zai Yue, who was struggling to withstand the mental pressure, couldn't help but grit her teeth and retort angrily when she heard the other party's arrogant words. "You can talk about her, but how dare you talk about the young master? What audacity." Tusk. Zhou Tong shook his head, and another surge of spiritual energy erupted from Nguyen Palace, enveloping him. Immediately, he crashed directly into the mental barrier leading to the 7th level. Under Zai Yue's unwilling gaze, the other party successfully broke through the mental barrier and stepped onto the stairs leading to the 7th floor. "Young master, you should go quickly, don't worry about me." Zai Yue was immediately unsettled when she saw Zhou Tong head to the 7th floor. She couldn't accept the failure of Tower Duel and the handover of Runemaster Tower. If she is all alone, then she can only keep trying and trying again. However, with Lin Chen present, she didn't want the other person to prioritize her own needs and cause such an important matter as Tower Duel to be affected. "No rush." Lin Chen shook his head and continued. "It's just the 7th floor. We'll go to the 8th floor later, and then we'll definitely win." Zai Yue was taken aback and found that the mental pressure on her body had lessened. At least, she didn't feel the same immense mental pressure as before, which seemed to be trying to crush her. Etc. Before Zai Yue could even ponder the meaning of Zhao Chen's words, she suddenly discovered something truly terrifying. The immense mental pressure emanating from her seemed to vanish at this moment. She looked up at Lin Chen and asked, "Young master, what's going on?" If nothing unexpected happens, it should be related to the other party. "Let's go. Let's get to the middle of the tower first." Lin Chen took the initiative to hold the other person's fair and delicate left hand and continued. "Next, I'll give you ample time to adapt to the mental pressure of the 6th level. After you've been tempered and tempered, you can proceed to the 7th level." Upon hearing this, Zai Yue's eyes turned red. "Young master, you are truly wonderful." Seeing her so exhausted, he reached out to help. With Lin Chen's help, she was absolutely confident that she could adapt to the immense mental pressure of the 6th level as quickly as possible. Originally, inside the Runemaster Tower, one was constantly tempering their mental strength and willpower while adapting to immense mental pressure. Once the bitterness is over, the impurities and hidden dangers in the natal symbol seal will be eliminated by the power of baptism, thus making her spiritual power stronger. "Young master, thank you." Before Zai Yue could finish speaking, she found a finger already pressed against her lips. Although it was only a fleeting moment, she felt afterwards as if she had done something but not done anything at all. "Don't mention it, just get used to it quickly." Lin Chen stopped, took out a cushion, and gestured for Zai Yue to sit cross-legged. This scene strengthened Zai Yue's resolve. Under Lin Chen's control, the mental pressure Zai Yue faced gradually increased. In this process, you gradually adapt. That's how people are. At the beginning, they always say no, no. However, after getting used to it, they started saying the opposite of what they meant, like, no, no. After a long while, Zai Yue, the spiritual power within Nguyen Palace, was constantly being tempered, and after it was finished, it began to enjoy the baptismal power of Runemaster Tower. Buzz. The natal symbol seal in Nguyen Palace was shaken, and it turned from 2 into 3 identical natal symbol seals. This surge in mental strength made it difficult for Zai Yue to remain calm. She opened her eyes and immediately reported the good news to Lin Chen. "Young master, I am already a 3-seal rune master." This means that she is no longer restricted by the 6th layer of mental pressure and can now proceed to the 7th layer. Moreover, he possesses the formidable combat power of Yuan Realm's lesser perfection. "Congratulations, here's a spiritual herb for you. Quickly strengthen your spiritual power." With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen handed a 4th-grade spiritual herb to Zai Yue. Now, in the medicine field of the Azure Dragon Ring Small World, 4th-grade spiritual herbs are readily available. With the help of such spiritual medicinal resources, their cultivation improved relatively quickly. It's several months ahead of schedule. "Thank you, young master." A slight blush appeared on Zai Yue's pretty face, where was the image of the Ice Queen in the public's mind. If anyone else had seen this, they would have wondered if they were still half asleep, wondering how they could have witnessed such a scene. She did not refuse. She herself actually possessed spiritual herbs, though they were only of the 3rd grade. It was nowhere near as helpful for consolidating one's spiritual power as this 4th grade spiritual herb. Zai Yue knew that the most urgent task was to improve her mental strength as soon as possible, and then climb to a higher level of the tower. Only in this way can we hope to win the final victory against Tower Duel. Brother Chen. Lin Dong arrived at the 6th floor and found that Lin Chen and Zai Yue were still there, but Zhou Tong, the senior disciple of the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, was nowhere to be seen. He asked in confusion, "Why are you still here? I've already managed to snatch and received quite a bit of compensation." To ensure he squeezed every last drop out, he put a lot of thought into it, keeping a close eye on Liu Long and Cao Zhu, constantly rubbing against each other. After a busy period, they managed to steal all the valuables from the 2 of them. Of course, he was just receiving the compensation he deserved, and he wasn't trying to set a bad example for children. Zai Yue has made a breakthrough, and I will stay here to protect her. Lin Chen gave a brief explanation, then looked at Lin Dong and asked curiously, "As for Liu Long and Cao Zhu, are they all right? You can't just take away the other person's underwear, can you? How will the other party leave Runemaster Tower then? It seems he doesn't have the time to think about this problem." "Don't worry, Brother Chen. I promise I won't kill them." Lin Dong grinned and said, "However, this time I obtained 110,000 Yang Essence stones." Cao Zhu, who was beaten half to death by him, could only barely produce 40,000 Yang Essence stones. As for Liu Long, no wonder he was able to use a weapon like the Li Fire Sword and pull out 70,000 Yang Essence stones from the other person. He was truly extremely wealthy. Lin Dong felt that he would be able to wake up laughing if he went back to sleep. 110,000 Yang Essence stones. Upon hearing this, Zai Yue, who was sitting cross-legged, also exclaimed in surprise. She had never received so many Yang Essence stones at once before. It was truly an eye-opening experience for her. "Good job, I'll take you to rob. Seize even more loot later." Lin Chen patted Lin Dong's arm, encouraging him. Now that Zai Yue is a 3-seal rune master, the mental pressure from the 6th level is not enough to affect her. "Okay, Brother Chen." To be honest, Lin Dong felt he was starting to like this feeling. It wasn't that he was getting something for nothing, but rather that the overwhelming joy of reaping the rewards made him a little giddy. Lin Chen smiled and said to Zai Yue, "Zai Yue, let's go." "Heh, it seems it's nothing special." Zhou Tong stood at the exit of the 7th floor and waited for a while, but still did not see Lin Chen and Zai Yue. He sneered repeatedly. In his opinion, he probably overthought things. How could the Yan City Runemaster Association possibly have any rune master geniuses? 2 consecutive losses are truly impossible. He stretched and looked at the extremely empty 7th floor. Compared to the mental pressure of the 6th level and below, the mental energy here is as viscous as liquid, and the mental pressure is extremely strong. Even Zhou Tong finds it difficult to withstand. Thump. As Zhou Tong took his first step, the extremely heavy sound of his footsteps gradually rose into the air. He had no time to think about anything else. He focused on enduring the oppressive force of the mental pressure and on moving forward. 6 months ago, he had already become a 3-seal rune master. Under these circumstances, facing the mental pressure of the 7th level was still quite a challenge. In just a moment, the other person was already drenched in sweat. Clothes rustled as they were slapped hard against his body. Only 100 steps away from the mental barrier, at the staircase, leading to the 8th floor in the middle of the tower, was the 3-seal rune master. The insurmountable barrier that has prevented Zhou Tong from taking that first step. "We should be able to win this tower duel match, right?" Zhou Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting heavily, and said in a deep voice. In his view, reaching the 7th floor and persisting for this long was enough to defeat Tower Duel. After all, in the tower climbing contest between the rune masters of Tianhuo City and Yan City, whoever reaches the highest level and lasts the longest will win. At this moment, only the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, which he represents, has stepped onto the 7th floor of the Runemaster Tower. This is enough to prove that they have won the tower duel. Heh, it's just a trivial skill. Zhou Tong sneered as he thought of Lin Chen and Zai Yue from earlier. He was the one who had the last laugh. Huh, why is this person still here? Zai Yue's cold voice instantly froze the smug smile on Zhou Tong's face. How could I possibly hear Zai Yue's voice? Could it be a hallucination? Otherwise, how can one explain hearing the other's voice on the 7th floor, which determines the outcome of tower duel? You see, in his opinion, there was absolutely no way Zai Yue could reach the 7th floor. Even for a 3-seal rune master like him, it was very difficult. Not to mention the other party, who is the 2nd seal spirit master. Just as Zhou Tong was finding it extremely difficult to accept, he heard another heavy footstep. His heart sank suddenly. It seems he was too happy too soon. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked in the direction he had come from. There were 3 figures there. Lin Chen and Zai Yue. His face turned very gloomy. How could you possibly have made it to the 7th floor? What Zhou Tong found most unacceptable was that, in addition to Lin Chen and Zai Yue, there was another unfamiliar face. It appears to be someone who was completely unknown beforehand. Otherwise, how could he possibly be unable to recall the other person's identity? If you can come here, why can't we? With a face as cold as frost, Zai Yue stared at Zhou Tong and said in a cold voice, "Don't forget, this is the Runemaster Tower of my Yan City Runemaster Association." Logically speaking, they should be the ones asking Zhou Tong the question. The other party, on the other hand, took the initiative and became the host. Fortunately, the initiative was in their hands. Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly grim as he stared at Zai Yue and asked, "When did you break through to the 3-seal rune master level? Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible for you to reach the 7th level." Especially when Zai Yue was on the 6th floor, the feeling of strain she experienced was definitely not feigned. Could it be that just now? Thinking of this, Zhou Tong dared not continue to ponder it. All I can say is that I've been so unlucky that even drinking water can cause me to have problems. Who are you? Why should I talk to you? Zai Yue has quite a temper. He's quite good at roasting people. Zhou Tong was momentarily speechless. How could this woman be so unreasonable? He could only look at Lin Chen and ask, "You can't all be 3-seal rune masters, can you?" Reaching the 7th floor would normally be enough to win the tower duel. However, the arrival of Lin Chen and his 2 companions changed everything, and the changes were huge. 1 against 3, there's no way to win. This applies to both the number of floors reached and the duration of the effort. All of them combined are definitely much stronger than him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Guess." Zhou Tong suddenly felt like he was going to vomit blood, wondering if he could speak normally. If he could guess it, would he need to ask such a question? If you can't guess, then we'll have to wait for you in the middle of the tower. Lin Chen's words startled Zhou Tong, who then opened his mouth and began to laugh heartily. "No way. Don't you know how overconfident you are? This is the 7th floor of the Runemaster Tower. It's not that simple. To reach the center of the tower, one needs at least the mental strength of a 3-seal rune master. Who among you has it? If that were the case, how could the Yan City Runemaster Association have lost 2 consecutive matches in the past 2 years, losing face completely? Anyway, Zhou Tong doesn't believe it. Overestimating yourself." Lin Chen smiled and said calmly, "Then let's see who overestimates themselves. Chapter 119, Cheating, Blatant Cheating. Oh. Zhou Tong was very curious to know where the other party got their confidence from. Being able to stand on the 7th floor does not mean that the other party has the ability to rival him. Keep in mind that he is now only 100 paces away from the center of the tower. Lin Chen was very far away from him, about 300 steps away. With each approach to Zhou Tong's current position, he will be subjected to even greater mental pressure and intimidation. All that can be said is that Zhou Tong thinks Lin Chen's words were nothing but boasting. Then come over here, I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Zhou Tong felt refreshed and relaxed all over. Even if the three of them come to the 7th floor, so what? Could it be that the ultimate victory of Tower Duel will inevitably belong to the Yan City Runemaster Association, represented by Lin Chen and his 2 companions? No, absolutely not. The closer Zhou Tong is to the middle of the stairs in the tower, the closer he is to victory. Having reached the same 7th floor of the Runemaster Tower, the only remaining variable is time. With the time advantage, how could Zhou Tong possibly lose? Wow, Brother Chen, this guy is so arrogant. Lin Dong couldn't help but complain. In his opinion, Zhou Tong from the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association was far too arrogant. Knowing that all 3 of them possessed the mental strength to reach the 7th level, they should also know that it was still possible to approach the other party's current position. Since this is a possibility, we shouldn't be so certain that they can't reach each other's location. It's no surprise that the other party did it on purpose. That contemptuous look made Lin Dong very unhappy. The last person who made him very unhappy is now buried under a mountain of grass. I'll go and have a look at him. Lin Dong walked slowly with heavy steps toward Zhou Tong, who was 300 paces away. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows repeatedly. He really hadn't expected the other party to be so direct. Doesn't everyone need time to adjust? He only proceeded to the 7th floor after he had adapted to it. Zhou Tong silently thought to himself that Lin Dong definitely wouldn't be able to get to his location. For this stranger to be able to reach the 7th floor is already the greatest honor of his life. Wanna come here? That's wishful thinking. You overconfident fool. I'll be waiting to see your school beauty. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the ground of Runemaster Tower, his eyes fixed on Lin Dong's figure, his face full of disdain. Within the first 100 steps, the mental pressure will not change significantly. When you reach 100 steps, the mental pressure will double. When you reach 200 steps, you will become even stronger. As for the 300 steps, where did the opponent get such strong mental power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Young master, is Lin Dong capable of this? Zai Yue looked at Lin Dong, who was taking heavy steps, with some concern, and asked Lin Chen beside her. Even a 3-seal rune master like her could feel that the mental pressure of the 7th level was several times greater than that of the 6th level. Reaching the 200th step is possible. However, reaching the 300th step, where Zhou Tong is almost impossible. If Zai Yue is like this, then Lin Dong, who only has the cultivation level of 2nd seal spirit master, is even more so. As a sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. It's the eldest sister. She needs to pay more attention to young talisman masters like Lin Dong. We can't let the other party ruin their future, just for the sake of Yan City Runemaster Association's Runemaster Tower. Then she definitely can't do it. Lin Chen looked at Lin Dong's slow but still determined figure moving forward and shook his head, saying, "No, at least with his current mental strength, he can definitely surpass Zhou Tong's position at the 300th step." Zai Yue was somewhat surprised. She really couldn't understand how a 2nd seal spirit master like Lin Dong could directly reach the 300th step, just like a 3-seal rune master like herself, or someone like Zhou Tong, the senior brother of the Tianhuo City Runemaster Association, who had already reached the 3-seal rune master level half a year ago. Most importantly, Lin Chen's unwavering trust in Lin Dong shocked Zai Yue. Lin Chen is the 4-seal symbol master, as Zai Yue knows very well. If we were to ask who among all the rune masters in Rune Master Tower carries the most authority, then without a doubt it would be Lin Chen. Lin Dong is the other party's younger brother, so he must know the situation very well. That might actually be feasible. Zai Yue watched Lin Dong, who was still struggling forward, with a tense expression. The other man's once straight body became much more hunched as he got closer to the center of the tower. She didn't care whether Lin Dong could reach the center of the tower. She only cared whether he could withstand the increasingly strong mental pressure and their rival Zhou Tong, who was trying to surpass them. If this fails, one can imagine how Zhou Tong will ridicule it. The ridicule is one thing, but the most important thing is that Rune Master Tower will lose to Tianhuo City. The lifelong spiritual power of Yan City's predecessors, the Rune Masters, over 100 years ago, is concentrated in this Rune Master Tower, a precious gift for the descendants of the Yan City Rune Master Association. If this were to be taken by Tianhuo City, we would have no face to face our predecessors as talisman masters. Zai Yue is ready to take over the baton from Lin Dong at any time to charge the tower. Brother Chen, I'm going too. After much deliberation, Zai Yue decided to set off immediately. She knew very well that her own mental strength was at most close to that of Zhou Tong. However, catching up with and surpassing the other party is simply impossible. The other party became a 3-seal rune master 6 months earlier than her. With Zhou Tong's talent and hard work, it was absolutely impossible for Zai Yue to catch up easily. Who can stop us in the past 6 months? Go ahead, as usual. I'll help you gradually release the mental pressure, and you can adapt as soon as possible. Lin Chen would never allow Zai Yue to remain alone on the 7th floor of the Rune Master Tower. Enabling her to ascend to a higher floor would undoubtedly be the best course of action. Of course, he wasn't letting the other party reap the benefits without sowing. To get to the 8th floor, it still depends on the other party's efforts. If Zai Yue, even with his help, still cannot withstand the strongest mental pressure of the 7th level, then things will be difficult. We can't expect him to help the other person all the time. Upon reaching the 8th floor, if an unexpected situation arises, the sudden and immense mental pressure could severely injure them, or even threaten their lives. Taking down a tower is not as simple as it seems. Thank you, young master, I'll go right away. With Lin Chen's words, Zai Yue's confidence soared. Her steps, though heavy, were methodical and within her own rhythm. As long as she doesn't lose her rhythm, she'll eventually be able to adapt to the mental pressure of the 7th level. And so, besides Lin Dong's heavy footsteps, there was also Zai Yue's footsteps. This made Zhou Tong's expression turn much gloomy. Don't even think about threatening him. Zhou Tong watched as Lin Dong and Zai Yue approached, growing increasingly wary. To ensure his ultimate victory in tower duel, and to push his own limits to see even higher levels, he had to set off. Zhou Tong turned around and continued to step out with his extremely heavy right leg, but what made his face look very ugly was the crisp sound of bones breaking. He tried his best to adjust his condition, and then treated his injuries. My posture was incorrect just now, which resulted in a minor fracture in my right leg. Fortunately, the problem isn't too serious. Gradually, Zhou Tong regained his previous form and moved forward step by step. As time went by, he arrived at a spot only 3 steps away from the middle staircase of the tower. At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes were wide open in anger, his expression ferocious, and his whole body was already soaked with sweat. Sweat dripped down. Those 3 steps, though seemingly close, felt to him like insurmountable chasms. Taking even a single step is extremely difficult. The crisp sound of bones shifting and turning was particularly loud on the empty 7th floor of the Runemaster Tower. And what followed was the heavy sound of Zhou Tong's footsteps, which he was very reluctant to admit. Lin Dong, who arrived even later than him, had already surpassed the 300th step position where he had been standing and was now behind him. It's getting closer and closer, and there's even a tendency for it to surpass others. This was hard for Zhou Tong to accept. He gritted his teeth, roared, and took another step forward. However, his legs soon became extremely bent. This posture, under the extremely powerful mental pressure, greatly aggravated the oppressive force he was under. Veins bulged on Zhou Tong's forehead as he roared. No one can surpass me, no one. However, what quickly discouraged him was that